Chapter 526. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers, 96th Floor. Chapter 526. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers, 96th Floor. They still went in. Li Ling Tian and his companion arrived at the spot where the magic bead had appeared last time. They quickly left when they saw that the magic bead had disappeared. After flying for half an hour, they finally found the passage to the next level. Li Ling Tian smiled faintly as he watched the array formation on the array altar being activated. He could clearly remember the powerhouses who had entered the array through their auras. The auras of Marshal Saint Yunhao, Heavenly Monster King, the 7 Demon Venerables, 9 Demon Venerables, and Yin Yang Ghost Monarch had all appeared here. In other words, the few of them were fine and did not die. In fact, after one's cultivation reached the Martial Supreme realm, it was extremely difficult for a powerhouse of the same realm to truly kill the other party. Unless a few experts of the same level joined forces to launch a sneak attack, they could escape even if they could not defeat them. It was even more so after reaching the Martial Saint realm. However, if there was a difference in cultivation, there was nothing he could do. After obtaining the magic bead, they entered the 96th step. Looks like this is the end. Marshal Saint Ming Luo said calmly. He knew more about the demonic tower than Li Ling Tian. Even though Li Ling Tian had the holy demon ring, he did not understand the demonic tower. How much does Your Excellency Ming Luo know about the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower? Li Ling Tian was curious when he saw Marshal Saint Ming Luo's expression. There are a total of 99 levels in the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, but no one has ever entered the 98th level. Those who can enter the 95th level are already super experts. Those who can enter the 96th level must be martial saints. As for the 97th step, I wonder what kind of powerful cultivation is required or what conditions are needed to open it. According to ancient rumors, this Heaven Ascension Demon Tower is one of the passages to the upper world. It's just that no one has really tried it. Even if one has reached the 9th level of the Martial God realm, no one has been able to enter the 99th level. We were able to reach the 95th step this time because of luck. They entered the 96th step, which should be the highest place they came to this time. Marshal Saint Ming Luo said slowly. She wasn't in a hurry to enter. He began to tell everyone he knew about the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. No one knew how powerful this Heaven Ascension Devil Tower was. Outside, you would never be able to fly to the top. You had no idea how high the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was. Li Ling Tian was aware of this. Otherwise, every floor of the demonic tower would be a world of its own. 99 levels were 99 worlds. It was unknown what kind of powerful expert was needed to create such a spatial building. I've been thinking about it. That magic bead should be the key to opening the 96th step. Li Ling Tian pondered for a moment before he looked at Marshal Saint Ming Luo. He also knew a little about the mysterious and powerful magic bead. If he could snatch the magic bead, the Demon King beast might be able to come back to life. Although the Demon King beast was a demonic beast of the demon race, it had been with him for a long time and had more or less developed some feelings. He had fallen last time. If there was a chance, he would definitely save the Demon King beast. Sir Ling Tian is right. That should be it. The previous few times, Sir Ling Tian was always at the back and has never activated an array altar before. Naturally, he doesn't know how difficult it is to activate an array altar. Marshal Saint Ming Luo said with a smile. He knew that Li Ling Tian was lagging behind on purpose, as he did not want to waste his energy. The devil race didn't want to fight alone, but for the treasures in the Devil Tower, they had to do it themselves. However, he didn't expect the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor to join forces with the devil race. Let's go in and see what it looks like inside. Li Lingshan's senses were getting stronger and stronger. At this moment, the powerhouse inside should have left. If they were late, the people in front of them would definitely do something. Moreover, Marshal Saint Yunhao was alone in there. If he was killed by a few martial saints, they would lose a powerful helper. Immediately, Li Lingshan's body flashed, and he appeared above the array altar. The array altar had already been opened before, so there was naturally no need to open it again. He could just enter directly. Swoosh! A gentle breeze blew past his ears as Li Lingtian passed through the array altar and entered a higher level. When he opened his eyes, his face was filled with shock. The array altar, the stone tablet, they were all there. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers, 96th level. The 96th level was true, but this place was completely different from the previous one. This place was like a palace. Moreover, it was a maze. There was endless demonic chi inside. The demonic chi was extremely dense and very dark. I didn't expect this place to be a palace. It won't be so easy to find them. Marshal Saint Ming Luo appeared beside Li Lingtian at the same time. After sizing up the surroundings, she spoke indifferently. The passages in the palace were crisscrossed, and it was unknown how big they were. Moreover, the walls of this passage were pitch black and hard black rocks. It was impossible to break through them by force. Let's see if we're lucky. Li Lingtian did not say anything else as he quickly left the array altar in a flash. Whoosh! Hush! As soon as he left the array altar, Li Lingtian's face was filled with shock. This was because the moment he left the array altar disappeared. Even Marshal Saint Ming Luo had disappeared. Everything seemed like an illusion. There were only 3 passages in front of him. The rest of the passages had disappeared, let alone the palace. However, he soon understood that the array altar here would teleport him away after leaving. No one had expected this array altar to have such a function. After waiting for a full 2 minutes, Li Lingtian did not see Marshal Saint Ming Luo again. If he waited, it would be impossible for Marshal Saint Ming Luo to appear. However, he wasn't worried or disappointed. He had saved Marshal Saint Ming Luo, so there were benefits to not being with him now. If he didn't meet any experts, he would have a chance to meet them on the next level. If Marshal Saint Ming Luo encountered a strong opponent, he could injure or kill the opponent with his cultivation at the peak of the first Heaven Marshal Saint realm. It would definitely be beneficial for him. After calming himself down, Li Lingtian summoned Xian Yuanqing and the other 2. With 30 guards, it was safer this way. Although the demonic chi was dense in the palace on the 96th floor, it did not have much corrosive power. This was something that Li Lingtian could not understand. To other warriors, it would be difficult to choose between the 3 paths. However, Li Lingtian did not find it difficult at all. He easily chose the middle path based on the feeling of the summoning. There were 15 martial emperor guards at the front, 15 guards at the back, and Xian Yuanqing and the other 2 in the middle. This way, Li Lingtian would have a chance to guard against any unknown danger. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. CC. The group flew quickly, but from time to time, destructive attacks appeared. These attacks were all demonic chi attacks, but as time passed, these attacks became much weaker. Since it was so weak that it could not even break through a martial emperor powerhouse's defense, Li Lingtian naturally did not care. There was no end to the passageway. The group flew for an hour, but they still could not see the end. All the guards were worried, but they were puzzled by Li Lingtian's expression. The smile on Li Lingtian's face was getting wider and wider. No one knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. Take the second path. Finally, they came across another 6 passageways. Without any hesitation, Li Lingtian ordered the guards to enter the second passageway. After entering the second passage, they flew for half an hour. Boom! A shocking pressure blasted over. The sudden pressure immediately suppressed the 15 martial emperor guards in front of them to the ground, and they could not move at all. At the same time, the 15 guards spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian could feel the destructive pressure rushing toward him. It turned out that the demonic chi pressure had encountered an outsider and emitted a shocking pressure. Heavenly Devil Region. Li Lingtian roared as he unleashed all the demonic chi in his body. Instantly, a shocking pressure rushed out and bombarded the demonic chi pressure in front of him. Humans had the pressure of humans, dragons had the pressure of dragons, and demons had the pressure of demons. It was the same for the devil race. He cultivated a devil skill, and what he cultivated was the devil race's canon. Naturally, he was incomparable. In the Saint Demon True Record, There was also a spell that specialized in cultivating demonic might. That was the heavenly demon domain, a terrifying existence that was equivalent to the domain that experts spoke of. However, his cultivation was too weak, and he had only cultivated the saint demon quintessence for a short time. He was unable to control the heavenly demon region at all. Boom! The shocking demonic might finally collided with the heavenly demon region, resulting in a shocking explosion. Li Lingshin's body swayed as he stumbled back more than 10 steps before he stopped. However, the demonic might was blocked and vanished in an instant, as if it had never appeared. With the disappearance of the devil might, the guard also recovered. Although he had suffered some injuries, these injuries were nothing. However, there was no need to fly anymore because there was a huge palace in front of them. The palace was as big as a square, and in the middle was an array altar. However, there was a pitch-black devil blade floating above the array altar. The devil blade was only 3 feet long, and the blade was narrow and slender. A trace of evil light flickered with dazzling light. The demonic blade emitted a shocking demonic might that enveloped the entire array altar. The array altar that was 100 meters in radius also emitted dense demonic chi. The demonic chi carried a supreme majesty, and the demonic chi and demonic might reflected each other. Divine Magic Dragon Blade. No, it's not the Divine Magic Dragon Blade. It's just a part of the Divine Magic Dragon Blade. It lacks the Dragon Blade heart of the Divine Magic Dragon Blade. Li Lingtian walked up step by step with a shocked expression on his face. He hadn't cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence before, so he didn't know anything about the demon race. Naturally, he didn't know the origins of some of the demon race's treasures. Although the fiend race was powerful, they completely relied on their physiques as weapons. The fiend race's physique was a powerful treasure. However, the devil race also had countless powerful treasures. It was recorded in the Saint Devil True Record that the devil race had 9 divine artifacts and a mysterious and domineering supreme treasure. Chapter 527, Divine Magic Dragon Blade 1. Chapter 527, Divine Magic Dragon Blade 1. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade in front of him was one of the 9 great divine artifacts. In this world, regardless of whether it was the Demon Clan or the Human Clan, or the Dark Clan or the Monster Clan, the treasures they used were all of the same level. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade on the array altar in the palace was one of the 9 great divine weapons of the demon race. Moreover, it was the most powerful existence. However, he immediately realized that there was something wrong with this Divine Magic Dragon Blade. This was because the Saint Demon Dragon Blade had to contain extremely pure Saint Demon Chi. However, although this Saint Demon Dragon Blade had Saint Demon Chi on it, it was not pure and there was not much Saint Demon Chi. It was as if something was missing. Others might not be able to tell, but Li Lingtian could. However, even if this Saint Magic Dragon Blade lacked the Dragon Blade heart, it was still powerful and heaven-defying. Such an existence might not even be comparable to an ordinary, peerless divine artifact. Now, if he wanted to enter the next level, he had to get rid of the Magic Dragon Blade. At the very least, he had to move the Magic Dragon Blade away, or avoid the pressure on the Magic Dragon Blade. He didn't know if anyone had come here before, but he knew that no one had taken the Divine Magic Dragon Blade away. Otherwise, it would be impossible to see it. However, he was curious. There were magic beads on the lower level, so how were they formed? How could it be taken away by a 9 Demon Venerable and the others? It seemed that no one had taken away the Demon Pearl or the Saint Demon Dragon Blade in the past. Now, he had to take this Saint Magic Dragon Blade away. Otherwise, it would benefit the demon experts. You guys, block them for me. Guard this place well. Don't let anyone break this array formation. Li Lingshin's figure flashed as he exited the palace. He came to the front of the passageway and quickly cast the array formation. After half an hour, he finally used more than 10 heaven-defying array formations. He added a few illusion arrays at the front and treated the illusion arrays as cliffs. This way, he could also stall for some time. He did this because he did not want to be disturbed. Breaking this array altar would require a large amount of energy. He did not want to be barged in by an expert halfway. If that happened, not only would he not be able to break the array, but he would also die here. This subordinate will obey. The 30 guards flashed and formed a killing formation. Moreover, they were circulating their true essence. As long as someone attacked the array formation, they would use their true essence to strengthen the array formation. If the formation was broken, he would use the most powerful destructive attack. Li Lingtian turned around and came to the front of the array altar. He stared at the magic Saint Dragon Blade. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade emitted a shocking amount of demonic chi. This demonic chi assimilated the other demonic chi around it. Endless demonic might emanated from the Saint Magic Dragon Blade and enveloped the array altar. Heavenly Demon Region. Saint Demon Quintessence. After looking at it for a while, he had a feeling that he had to take this Saint Magic Dragon Blade away. He had no other way, but he could use his own demonic chi to control it. Since the Saint Magic Dragon Blade had the Saint Demon Chi, then he just happened to have the Saint Demon Chi. Although there was only a trace of Holy Demon Chi, it was enough. However, he was very careful because the Holy Demon Chi was in the Holy Demon Ring. He needed to absorb the Holy Demon Chi in the Holy Demon Ring into his body so that he could use the Holy Demon Chi. When the Heavenly Demon Domain was unleashed, the shocking demonic might blocked the demonic might of the Saint Magic Dragon Blade. This way, the demonic might of the Saint Magic Dragon Blade could not corrode him. Li Lingtian felt a little relieved after the Heavenly Demon Region was done casting its spell. He looked at the Divine Magic Dragon Blade with a serious expression and his body floated up. He extended his hand and a stream of demonic chi grabbed at the Divine Magic Dragon Blade. Instantly, the entire palace began to tremble. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade continued to struggle, and a shocking demonic might surged out. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood under the overwhelming demonic might. However, he had no intention of letting go. His figure retreated explosively as he was blasted away by the demonic might. However, his figure flashed once again, and he quickly returned to his original place. The Holy Demon Chi in the Holy Demon Ring circulated, and the demonic chi in his entire body circulated. He quickly grabbed the Holy Demon Dragon Blade. Eye of the Divine Soul. He used the Eye of the Divine Soul, and a powerful divine soul pressed down on the Saint Magic Dragon Blade. Instantly, the divine soul wrapped around the Saint Magic Dragon Blade and quickly swam around it. After a short while, the aura on the Saint Demon Dragon Blade had basically disappeared, but the shocking demonic might and Saint Demon Chi had become even stronger. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the light on the Divine Magic Dragon Blade flashed. As the light flashed, a tiny crack appeared in space. A crescent-shaped arc of light appeared in space. Wherever it passed, the air was shattered. Shoo! Li Lingtian held the magic Saint Dragon Blade in one hand and studied it carefully. His entire being entered a state of emptiness. His divine sense was constantly communicating with the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, completely unaware of the shocking commotion in the passage of the hall. Rumble! Rumble! This is the place. Someone should have come in first. In the passageway, the array formation blocked the path of 9 demon Venerable and the others, and their faces revealed shock. They did not expect that someone would actually arrive before them. Moreover, they had set up an illusion array in this place. Behind the illusion array was a terrifying and powerful defense array. The only person who could easily enter before you is Li Lingtian. The yin-yang ghost monarch's expression was extremely ugly. He had been tricked by Li Lingtian a few days ago and had already obtained the divine sky-splitting shield. Moreover, he could even kill Marshal Saint Ming Luo. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to destroy it and even severely injure him. Even now, the 9 demonic chi on his body was still eroding his body. Fortunately, he was at the first sky of the Marshal Saint realm. With the help of the yin-yang chi, he could temporarily suppress the 9 demonic chi. Little bastard. Nine Demon Venerable cursed softly, his face twisted. He hated Li Lingtian the most. The first time he suffered in his life was when he was injured by the Holy Wind Martial Saint. However, he accepted the fact that the Holy Wind Martial Saint was a Martial Saint powerhouse. Furthermore, the other party was severely injured and his cultivation base had dropped. However, the second time he was injured, it was in the hands of a first-level martial emperor. How could he accept such a thing? He lost face, his subordinates died, and his reputation was greatly damaged. Forget about the second time. Li Lingxian's strength was too terrifying and he was careless. However, he was fooled by Li Lingtian for the third time and lost all his face. This first-level martial emperor is too terrifying. He'll have to finish him off first. The 7 demon venerables said coldly. As they spoke, they attacked the array formation. The illusion array disappeared, but the array formation inside was revealed. Shocking attacks bombarded the array formation one after another. The 9 demon venerables and the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor beside him also attacked continuously. In the distance, Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yun Hao, and Heaven Demon King were idle and did not plan to help 9 Demon Venerable and the others. Not to mention helping him, he had already done his best by not taking the opportunity to kill the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. After all, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor had plotted against him. I didn't expect Serene Tian to really enter. Martial Saint Ming Luo had a faint smile on her face. The 9 martial sovereigns of the human race had fallen, and so had the 12 martial sovereigns of the demon race. There were only 6 martial saint powerhouses left, but Li Lingtian was missing. Others might not believe in Li Lingxian's abilities, but he could. To be able to save him from 2 demon venerables and a ghost emperor, and even expel the Yin-Yang Qi, such a powerful person was definitely not something that a martial emperor could limit. Brother Ming Luo, are you so sure that Li Lingtian went in? Martial Saint Yun Hao asked softly. The moment they met, they felt that they were here. Martial Saint Yun Hao did not know about Li Lingtian and Martial Saint Ming Luo. Of course, that guy secretly joined forces with them and even came to help me. In the end, he attacked me. He could even use such a trick. If it wasn't for Sir Ling Tian, I would have already died. The Yin-Yang Qi in my body has been dealt with, but he's still injured. If it wasn't for Sir Ling Tian, his injuries would never have healed. Martial Saint Ming Luo looked at the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch with a vicious expression. He hated the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor to the bone and wanted to tear him apart. You're saying that the injuries on Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's body were caused by Sir Ling Tian? Martial Saint Yun Hao was shocked. A first sky martial emperor could actually save Martial Saint Ming Luo from 3 martial saints and even injure Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. What kind of concept was that? No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to injure the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Not bad. Martial Saint Ming Luo nodded and did not say anything else. She watched as 9 Demon Venerable and the other 2 broke the formation. No one knew what she was thinking. She wanted to go in, but she was worried that she would ruin Li Lingxian's plans. Seeing Martial Saint Ming Luo's expression, Martial Saint Yun Hao knew that Li Lingtian was powerful. Otherwise, how could he be admired by a first firmament martial saint powerhouse? Although Heaven Demon Monarch was surprised, he didn't say anything. He remained calm. He had already made up his mind that he would not provoke the martial emperor young man so easily as long as he did not encounter any fights for treasures. Even the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor did not gain any advantage. Even if he was powerful, he could not be stronger than the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Boom! Boom! Explosions sounded one after another as the array formation trembled continuously. However, as the array formation trembled, streams of shocking true essence appeared inside, and the true essence continuously augmented the array formation. The 9 Demon Venerate was appalled by the situation. Li Lingtian was alone. Even if he were to enter, he would not be able to withstand the array formation. Moreover, there was obviously more than one person inside. Although the array strengthened by these true essence was powerful, as martial saints, they naturally could see that there was more than one expert in the array. Gotcha! Rumble! 10 minutes later, a cracking sound was heard, followed by an explosion. The array was destroyed, but at this moment, 3 destructive attacks rushed over. The 3 attacks were like the radiance of the sun, illuminating the passage. The destructive light that tore through space ignored the distance between them and attacked 9 demon venerable and the other 2. The 7 demon venerables, 9 demon venerables, and Yang Ghost Emperor were all stunned when they saw the 3 attacks. However, as martial saints, their reactions were naturally extremely fast. A shocking defense was displayed, and at the same time, a series of attacks were smashed out, using attacks to block the opponent's destructive light. Boom! A loud explosion sounded, and the tunnel seemed to be destroyed. The entire tunnel was almost overturned. Chapter 528, Magic. However, just as they were about to attack, Martial Saint Yin Hao and Ming Luo stood in front of them. Heaven Demon King took a look and pondered for a moment. He came to Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 and blocked 9 Demon Venerable and company. Move aside. The 7 Demon Venerables were furious. His arm had just been chopped off, and the other party had actually broken through it this time. Wasn't this the greatest irony for him? Then why don't we try? Do you have any shame? You just lost an arm in a sneak attack, and now you want to take advantage of someone's weakness? Do you want to die? Martial Saint Ming Luo's face turned cold. Since Li Lingtian had saved him the last time, their relationship was relatively good. Now that Li Lingtian was in the midst of his breakthrough, he would not allow the 7 demon venerables and the rest to deal with Li Lingtian. Besides, a powerhouse like Li Lingtian was gifted. It was a good thing to befriend him now. He could fight against a martial saint at the first heaven of martial emperor realm. After breaking through, he would be even stronger. Now, he needed to at least get an ally. By then, he would have more capital to fight against the devil race. Do it. The 7 demon venerables could not care less about anything else. If they waited for Li Lingtian to achieve a breakthrough, they would be left with only 2.5 out of the 4 powerhouses. They would not be able to compete with Li Lingtian at all. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, the 6 martial saints started fighting. On Martial Saint Ming Luo's side, the 3 martial saints were unharmed. On the other side, the Yang Ghost Emperor was half dead while the 7 demon venerables had just lost an arm. A great battle broke out, but Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 could only resist because 9 demon venerable and the other 2 were fighting with their lives on the line. On the other hand, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were defending themselves so that the 3 of them would not disrupt Li Lingtian's breakthrough. As such, the 3 of them had many misgivings. For a moment, the 6 martial saints could not determine the victor. Although the 30 martial monarch realm guards were injured by the attacks of the 3 martial monarch realm experts, and their true essence was exhausted, they did not die. When they saw the 6 martial saints fighting, they struggled to stand by Li Lingtian's side and shielded him behind them. Xin Yuanqing and the other 2 were the same. Although the 3 of them were not injured, their expressions were extremely ugly when faced with the pressure of a martial saint. Li Lingtian was aware of the battle around him, but he could not do anything about it. The demonic qi in his entire body had already reached the limit, which was the limit of the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. If he did not break through, he could only self-destruct. The same was true for his demonic qi and true essence. His demonic qi and true essence were at the same level. His true essence cultivation was at the peak of the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. After cultivating the demonic skill, the Saint Demon Quintessence, he was also at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. He had just obtained the Saint Demon Dragon Blade and forcefully used the Saint Demon Chi to raise his cultivation to the extreme. His realm, which had not wavered for a long time, had actually obtained an opportunity when he used the Divine Magic Dragon Blade. If he gave up on this opportunity, it would not be so easy to find another opportunity. Now, he could only go all out and strive to break through before the 3 martial saints were defeated. However, at that moment, the nine-demon venerable unleashed an unknown attack that forced Marshal Saint Yunhao back. The pitch-black demon blade in his hand slashed at Li Lingtian from afar. Li Lingtian was fully focused on breaking through without any defense. Even an ordinary martial emperor powerhouse could easily crush him, let alone a martial saint. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other two were stunned by this attack. If the attack had landed on Li Lingtian, he would have vanished into thin air. Roar! At this moment, Xianyuan Hao, who was beside Xianyuan Qing, flashed. His eyes revealed a determined expression as he charged at the saber beam in the air. The ninth heaven martial emperor unleashed all the true origin in his body and struck the saber ray with his shocking physique. Everyone was stunned. This was courting death, but at this moment, no one had the chance to use treasures or attacks to block the demon blade's attack. Seeing Xianyuan Hao's movements, everyone understood. Xianyuan Hao wanted to use his own life to withstand this destructive attack and exchange it for Li Lingshan's safety. Seventh brother. Xianyuan Hao's body managed to block the black demon sword's blade radiance when he was 5 meters away from Li Lingtian. However, his entire body was quickly corroded by the demonic qi, and his vitality was rapidly fading away. He spat out a mouthful of blood, but a smile appeared on his face. Xianyuan Qing cried out in pain when he saw his brother die just like that. Although Xianyuan Hao was not his blood brother, the two of them had cultivated together for a long time and had a very good relationship. They were even closer than blood brothers. Protect him well, little master. Blood continued to flow out from the corner of Xianyuan Hao's mouth. Before his life force was cut off, he said these words, and his life force completely disappeared. His entire person turned into a hypocrite in the demonic qi and completely disappeared from the world. Chapter 529, 2 Breakthrough 1. Chapter 529, 2 Breakthrough 1. Boom. Tisk. When everyone saw this scene, they were all shocked. At that moment, the black demon blade in the 7 demon venerables' hands drew a blade radiance and slashed down at Li Lingtian. The 3 martial emperor's guards forcefully moved to block the saber flare before it could land on Li Lingshan's body. However, the 3 martial emperor powerhouses who did not have any true energy were killed by the saber radiance at the same time. The remaining force of the saber beam slashed straight at Li Lingtian. It was too late for Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others to react. Heavenly Demon Region. At that moment, Li Lingshan's eyes opened. With a flash of light, the demonic qi around his body surged. The Heavenly Demon Region unleashed its attack, and a shocking demonic might blocked his entire body. At the same time, he stretched out his hand, forming a palm shape. His palm turned into a blade, and he slashed down. Bang! A dull sound rang out as the pure, true Devil Qi, along with a trace of Saint Devil Qi, collided with the black saber beam. Li Lingshan's body trembled as his aura surged. Dang, dang, dang. The 7 demon venerables were extremely shocked. They took 3 steps back before forcefully stopping. A saint artifact like treasure, yet the other party had actually forced him back with a casual palm strike. What kind of concept was this? True Devil Qi. The 9 demon venerable could tell that Li Lingtian was using the supreme, true demon qi. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 also moved in front of Li Lingtian. The trio's carelessness in the beginning allowed Li Lingtian to survive almost 10,000 times. If it were not for the few guards, Li Lingtian would have perished as well. Naturally, they dared not be careless now. At the same time, they were shocked by Li Lingshan's abilities. There were even a few guards who were willing to sacrifice their lives to protect Li Lingtian. This was not something that could be achieved by strength alone. It required the guards below to sincerely submit to him. Boom, boom, boom. In the palace, a shocking demonic aura pressure erupted. With Li Lingtian at the center, the surroundings were filled with a shocking amount of demonic qi. Demonic qi vortexes formed one after another and rapidly surged toward Li Lingtian before finally entering his body. Everyone present was a martial emperor or martial saint powerhouse. Naturally, they understood that Li Lingtian had truly achieved a breakthrough. Second level, martial emperor realm. Li Lingshan's expression was calm, but the aura around him was extremely violent. He looked coldly at the 7 demon venerables. Killing his own guards was naturally courting death. What he hated the most was being disturbed when he was cultivating. Experts like the 7 demon venerables were completely despicable. The shocking aura kept changing and surging into his body. Die! When the 7 demon venerables saw Li Lingshan's expression, they were infuriated. Having one of his arms crippled by Li Lingtian was not worth it. Now that his opponent had just achieved a breakthrough, it was the perfect time to wipe it out. An earth-shattering demonic chi burst forth. In a flash, it charged toward Li Lingtian. At the same time, the 7 demon venerables and the yin-yang ghost monarch attacked Li Lingtian as well. They were determined to kill Li Lingtian before he was even born. Tyrant demon dragon kill. Li Lingshan's expression was icy cold as he unleashed the demonic energy from his body. Instantly, the entire palace began to tremble. He had just broken through to the 2nd heaven of the martial emperor realm. If he tried to hide the attacks of 3 martial saint realm experts, he would be courting death. The tyrannical demonic dragon kill was known as the strongest heavenly divine power of the internals. When it was unleashed, the demonic chi around Li Lingtian turned into a terrifying demonic dragon. The demonic dragon-like demonic chi stirred the space of the palace. Rumble! Rumble! Instantly, the palace was filled with demonic chi. Endless demonic dragon force stirred in the palace. The 3 martial saints were shocked to death when they saw Li Lingshan's attack, but it was too late for them to retreat. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 looked at the demonic chi in the palace and were shocked. They couldn't even withstand the demonic chi, let alone help. Li Lingshan's tyrannical demonic dragon kill was imbued with the holy demon's chi, which was a destructive move. Bang! 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 With a dull thud, the 3 martial arts saints separated and Li Lingtian landed on the ground. There were traces of blood at the corners of their mouths. However, the 7 demon venerables and the yin-yang ghost emperor were covered in destructive injuries. Their clothes were also torn, and they looked like beggars. What a terrifying tyrant demon dragon kill. I didn't expect such a heaven-grade divine ability to exist in this world. The Heaven Demon King and Martial Saint Ming Luo were extremely shocked. They were both heaven-rank mystical powers, but a 2nd firmament martial emperor had actually forced 3 martial saint powerhouses to retreat. For a moment, no one knew who would win. All right, since you want to die, it'll fulfill your wish. Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he looked at his guards. 4 of them were missing. It was obvious that they had used their bodies to block the 7 demon venerables' attack. He felt a wave of discomfort in his heart. It was the first time he felt so uncomfortable. His own guard was actually willing to use his life in exchange for his safety. Killing intent surged as the demonic chi in his body circulated rapidly. He grabbed with one hand, and the Saint Magic Dragon Blade appeared in his hand. Instantly, his entire body seemed to have fused with the Saint Magic Dragon Blade and his aura soared. The Saint Magic Dragon Blade emitted a terrifying and destructive demonic aura. This was not the most important thing. The most important thing was the Grand Light and Saint Magic aura on the Saint Magic Dragon Blade. Wait a minute. We are here to find treasures, not to risk our lives. Even if you have the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, we still have a chance to kill you. Why don't we wait until we leave the heaven-connecting Devil Tower? The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor shouted. If they were to fight, they would be able to kill this martial emperor youth with just one hand. However, this youth had a mystical skill and the divine magic dragon blade. They did not dare to waste their energy like this. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were eyeing him covetously. He did not want to suffer a loss here. We'll settle our scores when we get out. 9 Demon Venerable muttered to himself for a moment and said loudly. His face was filled with anger. The three of them were dignified martial saint powerhouses, but martial monarch realm experts were just ants in front of him. He didn't expect that he would call for a truce first. What was going on? You'd better never leave this place. Li Lingtian glared at the three martial saints before he retracted his divine magic dragon blade with one hand. He quickly withdrew his demonic chi, but his aura did not stop at all. Instead, it became even more violent. Damn it! Third Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. When Demon Venerable 9 saw Li Lingtian's aura, he finally understood and cursed. The other martial saints also exclaimed. What was going on? It turned out that Li Lingtian was just putting on a stance. His shocking aura was not produced by his cultivation, but had already reached the peak of second-level Martial Emperor Realm. He was already trying to break through to the third heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm, so he could only stabilize his realm. Crash! In the palace, the few martial saints were stunned. With a crashing sound, all the demonic chi and aura in the palace were absorbed by Li Lingtian like a tide. The palace was completely silent. There was no longer any aura in the entire palace. Third Heaven, Martial Emperor Realm. This is too easy. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he looked at 9 Demon Venerable and the others provocatively. He had just obtained the Saint Demon Dragon Blade, used the Heavenly Demon Domain, and mobilized the Saint Demon Chi. He had broken through to the first-level Martial Emperor Realm and reached the second level. However, there was a powerful demonic chi surging in his body. If he did not refine it, he would go berserk. Originally, his realm had yet to stabilize. However, when he saw that 9 Demon Venerable and the other 2 were about to kill him, he immediately executed the tyrant demonic dragon kill and the violent demonic chi in his body. He fought with no regard for his life. What he did not expect was that his unstable second Heaven Martial Monarch realm would have an opportunity to break through to the third heaven. As a Martial Emperor powerhouse, he had a wide range of knowledge. Naturally, he knew that this opportunity was not fake. It was real. With such a good opportunity, how could he give it up? Therefore, he used a shocking demonic chi and the Saint Magic Dragon Blade, putting on a desperate look. As expected, the 3 martial saints were stunned and stopped. As long as he was given the time to breathe, he could break through. He had made the right bet. 9 Demon Venerable and the other 2 did not dare to risk their lives after seeing his cultivation and strength, as well as the Heavenly Demon Region and the Saint Demon Dragon Blade. With that, Li Lingtian was relieved. He circulated his shocking demonic chi and charged straight at the third firmament Martial Emperor Realm. Success, third level Martial Emperor Realm. The 7 Demon Venerables, the 9 Demon Venerables, and the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor could not hold it in any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. A powerful martial saint who had lived for hundreds of years was actually schemed against by a person who he thought was like an ant. Anger attacked their hearts, causing their minds to tremble. An invisible battle had injured them. The other party was clearly a martial monarch realm expert and a small ant, but the 3 of them were being played everywhere. The other party needed something to break through, but they still had to show weakness. What was going on? Ha ha! Martial Saint Ming Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. He was shocked as well. He knew how powerful Li Lingtian was, but he never expected him to be this powerful. A scheming, shrewd, talented, and courageous expert. In terms of scheming, every step he took would have countless consequences. Everything was under his control. In terms of talent, no one could compare to him. He had broken through to the second firmament Martial Monarch realm in a row. A Martial Monarch realm expert could fight a Martial Saint realm expert, and even intimidate a Martial Saint realm expert. He could even deal with the attacks of 3 Martial Saint realm experts alone. In terms of courage, he dared to ignore everything and break through when facing the opponents of a few Martial Saint realm experts. Your Excellency 9 Demon Venerable, do you regret it? I can give you another chance to choose. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face. Similarly, he was surrounded by a shocking aura. With a wave of his hand, a strange and mysterious gesture appeared as he glared coldly at the 9 Demon Venerable. The nine-demon venerable had seen this gesture before. Although Li Lingtian had dispelled his attack with a casual palm strike at an extremely fast speed, he was able to see Li Lingxian's gesture clearly. Chapter 530, Heavenly Demon Region 1. Chapter 530, Heavenly Demon Region 1. Junior, you're ruthless. I want to keep my words. You'd better be careful, in case you can't leave the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Nine Demon Venerable's anger at this moment was indescribable, but he could only endure it. The other party had broken through twice in a row. There would definitely not be a third breakthrough. Moreover, the other party's attack was strange. As a martial saint, he did not dare to take the risk. You should be curious. There's no harm in telling you. This is the heavenly demon god, destroying palm of your demon race. This is the nine-een heavenly demon finger that defeated you. As for this, it's the divine magic dragon blade. Li Lingtian chuckled as the three-petaled lotus flower on his glabella flickered. He slowly waved the heavenly devil god-destroying palm and said the name of the skill. Then, he looked at the yin-yang ghost emperor and performed the nine-een heavenly devil finger. Finally, he looked at the severed arm of the seven demon venerables, and the smile on his face became even wider. The Saint Demon Dragon Blade appeared in his hand again, and he gently gestured. Detestable, too detestable. Very good, very good. Using the treasures of the demon race to deal with my demon race. 9 demon venerables, yin-yang ghost emperor, and 7 demon venerables were enraged when they heard Li Lingtian mention the technique and treasure that defeated them. This was a blatant insult. However, he did not dare to act rashly now. The 2 strongest people on his side were already injured, while the other 3 martial saints were unharmed. Moreover, there was a pervert like Li Lingtian who would not gain anything by fighting. It was all thanks to the 3 of you just now. If it weren't for the 3 of you, I wouldn't have had the chance to break through to the 3rd heaven, haha. This is your contribution. I will remember it. In order to reward you, I will not argue with you now. Ha ha. Li Lingtian burst out laughing arrogantly. He completely ignored the few martial saint experts and made them dumbfounded. They were speechless and depressed. It was simply indescribable. To meet such a person, it was really not something that could be described as unlucky. Are you a human or a demon? The best part about the yin-yang ghost monarch was whether Li Lingtian was a human or a demon. This was because Li Lingxian's reputation was so great that even an ordinary martial saint could not compare to him. Furthermore, all the techniques that Li Lingtian used were from the human race. However, he had used the authentic devil's cultivation technique in the demonic tower. He could tell that Li Lingxian's cultivation technique was purer and more powerful than the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables. He wasn't the only one curious. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables were even more curious. The 9 demon venerables knew that Li Lingtian was a heaven-defying demon of the human tribe because he had unleashed the 9 heavenly stars and the 5 elements will. However, Li Lingxian's demonic skill was too terrifying here. It was even more terrifying than anything he knew. They were indeed curious, but Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yin Hao knew that Li Lingtian was a true human. They were just shocked by Li Lingxian's talent to be able to perform the demonic technique to such an extent. Naturally, they were more aware of Li Lingxian's background than the Asmodeans. Li Lingtian had been to the Heavenly Devil Canyon and must have obtained some demonic techniques there. It was just that Li Lingtian rarely cultivated it. In this Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, using demonic techniques was also to hide his identity and adapt to the environment here. So I am speechless. Forget it. Talking to an idiot will definitely anger me to death. I'm a powerful human. Do you think that I am a demon just because I cultivate a demonic technique? As long as I'm powerful, it doesn't matter what cultivation technique it is. It is enough as long as I am human. Li Lingtian put on a speechless expression and shook his head. He looked at the yin-yang ghost monarch as if he was looking at an idiot. This gaze made the few martial saint experts speechless. The yin-yang ghost monarch was even more furious, but he did not dare to do so now. As he had suffered from Li Lingtian before, his injuries had not only not improved, but had even worsened. I see. The yin-yang ghost emperor held back his anger and revealed an expression of understanding. It was admirable that he could still make such an expression under such circumstances. How long have you been cultivating? The nine-demon venerable was still curious. Li Lingtian looked to be in his 20s, yet the human race was already so powerful. He had cultivated the human race's cultivation method to the perfection state, and now he had the demon race's cultivation method. How long had this person been cultivating the demon cultivation method? Do you still want to enter the next level? I'm a genius. Let me calculate. Yes, it should have been 2 months since I started cultivating the demonic technique. I've been cultivating the demonic technique since I entered the demon suppressing secrets. As for this skill, I've only used it a second time. Li Lingtian put on a helpless expression as he extended his right hand and began to calculate the number of days he would have to cultivate the cultivation technique. The few martial saints were stunned by this. After hearing Li Lingtian's words, they were shocked. They had become so powerful in just 2 months. It seemed that this MO skill was also cultivated at the last minute. This comparison was infuriating. You said that when I chased you to the demon-suppressing secrets, you cultivated a demonic technique. No wonder I didn't notice you. It turns out that you cultivate a demonic technique. Nine-demon venerable's face was filled with rage. He thought about how he had killed countless warriors in the demon suppression secrets, but did not discover Li Lingtian. It turned out that he had been looking for Li Lingtian all along. Li Lingtian had cultivated a demonic technique and changed his aura, causing nine-demon venerable to be negligent. Li Lingtian did not say a word as he went straight to the array altar and scanned it with his divine consciousness. He completely ignored nine-demon venerable and allowed the few martial saints to be shocked. The few slime martial saints immediately realized that Li Lingtian had escaped and entered the demon suppression secrets. He then cast a demonic technique to alter his aura and evade the nine-demon venerable's divine consciousness. Open. Li Lingtian used the divine dragon ring to store the other guards. Although these guards had lost their true essence, they were no longer needed. He could only let them cultivate in the divine dragon ring. He now understood the loyalty of these guards. As his guards, they naturally had to risk their lives. He didn't want to say anything because life and death were their lives. Those who had already died, but those who had not died were still his guards. After doing everything, he used his consciousness and released a trace of Saint Demon Chi. This trace of Saint Demon Chi was indeed extracted from the Saint Demon Dragon Blade. He did not dare to use the Holy Demon Chi in the Holy Demon Ring easily. It would not be good if something went wrong. Now that he had reached the third heaven of the martial emperor realm, his demonic Chi was even more powerful. It was easy for him to cast his demonic skill. With a wave of his hand, the array formation on the array altar was activated. His body flashed, and he disappeared from the array altar. However, after he disappeared, the array altar returned to normal. The array on the array altar was exactly the same as before. Since Li Lingtian had ignored the array and entered it, it meant that the array had not been broken. It was impossible for others to enter like him because they did not have holy demon aura. Heaven Ascension Devil Towers, 97th level. After Li Lingtian entered level 97, he scanned his surroundings. This place was similar to the previous level. However, there was no passage inside. There was only a palace with a radius of 1,000 meters. It was an empty palace. The palace was 1,000 meters tall, and it was pitch black. There was only a ball of golden light in the center. The golden light seemed to be restricted by something and could only shine in a certain range. CCCC walking down from the array altar, the entire palace was under pressure. Even if Li Lingtian was at the third heaven martial emperor realm, coupled with his heaven-defying physique and defense, he would not be able to withstand the pressure. Heavenly Devil Region. With a light shout, the Heavenly Demon Region was unleashed. The appearance of the Heavenly Demon Region immediately blocked the powerful pressure. It was no longer as uncomfortable as it was at the beginning. After leaving the array altar, the heavenly demon regent appeared and began to size up the surroundings. He was also extremely curious. Could it be that 97 was only this small? However, he immediately recalled that the first level was boundless, but the higher he went, the smaller it became. This looked like the real heavenly demon tower. The pure demonic chi and the terrifying pressure made Li Lingtian walk inside step by step as he surveyed his surroundings. After a full 10 minutes, there was nothing in the entire palace except for demonic chi and pressure. He did not even see the entrance to the next floor. Li Lingtian then shifted his gaze to the center of the palace's sky. The ball of golden light was particularly eye-catching in the pitch-black demonic chi. The demonic aura was pitch black, and the space was gray, giving off an endless sense of oppression. However, the golden light was so dazzling, like a star shining in the dark night sky. Swoosh! At that moment, a soft sound was heard in the palace, but Li Lingtian was not shocked. He looked at the array altar and saw that the 7 demon venerables had already entered, followed by the 9 demon venerables, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, and the others. They were stunned when they saw Li Lingtian in the palace. The yin-yang ghost monarch was the first to step down from the array altar. However, he did not expect a shocking pressure to strike him and injure him directly. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He was not a devil, and he was severely injured. He did not expect such a terrifying pressure to be present, even though Li Lingtian was so relaxed inside. Caught off guard, he was struck by the shocking demonic chi pressure. It was as if he had been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables were also shocked when they saw the yin-yang ghost emperor situation. They quickly exerted their pressure and walked down carefully. The shocking pressure suppressed the 2 demon venerables. His face revealed a terrified expression. He was a martial saint, yet he was actually having such a hard time under this pressure. However, Li Lingtian, a martial supreme, was able to walk around freely in the face of the pressure. Naturally, he did not know that Li Lingtian's heavenly demon domain was the most powerful existence in resisting the pressure. It was stronger than the dragon energy, heaven and earth reincarnation technique, and the devouring light. The heavenly demon region specialized in increasing the pressure of experts. It was also incomparably powerful in resisting pressure. The dragon energy also resisted the pressure. However, Li Lingtian had not cultivated the true dragon body barrier to its peak. The heaven and earth reincarnation technique naturally resisted the pressure because he could integrate any attribute martial soul. The 5 elements Tao, intent, was also integrated with the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. Chapter 531, 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Chapter 531, 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. The devouring light could not only devour the martial soul of an expert, but also the soul consciousness of an expert. This was the most powerful skill in cultivating the divine sense, complementing the eyes of the divine soul. Similarly, the devouring light could resist the pressure and even devour the other party's pressure. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that he possessed the devouring body. After the Sky Dragon Empire was injured, he obtained the Yin blood, the mystical spirit blood, and the heavenly phoenix blood to cultivate his devouring body. The few martial saints left the array altar and endured the pressure. Sir Lingtian, did you discover anything? Marshal Saint Ming Luo came to Li Lingtian's side and asked. The place was spacious, and there was nothing suspicious about it. The only thing that puzzled Li Lingtian was the golden light in the sky. There was nothing in the palace, but the golden light was more eye-catching. We haven't found anything yet, but now that everyone is here, we can look around carefully. Li Lingtian looked at 9 demon venerable and the rest with a smile on his face. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables had really been played by him a few times here. However, he knew in his heart that he also possessed powerful weapons and skills, as well as methods that were impossible to guard against. No matter when, knowing oneself and knowing the enemy would win 100 battles. However, no one knew that this was also where other experts suffered. Actually, even without him saying anything, a few Martial Saint powerhouses had already started to search around, but they did not obtain any news. The 6 martial arts saints came to a spot not far from Li Lingtian and stared at the golden light in the sky. The golden light shone like the stars in the night sky. You guys can do whatever you want. We'll take a rest first. Li Lingtian watched for a while before he left the center and came to a corner. He sat down cross-legged and began cultivating. The powerful and heaven-defying pressure in the palace had left the few Martial Saint powerhouses speechless when Li Lingtian started cultivating in this place. However, when he saw the heavenly demon domain around Li Lingtian, he felt no pressure at all, as the heavenly demon domain was resisting the powerful pressure. Moreover, the demonic chi in this place was dense and pure. It was definitely not found anywhere else. This was undoubtedly the best environment for Li Lingtian to cultivate his demonic skill. Saint Demon Quintessence. After Li Lingtian sat down cross-legged, he let out a low gasp and unleashed all the demonic chi in his body. Then, he circulated the Saint Demon Quintessence and began to cultivate. The few martial saints were right. This place was rich in demonic chi. They would not be able to find such a good thing anywhere else. Naturally, he would not let it go so easily. Even if he could not find any treasures in this place, it would be a good thing to cultivate. Besides, other than Li Lingtian, only the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables could cultivate in this place. However, the density of the demonic chi in this place was so high that even the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables did not dare to cultivate it easily. After all, they were not as powerful as Li Lingtian's Saint Demon Quintessence. Li Lingtian already had a plan in mind. Although this place did not seem suspicious at all, the attraction was getting stronger and stronger. Moreover, that feeling seemed to be beside him. He couldn't see it. In other words, the pull of that summoning should be on the next level. They could see that the golden light in the center should be the key to entering the next level, but they did not know how to deal with it. Instead of idling there, it was better to cultivate first and at least raise his cultivation and demonic chi to the best state. As time passed, the 6 martial saints became anxious. Li Lingtian was the only one who was cultivating slowly. As time passed, the palace began to change. See. With a sizzling sound, the pure, demonic chi in the palace was quickly absorbed by Li Lingtian. The demon chi in the palace that was 1,000 meters in radius seemed to have been sucked away by Li Lingtian. This was not cultivation at all, but the draining of demon chi. All the martial saints were shocked when they realized this. At the same time, they discovered a problem. The demonic chi was getting lesser and lesser, but the pressure was getting stronger and stronger. The faces of the 6 martial saints turned pale as they struggled to withstand the pressure. The space was also crushed by the pressure. The 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables were furious. Li Lingtian, are you done yet? 9 demon venerable shouted when he saw that Li Lingtian was still cultivating. If it was any other time, he would not have cared about this at all. However, Li Lingtian's cultivation had allowed him to continuously extract the demonic chi, and the pressure was getting stronger. If this continued, they would all be killed by this pressure. Get lost. Li Lingtian opened his eyes and activated the Saint Demon Quintessence to its maximum. The devouring light was activated as well. In an instant, the demonic chi in the entire palace was sucked away by Li Lingtian like a tidal wave. Boom! In the palace, there was a dull thud as Li Lingtian extracted all the demonic chi. He crushed the 6 martial saint powerhouses with a devastating force. Among the 6 martial saints, the heavenly monster king had the strongest physique, followed by the 7 demon venerables. However, the 7 demon venerables were injured, and their physiques were not even as strong as martial Saint Yunhao. Instantly, the sound of blood spurting out rang out. The faces of the 6 martial saints turned pale. Li Lingtian stood up and stopped his cultivation. The demonic chi in his body was extremely pure. More importantly, his cultivation had reached the third heaven martial emperor realm peak perfection. This demonic chi had really reduced the amount of time he needed to cultivate. If he cultivated normally, even if he used the recover pill, he would need at least half a year to reach the peak of the third heaven from the third heaven. But now, in less than half an hour, he had already reached the peak of perfection. Moreover, his demonic cultivation had also become much stronger. A confident smile appeared on his face. Demonic cultivation was powerful in itself. Whether it was pressure or physique, it was not something that humans could compare to. Li Lingtian had cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. Coupled with the true dragon's body barrier and the earth-type Tao will of the five elements Tao will, his defense was heaven-defying. Even the demons and internals could not compare to his physique and defense. He had gathered the shocking physique of the human race, demon race, and dragon race. Naturally, no race could compare to him. Feeling the shocking pressure, Li Lingxian's heavenly demon domain kept resisting the pressure. Another thing that shocked him was that the pressure here did not pose much of a threat to him. What's wrong? Are you not convinced? Li Lingtian walked up step by step as he stared coldly at the nine-demon venerable. In this place, he was not suppressed by the pressure and had a heaven-defying advantage. On the other hand, the nine-demon venerables, the seven-demon venerables, and the others were all suppressed by the pressure. They could only use 60 to 70% of their cultivation. If you were to make a move now, Li Lingtian would be like a fish in water, while the nine-demon venerable and the rest would be like fish in the desert. A shocking pressure was unleashed from his entire body. Coupled with the pressure of the palace, his entire person seemed to have fused with the palace. The transposition art was also circulating, transferring the powerful pressure onto the bodies of the nine demon venerables and the seven demon venerables. Li Lingtian, do you want to make a move now? Nine demon venerable was shocked. He naturally understood his situation. One of them was like a fish in water, while the other was like a dragon floating on the beach. If Li Lingtian really made a move, even his martial saint powerhouse would not have much confidence. You better behave yourself. If you anger me, they'll let you have a taste of being tortured to death. Li Lingxian's eyes were cold. He knew that even if he had the right timing, the right place, and the right people, he was no match for the nine demon venerable. The current situation seemed to be advantageous to him, but there was really no advantage for him. This was because he had to think of a way to open this place and enter the lower level. Otherwise, he would not be able to find where the summoning was. Heavenly Devil Region. Sick. After saying that, his body had already strangely arrived under the golden ball of light. Amidst the terrifying pressure, none of the six martial arts saints saw how Li Lingtian managed to teleport over. It was as if he was teleporting. However, such a terrifying pressure did not allow him to teleport at all, yet Li Lingtian managed to get past it so easily. This time, everyone was shocked by Li Lingxian's strength. Although he was only a martial monarch realm expert, no one saw him as a martial monarch realm expert. Instead, he treated him as a super abnormal martial saint. The Heavenly Devil region unleashed its full power. It unleashed a strand of Saint Devil Chi with one hand and pointed it at the golden light 1,000 meters above. You dare what? The few martial saint powerhouses were shocked to death by Li Lingxian's actions. He didn't even see what this golden light was. If he acted rashly, he didn't know what kind of destruction would happen. Although there were powerful and heaven-defying martial saints outside, in this place, martial saints were like ants. However, it was too late to stop Li Lingtian. Crash! In the air, the holy demon Chi and the golden light collided. Immediately, a sound like flowing water sounded. The golden light expanded, and it was as dazzling as the golden sun. It emitted a shocking golden light that enveloped the entire hall. The dazzling golden light shone in everyone's eyes. But the golden light was not threatening at all. It was as warm as the morning sun. However, at this moment, a muffled sound rang out like a bell. They all looked toward the center of the light and saw a golden item. It attracted Li Lingxian's attention. Li Lingshin's heart trembled when he saw the golden item. In the sky, there was a mirror floating. It was a golden mirror, and all the light was emitted from the mirror. Li Lingshin's heart trembled for some reason. He felt a sense of familiarity with the mirror, but he could not pinpoint when he had seen it before. 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Li Ling Tian and the 7 demon venerables exclaimed in unison. Then, the two of them looked at each other. It was unknown whether they were shocked or excited. Li Ling Tian could not help but shout as if he was familiar with the mirror. However, he still didn't know that this mirror was the 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Chapter 532. Fighting for the Treasure. Chapter 532. Fighting for the treasure. The golden mirror kept spinning, and every time it spun, it carried a shocking pressure. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 air-piercing sounds were heard as Li Ling Tian and the 7 demon venerables flashed at the same time and flew toward the 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. Needless to say, both of them wanted to fight for this treasure. One had to know that this treasure was one of the 9 great divine artifacts of the fiend race. Boom! Boom! The two of them attacked each other. An explosion sounded in the palace, and the two of them were forced back. There was a trace of blood at the corner of Li Lingshin's mouth, and his face was deathly pale. Even if a martial saint powerhouse was injured, he was not someone he could compare to. When they really fought, the difference was like the difference between clouds and earth. Ming Luo, Yun Hao, restrained them. Li Lingshin's figure retreated rapidly. He only stopped when he was 100 meters away. His eyes were fixed on the mirror in the golden light with a calm expression on his face. He felt a familiar feeling in his heart, as if he had seen the treasure he was most familiar with. No matter how powerful or trashy such a treasure was, he would never let the 9 demon venerables and the 7 demon venerables obtain it. At this moment, he couldn't care about anything else and shouted at Martial Saint Ming Luo and Martial Saint Yun Hao. "All right, be careful, Sir Ling Tian." Martial Saint Ming Luo did not hesitate at all. Even if Li Ling Tian had used his demonic technique, he was still a human. It would be better for the treasure to land in Li Lingshin's hands than in the hands of the demons. With a flash of his body, he withstood the shocking pressure and launched a terrifying attack at the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Yun Hao also attacked 9 demon venerable. In an instant, the 4 martial saints were fighting. Swoosh! Li Ling Tian did not say anything. In a flash, he flew toward the 9 Paths Reincarnation Mirror. On 9 demon venerable's side, there was still the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. On his side, there was a Heaven Demon King. He didn't dare believe that the Heaven Demon King would help him after seeing how sinister the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch was. He didn't want to provoke the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch now. If the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch came up, he would just attack directly. He could not be bothered to waste time. The Heavenly Monster King was stunned when he saw Li Lingshin's expression. He did not know what to do next. While he was hesitating, the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch made his move. The two figures separated and attacked Li Ling Tian separately. Sea of Heavenly Yin. A banner appeared in the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch's hand. He waved the banner at Li Ling Tian, and a wave of Yin Qi exploded. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived before Li Ling Tian. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch unleashed his strongest attack in this move. He knew that Li Ling Tian was not an easy opponent. Although he had never fought him before, he was still traumatized by Li Lingshin's 9 Yin Heavenly Demonic Finger. Heavenly Demon God Destroying Palm. When Li Ling Tian saw the Yin Qi in front of him, his face was filled with horror. Once an expert made a move, he would know if there was one. This Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was definitely more terrifying than the 7 demon venerables. Moreover, the other party had used such a domineering attack right from the start. He was completely trying to kill him. The demonic qi in his entire body circulated, and he flipped his hand over and slapped out a palm print. Rumble! The space trembled, and the entire palace seemed to be about to collapse. "Huh!" Li Ling Tian exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect that the overbearing heavenly demon god Destroying Palm would be defeated by the opponent's Yin Qi. While he was shocked, he circulated the demonic chi in his body to the limit. He extended his hand and unleashed a strand of Saint Demon Chi. Chi, the Saint Devil Chi, was the most mysterious and powerful existence of the devil race. Even the great demonic god might not know about this Saint Devil Chi. This was because everyone in the demon race understood that true demon chi was the most powerful, and it was also true demon chi that could only be cultivated by members of the demon royal family. The two terrifying auras collided with each other, producing a faint sound. Boom! Then, with an explosion, the terrifying Saint Demon Chi mercilessly pressed down on the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was pushed down and finally fell to the ground. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. In terms of cultivation base, Li Lingtian could not catch up to the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. The Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch could crush Li Lingtian to death with a single finger. However, in terms of aura and attributes, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was no match for Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence, which was something that even the Demon Emperor could not compare to. As for Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, no matter how powerful he was just an ant in the Dark Clan. He had seen the powerful experts of the Dark Clan, but now it seemed that Ming Xiu was nothing. Tyrant demonic dragon kill. At this moment, Li Lingtian would give him a chance to retaliate. He had gained the upper hand. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Otherwise, when the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor made a comeback, the third Heaven Martial Emperor would be killed. Instantly, the demonic chi in his body exploded. He waved his hands, and the palace trembled. Endless demonic dragon chi raged and bombarded the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor on the ground. Yin-Yang fusion. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was extremely shocked when he saw the destructive demonic chi attack. His eyes revealed a look of fear. Without caring about the injuries on their bodies, the two figures merged together and instantly formed the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The earth-shattering Yin Chi neutralized the demonic QJ in the air. The aura of the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's entire body soared, and it had already reached the peak of the first sky of the martial saint realm. Bang! The space trembled as the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's cultivation base soared, almost bursting the space. He was at the second sky of the martial saint realm, and his cultivation had instantly risen to the second sky of the martial saint realm. As his cultivation base increased, a streak of Yin Chi welcomed Li Lingtian's attack. Every tier of the martial saint realm was equivalent to a major realm. The difference between the first heaven of the martial saint realm and the second heaven was like the difference between the ninth heaven of the martial emperor realm and the first heaven of the martial saint realm. Rumble. Li Lingtian's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor to possess such a heaven-defying technique. The combined power of Yin and Yang had elevated his cultivation to the second heaven in an instant. Although it was only temporary, what kind of expert could resist such a sudden change? No wonder Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others were so afraid when they saw the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The dominating demonic dragon kills attack was immediately dispersed by the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's attack. The destructive Yin Shi then pressed down on Li Lingtian. The Yin Shi seemed weak and powerless, but when it struck Li Lingtian's protective shield, Li Lingtian felt as if his chest had been struck by a 10,000-pound hammer. His body was also thrown out, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Li Lingtian's face was ghastly pale as his body fell to the ground. These guys were all hiding their strength. At this moment, they completely ignored the pressure in the palace. He'll kill you first. Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor looked at the Nine Paths reincarnation mirror floating in the air and revealed a greedy expression. The other four martial saints were locked in battle. Although they had seen the situation here, they could not separate. As long as anyone relaxed, they would suffer the other party's destructive attack. In the palace, only Heaven Demon Monarch was idle. All right, I want to see how powerful the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor is. Li Lingtian's eyes were cold as his body flashed, and he was suspended in the air. The demonic chi in his body disappeared in exchange for a shocking amount of true essence power. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation art and raised his hands. Suddenly, the space trembled strangely. A glacier and flames instantly appeared in his hands. The glacier was now the icy flame, and the raging flame was the nine suns' sacred flame. The space was filled with extreme coldness and extreme devouring power. The two extreme attributes intertwined in the air. Ice and fire martial spirits. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor cried out in shock. He had never heard of Li Ling Tian, but he was shocked when he saw the ice and fire martial souls. The experts of the Dark Clan all cultivated Yin Qi. However, only 1 in a trillion could possess the Yin and Yang attribute. His Yin-Yang Qi was almost the same as the ice and fire martial spirits. They were both the combination of two extreme attributes. He knew that the ice and fire martial spirits were even more powerful than the Yin-Yang Qi. Ice-fire, 9 heavens, 3rd heaven, extermination. Li Ling Tian did not say a word. In an instant, he unleashed the ice-fire 9 heavens. Moreover, it was his most powerful move. When he helped Marshal Saint Ming Luo the last time, he had obtained the Yin-Yang Qi, which made his ice-fire 9 heavens even more powerful. Now, it was completely instantaneous. In the palace, the aura of death and the aura of destruction appeared. As Li Ling Tian put his hands together, the two auras changed into the aura of extermination. A world-destroying aura appeared in the entire palace, making people feel uncomfortable. The moment Li Ling Tian put his hands together, a 4-colored beam of light shot toward the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch. In an instant, the beam of light arrived before the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch despite the speed of space. Yin-Yang Light. The Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor knew how powerful the 9 heavens of ice and fire were, so he didn't dare to be careless. Immediately, he unleashed the most overbearing Yin-Yang Qi, the Yin-Yang Light. To reach their cultivation, not only did they need to rely on cultivation, but they also needed to test their experience and various heaven-defying methods. The light of Yin and Yang, the light pillar of ice/fire/9 heavens. 2 destructive auras appeared. The 4 martial saint powerhouses who were engaged in a fierce battle in the palace stopped in a strange manner as well. They stared at Li Ling Tian and the Yin-Yang Ghost Monarch in horror. Kacha! Boom! With a shocking explosion, the space in the palace seemed to be torn apart, and it instantly stopped. At the moment of the explosion, a destructive halo appeared and then scattered in all directions. Inside the palace, the halo swept across the entire place. Li Lingshan's body was blasted away and his protective shield was shattered. Uff! Immediately, the 6 martial saints and even the heavenly demon king who was watching the battle did not expect the halo to be so powerful. They spat out blood after being hit by the halo. Hush! Everyone exhaled a breath of cold air. Li Ling Tian stood on the ground. Although he was hit by the halo was produced by the ice-fire 9 heavens and posed little threat to him. However, the power of the Yin-Yang Light was still there. It destroyed his protective shield. Fortunately, he had the limitless feather coat and the true dragon's protection, so he was not injured. For a moment, the palace fell silent. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 533. Killing the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. Chapter 533. Killing the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor, Sword Howl, Heaven and Earth. Li Ling Tian was shocked. The ice-fire 9th heaven was also defeated. One could only imagine the gap between a martial supreme and a martial saint. Not only was he shocked, the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was even more shocked. He was merely at the martial emperor realm. After he reached the second sky of the martial saint realm, he could not defeat him even with the light of Yin and Yang. He knew that he had to suffer. The Yin-Yang light was one of his trump cards. Now that his trump card was no longer effective, he was deeply afraid of Li Lingtian. Although Li Lingtian was injured, he did not lose the upper hand. His body flashed, and he floated in the air, staring coldly at the yin-yang ghost monarch. Between his eyebrows, a stream of light flashed. When the stream of light appeared in his hand, it had already transformed into a long sword. Whoosh! Immediately, a destructive pressure exploded in the air. The power of the super supreme saint weapon was undoubtedly revealed. The Tianyu sword had been with Li Lingtian for a long time. Coupled with the power of the heaven-destroying sword formation and the strength of Li Lingtian's heavenly sword body, the Tianyu sword's power was fully unleashed. Sword intent, sword force. Li Lingtian's entire body was emitting a destructive and fierce sword will. The sword will was eroding the mind of a martial saint powerhouse. The few martial saints could see the sword will on Li Lingtian's body. However, they were shocked when they saw the sword ray that Li Lingtian casually unleashed. He did not expect Li Lingtian to cultivate sword force. The strength of sword force had already surpassed the scope of a martial saint powerhouse. Invincible defense. 11 Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor was also shocked. The sword light was locked onto him, so he could clearly feel the terror and destruction of the sword aura. At this time, it was already impossible for him to attack instead of defending. The experts of the Dark Clan weren't known for their attacks. They were known for their strange movements, as well as their mysterious Yin-Chi. However, they were no longer at an advantage against Li Lingtian's destructive sword radiance. They could only use their strongest defense to resist it. Myriad swords returned to the origin. With a swing of his sword, the sword light carried a sword aura, and its trajectory was uncertain. Like a breeze, he arrived in front of the yin-yang ghost monarch in an instant. He didn't believe that he could kill the yin-yang ghost emperor at the second sky of the martial saint realm with just one sword howl. The Tianyu sword disappeared and was replaced by the heavenly fault sword. The Tianyu sword was almost the same as the heavenly fault sword. However, the aura above was different. A few martial saint powerhouses also discovered this matter. Shocked, still shocked. The one in front was a supreme saint weapon, and the long sword he took out at the back was a supreme saint weapon. They did not even know the difference between the two swords, so why would Li Lingtian need to switch swords? They finally understood what happened next. Li Lingtian waved his hand, and a ball of light exploded. Instantly, the area within 200 meters around him was filled with sharp swords. Moreover, every sharp sword was a profound armament, emperor armament or heaven armament. There were even a few saint armaments inside. Tens of thousands of sharp swords seemed to be scattered, but each sword was connected to each other like a formation. Traces of sword chi, sword light, and sword silk. It continuously formed a sword net, and 10,000 swords rotated. Clang! At this moment, a crisp sound rang out. The Destruction Gang's sword light had already bombarded the powerful light shield cast by the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor. The entire process happened in an instant, but the Yin-Yang Ghost Emperor's expression changed drastically. This was because before he could deal with the sword howl, the other party had already used the even more domineering and powerful myriad swords to the origin. He spat out a mouthful of blood. The invincible light shield was broken, and a small hole appeared. The sword ray sliced through the light shield. The sword ray was like a crescent-shaped windproof arc. It did not make any sound. The left rib of the yin-yang ghost monarch was penetrated by the sword ray. The yin-yang ghost monarch had forcefully twisted his body at the last moment to avoid the sword light. Otherwise, the sword light would have been between his eyebrows. Boom! Boom! In the palace, 10,000 swords were spinning while Li Lingtian was suspended in the air. He stood proudly among the 10,000 swords like a dominator. The air was filled with destructive sword intent and sword light, causing the 5 martial saints to hide in a corner with a look of shock on their faces. Myriad returning swords was not as powerful as it used to be. However, after Li Lingtian obtained the metal will of the way, his cultivation base improved and his overall strength improved. myriad returning swords, was now many times stronger than before. Yin-Yang shield attack. 8 extremes pathless. Yin-Yang combination. Light of reincarnation. The Yin-Yang ghost monarch was injured by the sword howl, but he didn't care at all. In his eyes, the innumerable returning swords was even more terrifying. This innumerable returning swords was tens of thousands of times stronger than the sword howl. Even if he was a second sky martial saint, he still had a heaven-defying advantage in front of other martial emperors and even other martial saints. However, in front of this martial emperor powerhouse, his advantage was completely gone. The Yin-Yang ghost emperor felt like dying when he felt the destruction and death of the 10,000 swords. What the F***CK was going on? The trash martial supreme that he had always ignored had actually become his greatest threat. Wasn't he asking for a beating by provoking this martial emperor powerhouse? In the past, martial monarch realm experts had always avoided him. Even first and second sky martial saint realm experts did not dare to offend him. Now, he was beaten up by a trash martial supreme. It was too late for regrets. In a great battle between experts, changes happened in an instant. The outcome was decided in an instant. Without any hesitation, a reluctant expression appeared on his face. At the same time, a resolute look appeared in his eyes. He slapped his storage pouch and a dusky jade token appeared. Immediately, the jade token emitted a dense and strange aura. The few martial saint powerhouses, including Li Ling Tian, could sense that the jade token's aura was Yin-Yang Qi. Yin-Yang ghost monarch waved his hands and cast spells. The jade token turned into a shield, and countless martial emperor souls appeared in the palace. The souls circled around Yin-Yang ghost monarch. Swoosh, swoosh. Boom, boom. Rumble. Although it seemed like a long time, the entire process took less than 3 seconds. The myriad returning swords in front of Li Ling Tian disregarded the distance between them and bombarded the Yin-Yang ghost monarch. 10,000 swords flew together. Even if it was an ordinary mystic weapon or imperial weapon, at this moment, its power would also increase by 1,000 times. The sword silks cut the air into pieces and instantly bombarded the countless souls. Instantly, countless souls were reduced to nothingness. Sword silks and sword lights were everywhere. The entire palace was filled with souls and swords. The destructive aura suppressed the palace. The few martial saints looked at each other with fear. Boom! With a final explosion, the myriad returning sword vanished and returned to Li Ling Tian. Li Lingxian's eyes revealed a strange smile. With a wave of his hand, the myriad swords returned to his hand and transformed into a ball of light that entered his body. The heavenly fault sword returned to its glabella. Space-time traceless. Li Ling Tian said lightly, as if he was talking to himself, as he looked at the 9 paths reincarnation mirror. The few martial saint powerhouses did not know what Li Ling Tian was saying. She did not know who Li Ling Tian was talking to. The Yin-Yang shield disappeared and was shattered by the myriad returning swords. The jade token also returned to its original form. The jade token was also a supreme saint weapon. However, in the face of Li Lingxian's super supreme saint weapon, coupled with the power of the 10,000 swords and the power of the sword intent and sword force, the Yin-Yang shield was rendered useless. The Yin-Yang shield was useless, and the Yin-Yang ghost emperor was bombarded by the sword light and sword silk. His entire body became like a sieve, and sword chi emitted from his body. However, the Yin-Yang ghost monarch's life force was so strong that he was not killed. This was the power of a martial saint. Even if his body was destroyed, he could still protect his dantian and consciousness, making his soul immortal. The Yin-Yang ghost emperor had a sinister smile on his face because the myriad returning swords had not been able to kill him. However, his smile did not last long. The smile on his face turned into fear and despair. In his vision, a touch of red appeared in front of him. His consciousness quickly dissipated. At the last moment, he finally understood what was going on. He had been killed. He did not die in the myriad returning swords, but in a mysterious attack. The wound was between his eyebrows. Bang! The yin-yang ghost monarch's life force was extinguished. He could no longer hold on. The destructive sword light directly destroyed his body and exploded. His entire body turned into nothingness and disappeared from the palace. Hush, the expressions of the remaining 5 martial saints kept changing. Everything that had happened just now seemed to have happened for a century. The entire process took less than 10 seconds. Within 10 seconds, Li Lingtian had unleashed Sword Howl of the Heavens and Earth and myriad returning swords. No one knew what the final attack was. However, in just 10 seconds, a martial monarch realm expert could only use 3 heaven-grade divine powers that could destroy the world, while a martial saint realm expert could only use 2 invincible defenses. The yin-yang ghost emperor, a martial saint, had fallen. It was too easy for him to be killed by a martial emperor. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood at the same time. However, he felt much more relaxed after spitting out the blood this time, because after the blood clots came out, his injuries were also reduced. It seemed extremely easy just now, but it was extremely dangerous. If he was not careful, he would not be killed. He was shocked by the power of the yin-yang ghost emperor and the terror of a martial saint. It was no different from an undying body. If he had not used the space-time traceless at the end, he would not have been able to kill the yin-yang ghost emperor. Swoosh! In a flash, Li Lingtian flew toward the 9 Paths reincarnation mirror. He used his divine consciousness to lock onto the few martial saints to see who would fight for the 9 Paths reincarnation mirror. Humph! The expression on 9 Demon Venerable's face changed several times. He finally understood that he had been slapped in the face by Li Lingtian twice. It turned out that this fellow was so terrifying. Although the yin-yang ghost monarch had temporarily reached the 2nd firmament of the saint realm, his strength was astounding, and he was eventually killed by Li Lingtian. Li Lingshan's final attack was considered a scheme, but it was also a feat to be able to kill a martial saint. Now, that Li Lingtian wanted to take away the 9 Paths reincarnation mirror, he naturally did not agree. In a flash, he flew toward Li Lingtian. A similar terrifying attack was launched at Li Lingtian. Chapter 534, Spiritual Awareness Attack 1. Chapter 534, Spiritual Awareness Attack 1. You're courting death. Li Lingtian snorted coldly. He did not need to call out names as he grabbed at the 9 Heavens reincarnation mirror. As long as anyone came to stop or fight for it, they would be directly destroyed. When he saw 9 Demon Venerable, his expression was cold and his eyes were like torches. He circulated his true essence to the limit. Suddenly, a thick aura appeared. Earth Tao intent, heaven flipping seal. The will of the great path of earth was displayed. With a strange flip of his hand, the destructive pressure of the earth element appeared. The palm print pressed down on the 9 Demon Venerable's attack with the trajectory of heaven and earth. The palm print was like the might of heaven descending. Hush, the few martial saints were stunned. They were all shocked by the yin-yang ghost emperor and thought that he was unlucky. However, after witnessing how Li Lingshan's casual attack was so powerful, they no longer believed that Li Lingtian was lucky. Moreover, Li Lingtian had never used a repeated move before and after. Every move was a heaven-shaking, destructive, divine ability. Boom! The destructive palm print was 10 meters in size, and it fiercely pressed down on 9 Demon Venerable's attack. The powerful attack was instantly shattered by the palm print. This attack seemed to have struck 9 Demon Venerable's mind. His face was ashen as he watched the destructive palm strike down. The palm print in his eyes descended like the might of the heavens, destroying his will. The ground of the palace trembled, and the palm print directly slapped 9 Demon Venerable to the ground. He spat out a mouthful of blood and was beaten to the point of being half dead. I have the divine soul. Ice flame. Li Lingshan's face was filled with killing intent as 3 exquisite lotus petals appeared on his glabella. The blood-red lotus was flickering. At this moment, The nine-demon venerable on the ground exploded. However, at the same time, he screamed, "Divine Sense Attack!" The few martial saint powerhouses were shocked. A martial emperor actually dared to use his divine consciousness to attack a martial saint powerhouse. Wasn't this courting death? No matter how powerful a martial artist was, their divine sense would never be strong. Their divine sense was proportional to their realm. Even a martial saint powerhouse would not dare to use his divine consciousness to attack a martial supreme unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, divine consciousness was too risky. Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme. Attacking a martial saint with his divine consciousness was akin to hitting a rock with an egg. However, the nine-demon venerable was attacked by Li Lingtian's divine consciousness. The divine consciousness attack was so painful that even a powerhouse would find it difficult to withstand it. When they were caught off guard, they could only temporarily lose control, and their divine sense would go blank. Although the time was very short, it was only an instant. However, this bit of time was enough for experts to do many things. Nine-demon venerable felt a huge pain in his sea of consciousness, and his brain was stunned. At this moment, the icy flame had already arrived on his body. It was too late for him to react. Normally, he would be able to react in time to block Li Lingtian's attack, no matter how fast he was. However, he was in a state of complete blankness earlier and did not have the will to block the attack. By the time he reacted, the icy blaze had already enveloped him. Ah! With a scream, nine-demon venerable's body kept rolling. He no longer looked like a martial saint. This, Li Lingtian reached out and grabbed the Nine Paths reincarnation mirror. The entire process happened in an instant. Even if the seven demon venerables wanted to stop it, it would be too late. Li Lingtian did not stop at all throughout the process. He executed the Heaven Up Seal, the Divine Consciousness Attack, and the Ice Flame in one go. By the time the few martial saint powerhouses reacted, the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror was already in Li Lingtian's hands. He gently landed on the ground and looked at the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror in his hand. His heart was beating rapidly, as if a treasure that he had lost for a long time had returned. The familiar feeling comforted Li Lingtian. Furthermore, the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror did not resist at all. I seal, Nine Suns' sacred flame. Li Lingtian had obtained the Nine Paths Reincarnation Mirror. A strange smile flashed across the seven demon venerables' eyes as they flew toward Li Lingtian in a flash. However, Li Lingtian was constantly locked onto the seven demon venerables. As soon as the seven demon venerables moved, Li Lingtian waved his hand and Frost Descent appeared in his hand. Instantly, the Ice Soul Martial Spirit was unleashed to its maximum. In front of the falling frost, the palace became a world of glaciers. The seven demon venerables and a few martial saints were also trapped in the glacier. Li Lingtian did not attack the seven demon venerables. Instead, he unleashed the will of fire. The Nine Yang sacred flame pierced through the glacier and struck the nine demon venerables. The nine demon venerable, who had been corroded by the ice flame, was also being refined. The arrival of the Nine Suns' sacred flame had already caught his attention. The terror of the icy frost flame had already completely restrained him. It was impossible to resist the Nine Suns' sacred flame. Ice Vitality Divine Fist burst. After Li Lingtian unleashed his two skills, he spun around and punched the glacier. Instantly, the huge fist shadow struck the glacier. A deep blue halo appeared on the glacier and scattered. Boom! Kacha! Crash! The glacier let out a crisp sound. Endless cracks appeared on the glacier, and then the glacier shattered into pieces. Puff! His entire movement was extremely fast. After a few moves were executed, the four martial saint powerhouses only reacted. The seven demon venerables and martial Saint Yin Hao spat out a mouthful of blood. Only martial Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Monster King were slightly better. Cold air floated in the palace. On the ground, Nine Demon Venerable had lost all signs of life. The ice-cold flame and Nine Yang's sacred flame had completely burned 9 demon venerables' demonic chi and blood essence. Even his Dantian was destroyed. Traces of demonic chi were refined by the 9 Suns' sacred flame. Quiet, very quiet, there was no aura in the palace at all. 9 demon venerables and Yin Yang Ghost Emperor had fallen. Only the 7 demon venerables, Martial Saint Yunhao, Heavenly Demon King, and Martial Saint Ming Luo were left. All of this was Li Lingxin's doing. The 4 surviving martial saint powerhouses were staring at Li Lingtian with fear written all over their faces. This was because Li Lingtian, a martial emperor powerhouse, had managed to kill 2 martial arts saints. Although it was risky and exhausting, the 2 insanely powerful martial arts saints were killed by Li Lingtian. There was another thing that made them fearful. Li Lingxin's speed of casting his skill was instantaneous. Furthermore, Li Lingxin's skills were casual. In other words, Li Lingtian had cultivated the heaven-rank mystical power to the perfection state. In the time it took for others to cast 1 destructive heavenly superpower, Li Lingtian was able to cast 3 destructive attacks and defenses. With such speed, who would dare to fight with him? Wasn't he courting death? However, at this moment, the aura of the entire palace became strange. The change in aura was completely caused by the 7 demon venerables. Initially, after Li Lingtian killed 9 demon venerable and Yin Yang Ghost Emperor, no one dared to act recklessly. However, the 7 demon venerables laughed sinisterly. The air also became stifling. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others felt the threat of death. I didn't plan to kill you guys, but since you have come here, then you will stay here forever. The 7 demon venerables revealed a sinister smile on their faces. The aura of their entire bodies slowly rose. They were still at the first sky of the martial saint realm, but they gave people a bad feeling. 7 demon venerables. Are you going to leave the 4 of us here? Am I dreaming? If you have the ability, then use it. Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yunhao, and Heavenly Monster King all felt that something was wrong. They couldn't tell what was wrong. However, the 3 of them subconsciously moved to Li Lingxin's side. Unknowingly, Li Lingtian had become their backbone. After all, Li Lingxin's strength was too terrifying. If Li Lingtian had not killed the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 demon venerables, they would not have thought much of it. However, they were no longer confident of defeating Li Lingtian. In their hearts, Li Lingtian was not a martial supreme, but a martial saint who was even more terrifying than the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor. Instantly, the 4 of them formed a tripod, all guarding against the 7 demon venerables. Although the 7 demon venerables were at the peak of the first firmament of the martial saint realm, and were on par with Heavenly Demon King and Martial Saint Ming Luo, they gave off the feeling of invincibility and death. Be careful. At this moment, Li Lingxin's expression turned grave. Although he still had a few trump cards that he had yet to use, he still felt a sense of dread when facing the 7 demon venerables. Although he was satisfied with defeating the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 demon venerable, he still felt lucky. However, he was relieved. After killing the 2 martial saints, no one would dare to come and die. However, the 7 demon venerables gave him a bad feeling. As a martial emperor, he had seen many things. The last time he was in the Lan family, he saw Ming Xiu's strength skyrocket and almost sweep away all the experts. Something's wrong. His aura is changing. Martial Saint Yunhao spoke softly. He was beginning to spurt blood from Li Lingxin's ice-souled divine punch. Although Li Lingtian was not targeting him, he was still feeling displeased. However, he was no longer unhappy because if he did not join forces with Li Lingtian, he might be killed here. Li Lingtian and the rest could tell without him saying anything that the aura of the 7 demon venerables was changing. The air was constantly distorted, but the 7 demon venerables did not move. Their hair floated up without any wind. The demonic chi on his body surged, and the demonic chi continued to rise. Boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds and a strange aura filled the air. Li Lingtian and the others reinforced their protective shields with grave expressions. However, he did not dare to act rashly in case he was fooled. He did not know what the 7 demon venerables were up to. Roar! At this moment, the 7 demon venerables roared, and a demonic bead floated in the air, spinning continuously. A pure and destructive demonic chi burst out from the demonic bead. This demonic chi was extremely pure and was not inferior to the true demonic chi. Li Lingtian and the others were shocked when they saw the demonic chi of the demonic orb. They understood what the 7 demon venerables were up to. Chapter 535. The Terrifying 7 Demon Venerables. Chapter 535. The Terrifying 7 Demon Venerables. As the magic orb spun in the air, Li Lingtian and the others' expressions changed drastically. They all understood what the 7 demon venerables were going to do. The 7 demon venerables instantly refined the demonic bead, and the aura of their entire bodies instantly soared. The demonic bead disappeared, and they were completely refined. Boom! In the air, destructive power spread out in all directions, and shocking demonic chi wreaked havoc. The aura of the 7 demon venerables also rose at an extremely fast speed. Second heaven, third heaven, fourth heaven, Marshal Saint Ming Luo exclaimed. However, by the time he shouted, the 7 demon venerables' cultivation had already soared to the 4th heaven. Moreover, the cultivation of this realm was still rising nonstop. Seeing this, the 4 of them were shocked. He did not expect this magic bead to have such powerful power. Although the 7 demon venerables had forcefully refined the magic bead, he did not expect the power of the wooden bead to be displayed to this extent. Phew! Crash! The air was torn apart as the demonic chi occupied the entire space of the palace. Even Li Lingshan's group of 4 could only use their true essence to defend themselves as they occupied a 10-meter radius of the palace. At this time, the 7 demon venerables' cultivation had already stabilized at the 5th heaven. His entire body was filled with explosive power, and his eyes were red. It was obvious that it was the negative consequences of the magic bead. The 5th heaven martial saint's body was filled with a shocking demonic might. Li Lingtian felt a headache coming on. He no longer had the slightest confidence in facing these 7 demon venerables. He was already calculating how to leave this place. That was because the summoning was not on this level at all. If he wanted to find that summoning, he would have to enter the next level. This was completely a dream. Die. The 7 demon venerables chuckled and waved their hands. A terrifying power tore through space. He glared coldly at Li Lingtian and the others. The 4 of them could not help but tremble when they were swept by his sharp gaze. A 5th firmament martial saint was like the Grim Reaper. Bang! With a dull thud, Li Lingshan's body was thrown into the air. The invisible force of the fist sent Li Lingtian flying. His cultivation base had skyrocketed, and his speed was so fast that even Li Lingshan's reaction speed did not stand a chance against him. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face was extremely pale. Bang, bang, bang. Another 3 consecutive muffled sounds rang out. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were sent flying without any resistance. In front of the 7 demon venerables, he was beaten up like a puppet. Moreover, the 7 demon venerables did not use any skills or weapons at all. They had completely used their powerful cultivation to defeat the 4 of them. Walla the 7 demon supremacies pulled with both hands, and the space was torn apart in a strange manner. In an instant, they appeared in front of Li Lingtian. With a single hand, he grabbed Li Lingtian from the air. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air with an ugly expression on his face. The destructive demonic chi continued to corrode his body. His neck was stuck, and he could not breathe at all. Die! The 7 demon venerables' eyes were cold as they looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. As a 5th heaven martial saint, his body was filled with destructive power, and he completely ignored Li Lingshan's terror. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge fish shadow was hurled toward Li Lingtian. If this punch landed, Li Lingtian would be killed even if he was a martial saint. Swoosh! A silk banner appeared in Li Lingshan's hand out of nowhere. The moment the silk banner appeared, the entire space froze. That was enough. Li Lingtian broke free from the 7 demon venerables' grasp and disappeared into the air. Boom! A shocking fist shadow was hurled out, but Li Lingshan's disappearance had caused the fist to hit nothing but air. The destructive force slammed into the ground. Space-time traceless. The voice appeared the moment Li Lingtian disappeared. Tisk! A faint sound was heard as a bloody hole appeared on the 7 demon venerables' chest. Li Lingshan's figure appeared once again, but this time, he was in another corner. An exquisite flying knife was already lying in his hand. He looked at the 7 demon venerables with a pale face. If he hadn't used his spiritual awareness to instantly display the spatial banner, he would have been destroyed by this punch. He was extremely shocked. In front of such a powerful cultivation, even powerful treasures and skills were useless. The other party was a 5th heaven martial saint. He could crush you with his pressure and fists. The palace fell silent for a moment. The 7 demon venerables lowered their heads and looked at their chests with cold eyes. As time passed, Li Lingshan's hair stood on end. It was too terrifying for him not to die after being struck by traceless spacetime. Spacetime traceless had the attributes of time and space. Not many people could resist it at all. Moreover, it was an existence that specialized in breaking defenses. Moreover, as long as these 2 attributes hit an expert, they would be killed. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others panicked when they saw that the 7 demon venerables did not look like they were about to die. You're courting death. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on the corners of the 7 demon venerables' lips as they glared at Li Lingtian with a sinister gaze. With a flash, they threw a punch at Li Lingtian. True dragon body protection, giant dragon power. With a loud roar, Li Lingshan's aura began to change as he unleashed his shocking dragon energy. He already understood that it was impossible for him to use his treasures and skills in front of the powerful 7 demon venerables. He could only use his most powerful defensive dragon chi to fight against the 7 demon venerables and try to find an opportunity to use his skill. Rumble! The destructive demonic chi collided with the powerful dragon chi. 4 terrifying dragons burst out and strangled the terrifying demonic chi. Bang! With another dull thud, Li Lingshan's body shot out and crashed into the black stone of the palace. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and the 4 giant dragons had disappeared. They had been completely defeated by the 7 demon venerables. In front of a 5th heavenly layer martial saint, he felt so insignificant. Heaven's startling hammer. At this moment, the Heaven Demon King didn't dare to hide anymore. He waved the heaven-shocking hammer in his hand, and his body exploded. He smashed the hammer at the 7 demon venerables' heads. The heaven-shocking hammer was a high-grade saint weapon. It was a gravity-type saint weapon. When it was used on a peak First Firmament Saint realm heavenly demon monarch, even a mountain would be flattened. The terrifying power tore through the air and shot in all directions. The palace trembled in front of the power of this hammer. I want to die. When the 7 demon venerables saw the heaven-startling hammer's attack, their expressions turned solemn. However, they did not hesitate at all. They waved their hands, and a shocking demonic aura gathered together as they punched at the heaven-startling hammer. This action shocked Marshal Saint Ming Luo and Marshal Saint Yun Hao. Even if he used the divine heaven-splitting shield, he wouldn't be able to block the Heaven Demon King's attack. However, he didn't expect the 7 demon venerables to block the hammer empty-handed. Boom! The sound of an explosion rang out as the destructive demonic power and demonic chi collided fiercely. The space froze for a moment. Whoosh! A shocking force shot out in all directions as the heaven-startling hammer was repelled. Heaven Demon King's body was also ruthlessly repelled. The 7 demon venerables also retreated rapidly, blood seeping out of the corners of their mouths. Sky Demon Monarch fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression was ugly. With his strength and the powerful physique of the demon race, this hammer was enough to make a mountain disappear. However, in front of the 7 demon venerables, this hammer was actually blocked and injured. Whirlwind slash. Space-piercing shuttle. Marshal St. Ming Luo and Marshal St. Yun how naturally didn't dare to stay here. The 7 demon venerables were strong enough to kill them. If they waited for the 7 demon venerables to defeat them one by one, they would be killed by the 7 demon venerables one by one. Seeing that Li Lingtian and the heavenly demon king had been sent flying, the 2 of them flashed and unleashed their most powerful attacks. Magicless mirror image. The devilish mirror image was cast, and the destructive light attacked Marshal St. Ming Luo and the other 2. If he was at the first sky of the Marshal Saint realm, the demonless mirror image would not be able to pose a threat to Marshal St. Ming Luo and the other 2. However, after reaching the 5th sky, his cultivation base and strength would increase by countless times. When he used such a saint weapon, its power would be shocking. Boom! Boom! With 2 loud explosions, Marshal St. Ming Luo and Marshal St. Yun how were thrown into the air. At the same time, the 7 demon venerables were forced back. Puff! The 2 of them fell to the ground as if they were about to fall apart. The 7 demon venerables had defeated the 4 of them in the blink of an eye, yet Li Lingtian and the others were already severely injured. Metal Will. Tyrannical blade art. Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Although the Heavenly Monster King and Marshal St. Ming Luo were defeated in the blink of an eye, Li Lingtian had the chance to retaliate. He circulated all his vital essence to the limit and circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation. With a flick of his divine sense, the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor Saber appeared in his hand, and a destructive saber intent drifted out. The will of the way of metal also emitted a terrifying and destructive aura. Among the 5 elements, the will of the way of metal focused on destruction. What a terrifying pressure! The 7 demon venerables, Marshal St. Ming Luo, and the others exclaimed in their hearts. This pressure was extremely terrifying. Even the 5th level of the 7 demon venerables felt waves of pressure. Before Li Lingtian became a Marshal Supreme, he had not cultivated the Metal Dao intent, so he could not control the Heaven's Extreme Overlord Saber. However, after reaching the Marshal Emperor realm, with the help of the Metal Will and the Tyrant Blade skill, he had gained control of the Heaven's Extreme Tyrant Emperor Blade. He had truly gained control of this divine weapon. In the air, the saber intent dispersed and the metal will gathered. Li Lingtian hovered in the air with an extremely serious gaze. He stared coldly at the long saber in his hand as his clothes fluttered in the strong wind. The saber intent had reached its limit, and the tyrant saber art had reached its critical point. He casually waved his hand. The divine weapon, the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber, brought with it the pressure of a divine weapon, the saber intent of destruction, the will of the great path of metal, and the terrifying desolation 10 consecutive slashes. The 10-blade lights turned into golden flowing lights. The 10-blade lights seemed to be 10, but they all slashed down at the same time. This move contained the power of a heaven-grade divine power. It gathered all kinds of heaven-defying powers and fused together. It ruthlessly tore through the space of the palace and slashed down on the 7 demon venerables. Marshal St. Ming Luo and the other 2 trembled when they saw this attack. It turned out that Li Lingtian had been hiding his cultivation base all along. The power of this attack was enough to kill any of them. He felt lucky that he was not Li Lingshan's enemy. If he had been Li Lingshan's enemy, he would have been killed by this attack. Chapter 536, Purgatory Power 1. The 7 demon venerables were also extremely shocked. In the beginning, they did not take Li Lingtian seriously at all. However, Li Lingshan's continuous slaying of 9 demon venerables and Enyang Ghost Emperor had made him the most threatening figure. Therefore, he wanted to eliminate Li Lingtian right away. With his strength as a fifth heaven martial saint, it would be as easy as crushing an ant to eliminate Li Lingtian. However, he never expected that Li Lingtian would unleash such a heaven-defying skill when he was given the slightest chance. While he was shocked, he circulated the demonic chi in his entire body to the extreme. Myriad Fiend Avatar, Fiend God Descent. The 7 demon venerables roared, and a shocking demonic aura swept across the palace. The force shot in all directions, and they were as terrifying as gods. At this moment, countless powerful demons appeared in the palace. Countless demons overlapped and transformed into one person. In an instant, countless powerful demons fused together and overlapped with the 7 demon venerables. The 7 demon venerables' eyes were blood red as their huge fists met the destructive saber light. A pitch-black shield also appeared in his other hand. He immediately placed it in front of him to protect his dantian. Hua hua hua. Swoosh 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 swoosh. Rumble. In the space, the 10 saber rays struck the fists of the 7 demon venerables one after another. The first saber ray disappeared instantly. The second saber beam, the third saber beam, and the fourth saber beam turned the fist into nothingness. The golden blade light slashed down on the pitch-black shield like a stream of light. With a loud explosion, the shield was cut in half. All the saber lights bombarded the 7 demon venerables' strong bodies. With a loud explosion, the destructive saber light cut the 7 demon venerables into 2 halves with a desolate aura. The violent and domineering saber light directly tore the 2 halves of their bodies into pieces. Li Lingtian's body swayed as he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Although he had mastered the Heaven Extreme Tyrant Emperor's saber, the will of the Great Path, and even the Desolation 10 consecutive strikes of the Tyrant Saber art. However, the situation just now was not right. He had basically forcefully used the Desolate 10 consecutive slashes. Under this attack, his entire mind trembled violently. He destroyed the 7 demon venerables, and at the same time, he was heavily injured. Shill, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, Marshal Saint Yun Hao, and Heavenly Demon King were all extremely shocked when they saw the result of this attack. He was stunned for a long time and did not speak. Even a 5th Sky Marshal Saint was killed in one strike. What kind of concept was this? Although Li Lingtian was also injured, a First Firmament Martial Saint powerhouse was no match for Li Lingtian in a real fight. After a long time, he realized that the 7 demon venerables had disappeared and Li Lingtian was injured. The 4 of them slowly gathered together and looked around. Although the 7 demon venerables were killed by Li Lingtian's attack, the 4 of them felt that something was amiss. Even though Li Lingtian's attack was destructive, they felt that something was amiss with the 7 demon venerables. They couldn't tell what was wrong, so they had been careful. Naturally, Li Lingtian did the same. His expression did not change at all as his divine consciousness enveloped the entire space. CCCC for a full 10 minutes, the sky was very quiet. During this period of time, Li Lingtian tried to use the 9 Paths reincarnation mirror to activate the next level, but he did not dare to make any movements. He felt like he was being stared at, and he clearly understood that it was a feeling. It wasn't Marshal Saint Ming Luo, Marshal Saint Yun Hao, or the Heavenly Monster King. It wasn't the summoning sensation either. It was the 7 demon venerables. This feeling was ridiculous, but he believed it, because he was the clearest about the strength of the fiend race. He had practiced the canon of the demon race, and had witnessed the terror of several demon race experts. At this moment, there was a slight movement in the originally quiet space. The air moved without wind, and the demonic chi kept distorting. The palace that was 1,000 meters in radius was filled with demonic chi, but Li Lingtian did not absorb it. Now, the demonic QJ was becoming more and more terrifying, gradually twisting together. A sinister laughter rang out, causing the entire silent palace to appear extremely strange. The atmosphere was stifling as the laughter hammered Li Lingtian and the other three's minds like a hammer. Their faces were filled with fear. 7 demon venerables. He hasn't died yet. Sky Monster King and Marshal St. Yunhao exclaimed. This laughter belonged to the 7 demon venerables. Even if they couldn't see the existence of the 7 demon venerables, they weren't fools. The 7 demon venerables definitely hadn't fallen. When such a thing happened, the few of them trembled. The air became more and more oppressive, and the demonic chi became more and more distorted. Gradually, the demonic chi in the air gathered together, and a huge head appeared in the pitch-black demonic chi. As expected, he is still alive. Li Ling Tian exhaled a breath of cold air as the expression on his face changed. His eyes were cold. At this moment, he didn't panic at all. Instead, he was surprisingly calm because he knew that if he panicked, the other party would kill him without much effort. The heads of the 7 demon venerables appeared in the demonic chi. Slowly, their entire bodies appeared again. The body that had been destroyed earlier was now intact. Not only was it not destroyed, but it was also not injured at all. Lowly human, you want to kill me with this little bit of strength? I have to thank you for allowing me to attain the power of purgatory. The 7 demon venerables chuckled, their eyes flashing with demonic light, and their mouths revealed a bloodthirsty smile. His body floated in the air strangely like a cloud of mist, giving people the feeling that he had encountered a demonic existence. The air in the palace also turned into nothingness in the demonic chi. Gradually, the palace almost formed a vacuum. Then let's test my strength again. Li Ling Tian was shocked, but he remained calm, because fear was useless against such a powerhouse. He could only respond calmly or die. He circulated his vital essence and activated the divine dragon ring. An extremely pure dragon energy surged into his body, and his entire body was filled with terrifying dragon energy. Will I let you have your wish? Haha, Purgatory Force destroy. The 7 demon venerables knew Li Lingshan's insanity because he had never seen Li Ling Tian use the same skills and techniques repeatedly. He did not know what other terrifying techniques he could unleash. He did not want to be at a disadvantage again. He did not even need to circulate the demonic chi in his body. Instead, he grabbed with one hand, and the demonic chi in the air formed a destructive force that bombarded Li Ling Tian from all directions. The space was torn apart inch by inch. The invisible pressure slammed Marshal St. Ming Luo and the others to the ground, rendering them immobile. Icebound 10,000 mile. Shield of the Earth. Heavenly Shield. Raging flames burning the heavens. True dragon body protection. Ice and fire ring. Heaven flipping seal. Li Ling Tian was horrified. It was too late for him to unleash his earth-shattering attack, as the 7 demon venerables would not give him a chance. The 7 demon venerables had a monstrous cultivation base at the 5th sky of the Marshal Saint realm. The speed at which they attacked was extremely fast, and it was completely beyond his imagination. He did not dare to hold back anymore. He used 6 consecutive defenses and finally used the Heaven Up seal. Each defense was rarely used in the past, because at that time, very few people could threaten him, and they were all used to attack instead of defending. Now, it was impossible to defend against the 7 demon venerables. Moreover, the other party would not give you the chance. The destructive power of purgatory mercilessly crushed down. Rumble, rumble, bang. With 7 consecutive explosions, the 6 defenses were all torn apart in an instant. Even the Heaven Up seal was torn apart in an instant. The purgatory force struck Li Lingshan's chest hard. Li Ling Tian was thrown out before he fell to the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. His consciousness faded away. He finally understood that a Marshal Saint powerhouse would never be a match for a Marshal Emperor powerhouse. Even if he had killed the Yin Yang Ghost Emperor and the 9 Demon Venerable, they were still shocking skills and treasures. With luck, he would not have been able to kill 2 Marshal Saints otherwise. This 5th firmament Marshal Saint 7 Demon Venerable was not something any Marshal Saint could resist. Even a 5th Heaven Marshal Saint might not be a match for the 7 Demon Venerables, let alone him. So what if it was a heaven-shaking skill? So what if it was a terrifying treasure? So what if it was a powerful technique? In the face of a terrifying cultivation, it could directly crush you to death. Li Lingtian did not know what he was feeling as he felt his consciousness gradually fading away. The only thing he was worried about was Shun Mei, and the others who were in the Divine Dragon Ring. But now it was all over. It was a pity that he was not a fifth Heaven Martial Saint. Otherwise, he would not have been killed by the 7 demon venerables. In front of the Purgatory Power, a third-level martial emperor like him was no different from an ant. The 7 demon supremacies' sinister laughter rang out as Li Lingtian lay on the ground weakly. His eyes were gradually losing focus. In front of me, everything is trash. You're still too inexperienced to fight me. Even if you were a martial saint, you would still end up the same way, let alone a martial supreme. In a flash, the 7 demon venerables appeared before Li Lingtian and glared at him coldly. He extended his hand, and a stream of demonic qi pressed down on Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian's face revealed a smile that did not match his relaxed expression at all. The 7 demon venerables were puzzled, but the demonic qi in their hands did not stop. Not good. At this moment, he suddenly sensed something and looked up. There was no movement in the sky, but there was a supreme pressure. The pressure was like the might of the heavens, directly crushing down. Immediately, his body was imprisoned, and he could not use his demonic qi. His entire body seemed to be frozen. The smile on Li Lingtian's face grew wider, but his consciousness was fading. However, when its consciousness was scattered, it realized that the familiar summoning sensation was getting stronger and stronger. It was so strong that it could gather its scattered consciousness. Moreover, the summoning sensation that originally belonged to the next level appeared in the sky. He knew that he was about to die, but when he saw that the 7 demon venerables were about to die, he smiled. Chapter 537. Tiamat's Zither Boom. In the minds of the 7 demon venerables, a supreme pressure bombarded them, and they froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body was thrown out. At that moment, Li Lingtian's body, which was lying on the ground, began to levitate strangely. It was as if he was being pulled by some force as he slowly rose upwards. At the same time, a ray of light appeared. The light was extremely strange. One side was golden, and the other was black. A 10-meter-wide light appeared, and Li Lingtian quickly entered it. In an instant, Li Lingtian's body disappeared into the light. Swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures flashed and entered the place when the light disappeared. In the palace of the 97th level of the heaven-reaching demon tower, everything was quiet. There was no one. It was as if the battle just now had never happened. It was also like an illusion. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, level 98. The 7 demon venerables and Martial Saint Ming Luo appeared on an array altar at the same time. The array altar was exactly the same as before, and everything in front of him was exactly the same as below. However, there was no demonic qi in this place. Here, there was no demonic qi or spiritual qi. There was only ordinary air. It was not suitable for martial artists to cultivate at all. There were 4 stone doors at the edge of the palace. It was unknown what was behind the stone doors. This is the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, Martial Saint Yunhao said in surprise. She moved away from the 7 demon venerables. Martial Saint Ming Luo and Heavenly Demon King were the same. They did not dare to get too close to the 7 demon venerables. If it wasn't for the fact that this place was called the 98th floor of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, one wouldn't have thought that this place was the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Soon, their gazes fell on the sky not far away. Li Lingtian was suspended in the air by the golden radiance. His face was pale, and his vitality was weak. Cece. Crack, crack. In the center of the palace, there was a slight sound. In the eyes of the 4 powerful martial saints, an exquisite platform appeared on the ground. The platform was made of a pitch-black object and emitted a mysterious aura. This platform was only 1 meter wide and 1 meter long, but it was 2 meters tall. Magic crystals. Godfiend crystals. The 7 demon venerables exclaimed. They finally recognized the origin of this pitch-black platform. The pitch-black platform was completely made of a complete Godfiend crystal. What kind of concept was this? Demonic crystals were generally about the same size as spirit stones, and there were also grades. However, the mana crystals were all ordinary mana crystals. There were no top-grade mana crystals. However, the one in front of him was indeed the legendary Godfiend crystal of the demon race. The power of a Godfiend crystal was tens of millions of times that of an ordinary magical crystal. Moreover, this platform was made of complete god-demon crystals. No other world had such a large god-demon crystal. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others were also shocked after the 7 demon venerables exclaimed. Although they were not from the devil race, they knew about some precious items. He was also shocked by this god-demon crystal and looked at it in a daze. However, the 7 demon venerables' eyes were filled with greed. They did not want anything else. Just this Godfiend crystal was enough to increase his cultivation. If he refined this Godfiend crystal, he could even become a true god, let alone a martial god. Clang ding, clang, 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 ding, ding, ding. At this moment, a crisp sound of a zither rang out in the palace. The sound was like the sound of nature. The 4 powerful martial saints were instantly immersed in it. They looked at the sky with infatuated eyes, but they could not see a single person appear. The only thing he saw was a 3-foot-long zither. There was no aura on the zither, but it emitted a beautiful sound of nature. The sound of the zither continued. The sound of the zither stunned the 4 martial saints. What was the sound of nature? This was the sound of nature. The sound of nature appeared in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, making people tremble. Bang! With a discordant dull sound, the zither music disappeared. The body of the zither landed on the platform. When the body of the zither landed on the platform, a light shield appeared, covering the platform and the body of the zither. Could it be? Could it be? Could it be the Tiamat's zither? The expressions of the 7 demon venerables changed drastically, and their bodies could not help but tremble. It was as if he had seen a ghost or a heaven-defying treasure. Ha ha ha! It really is the heavenly demon zither. I didn't expect the 98th level to be on the heavenly demon zither. Ha ha! Ha! This is the will of the heavens. The heavens want me to become a supreme, true demon. Even a god can't stop me. The 7 demon venerables burst into laughter. They looked excited and crazy as they walked towards the heavenly demon zither step by step. In his eyes, everything around him was nothingness. Only the Tiamat's zither was in his eyes. Tiamat's zither, the supreme treasure of the demon race, the demon zither, the demon princess, demon zither. That's right, it should be the heavenly demon zither. Legend has it that it was the heavenly demon zither that the eldest princess of the demon race, Qingwu, used countless years ago. Marshal Saint Yunhao, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, and Heavenly Demon King were all shocked. He had never thought that such a treasure would appear. This Tianma zither was not only a musical treasure, but also a treasure that surpassed divine artifacts. Now that the 7 demon venerables had become a 5th heaven martial saint, even Li Lingtian was no match for him. Moreover, Li Lingxian's vitality was already weak, and he was on the verge of death. Naturally, he did not have the ability to make a move. Even an ordinary person could kill him with a single punch, let alone the 7 demon venerables. If the 7 demon venerables were to obtain the Tianma zither, the entire divine martial continent would be finished. What should we do? Marshal Saint Ming Luo didn't pay any attention at this moment. If they wanted to attack, they would not be the 7 demon venerables' match. If they did not attack, the heavenly demon zither would fall into the hands of the 7 demon venerables. At that time, they would also be killed. While they were fretting, the 7 demon venerables had stopped 10 meters away from Li Lingtian. To retrieve the Tianma zither, they had to pass by Li Lingtian. Naturally, they had to get rid of Li Lingtian when they encountered such a situation. Offending this demon venerable will result in your soul being extracted and refined. You're just a stepping stone for this demon venerable. Destroy it. The 7 demon venerables glared coldly at Li Lingtian. Demonic chi gathered in their hands as they threw a punch at Li Lingtian, who was hovering in the air. Even the 3 martial arts saints present could not withstand the destructive demonic chi, let alone Li Lingtian, who could not move. Just as the destructive demonic chi was about to hit Li Lingtian, a golden radiance flashed and gathered together in a strange manner. The golden radiance then headed straight for the demonic chi. Boom! The golden light and the demonic chi collided, and an explosion sounded in the palace. Ding, ding, ding. The 7 demon venerables kept retreating. Blood flowed from the corners of their mouths, and their faces were extremely pale. Although the attack just now was not the strongest, this punch was enough to kill a martial saint expert. However, it was defeated by golden light. Martial Saint Ming Luo and the others were also shocked when they saw this. He did not expect the golden light to have an automatic attack consciousness. Why did it not destroy Li Lingtian? The 7 demon venerables were even more afraid. He knew best that the golden light just now was only blocking on its own and not attacking. If it had really attacked, he would have died long ago. More importantly, this golden light was clearly not moving. So why was it resisting him? Don't you remember me? 11. An ethereal voice sounded in the palace. Although it was just a plain sentence, it was as beautiful as the sound of nature, making people almost intoxicated. Her voice was beautiful and gentle, giving off the feeling of a gentle breeze. However, the 4 martial saints in the palace couldn't help but tremble. They were the only ones who had entered the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. No outsiders had come up. They were both men, but this voice was obviously a woman's. Judging from the voice, it was definitely a peerless goddess. For someone else's voice to appear in such a terrifying place, he naturally felt that something was wrong. They had been here for so long, but they had not discovered the existence of this person. One could imagine how terrifying this person was. As soon as the voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air. It was ethereal. A woman in red floated in the air. Her light clothes fluttered in the wind, making her look extremely ethereal. She gave off an aura that made people look up and worship her. The aura was not oppressive, but it made people feel that they could only look up to it. The woman turned around and looked at Li Lingtian with a gaze as gentle as water. His face was as fair as jade, and his face was perfect and exquisite. There was a delicate blood red painting on his forehead that was exactly the same as one of the 3 exquisite lotus petals on Li Lingtian's forehead. With the addition of this painting, not only did it not affect her exquisite and perfect face, but it also added a kind of stunning and peerless beauty. In her light clothes, her exquisite and fiery figure was faintly discernible, making people almost go crazy for her. However, this figure gave people a feeling that it was a little unreal. This was too perfect and fiery. Even the heavens did not have such a masterpiece. Even the heavens could not imagine that such a perfect and stunning woman could exist in this world. For a moment, the 4 powerful martial saints were stunned. They looked at the red-veiled woman with a scornful gaze. 3,000 reincarnations. Qingwu has been waiting for you for 3,000 reincarnations. You said that you would never forget me, even if it took 3,000 reincarnations. The red-veiled woman's body did not move at all. However, she appeared beside Li Lingtian strangely. She extended her jade-like hand and gently stroked Li Lingtian's cheek with her slender fingers. Her appearance was as gentle as water. Heavenly Demon Princess. At this moment, Heavenly Demon King exclaimed. The 7 demon venerables and the others also reacted, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At the same time, he also recognized that this woman in red was the Heavenly Demon Princess Qingwu of the demon race. This was the most powerful figure in the demon race after the great demon god. These were all legends of the upper realm. Why did the Heavenly Demon Princess appear in the divine martial continent now? Moreover, it seemed like Li Lingtian had a close relationship with the heavenly demon princess. As he thought about the heavenly demon princess words, he suddenly understood something. Could it be that Li Lingtian was the heavenly demon princess lover before the 3,000 reincarnations? However, the air froze and turned cold. The four of them could not help but tremble as they looked at the red-veiled woman with fear in their eyes. That was because the heavenly demon princess was looking at them coldly. She no longer had the gentleness from before. She had the aura and might of a supreme being. There was no gentleness like water anymore. Chapter 538. Heavenly Demon Princess Die. The air turned cold because of the heavenly demon princess expression. The gentle look in his eyes was now as cold as ice. He looked at the four demon venerables with killing intent. It was as if the four of them had disturbed her and Li Lingtian. Furthermore, Li Lingshan's injury was caused by the seven demon venerables, so it was unforgivable. Previously, he had been immersed in his reunion with Li Lingtian and ignored the four martial saint powerhouses. Moreover, for martial saint powerhouses were weaker than ants here. Naturally, they could not escape. The aura of the heavenly demon princess soared, and a destructive aura pressed down on the seven demon venerables. The expressions of the seven demon venerables changed drastically. What kind of existence was the heavenly demon princess? She was said to be as powerful as the demon ancestor. Even if the heavenly demon princess in front of him was not real and was only a clone of the heavenly demon princess, the aura she displayed was not something he could resist. The destructive aura was extremely fast, as if it was the might of the heavens. Without waiting for him to resist, his entire body was thrown out as if he had been struck by the heavenly might. He spat out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were displaced, his dantian and meridians were destroyed, his consciousness was scattered, and his eyes turned from despair to ashes. Shu, Martial Saint Ming Luo, Martial Saint Yun Hao, and Heavenly Monster King's hearts were beating wildly, but they didn't dare to make a sound. They could only cover their mouths with their hands and didn't dare to make sound. The seventh demon venerable was a heaven-defying fifth sky martial saint. His strength could definitely sweep away any expert below the fifth sky of the martial saint realm. However, he was actually killed by a seemingly weak woman with just a wave of power. Stay well for Ben Gong. What made the three of them temporarily relieved was that the heavenly demon princess did not immediately kill them. Instead, she swept her cold gaze over them. Her sharp gaze slowly shifted to Li Lingtian. As her gaze shifted, her sharp gaze turned gentle. As she quietly watched Li Lingshan's weakened state of consciousness, the heavenly demon princess completely ignored everything in the outside world. It was as if she and Li Lingtian were the only ones left in this world. Clang, 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 clang. Ding dong, ding dong. Gradually, the heavenly demon princess took 2 steps back. Her eyes never left Li Lingtian. Her slender fingers caressed the heavenly demon zither as a peerless smile appeared on her face. With a wave of his 10 fingers, the zither music sounded. The sound of nature emanated from her slender fingers. The entire 98th floor of the palace was filled with the sound of nature. The voice was tear-jerking and heartbreaking. The ethereal sound waves reached Li Lingshan's ears. The heavenly demon princess looked at Li Lingtian with gentle eyes as her 10 fingers strummed the zither skillfully. As Li Lingshan's consciousness faded away, he felt the familiar summoning coming closer and closer. He did not know when he had arrived before the summoning. It was a very familiar summoning aura, but he could not put his finger on it. Could it be the last moment of life? He thought to himself. This feeling was so vague that he didn't know if it was true or not. A gentle voice rang in his ear. The voice was like the sound of nature reaching his heart. It made his heart feel as sweet as drinking honey. Clang! The beautiful sound of the zither rang out. The zither sound was extremely familiar to him, as if he had heard it countless times. Moreover, the zither music struck the bottom of his heart, making him unable to forget it forever. As the beautiful zither music played, some fragments appeared in his mind. The fragments were incomplete, but he believed that these fragments were fake and were part of his memories. Heavenly Demon Princess, Qingwu, Heavenly Demon Zither, Demon Clan, Saint Lord Juyong. One by one, familiar words and fragments stopped in his mind, and his consciousness finally condensed. His mind was shaken, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Qingwu. He was originally floating in the air, but as blood spurted out, he stood up. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two who were in the distance were awakened by Li Lingxian's melodious music. When they saw Li Lingtian spurt blood onto the Heavenly Demon Princess, they were shocked to death. He had already thought of the Heavenly Demon Princess' anger. After her anger, everyone here would die. However, to their surprise, the Heavenly Demon Princess was not angry at all. Instead, she was stunned. Tears appeared in her beautiful and charming eyes, and her eyes were red. The corners of her rosy lips twitched. The mist in her eyes turned into tears and rolled down her delicate and perfect face. She was still looking at Li Lingtian quietly. "You scoundrel, you scare me to death." The Heavenly Demon Princess choked on her words as she pounced on Li Lingtian. Her entire body was like a little bird as she squeezed into Li Lingxian's arms. She no longer had the domineering and powerful aura of the Heavenly Demon Princess. Instead, she was like a frail little girl. On the clean gauze, the dark red bloodstains were completely ignored. Li Lingtian subconsciously reached out to hug the Heavenly Demon Princess in his arms. The cold expression on his face turned into tenderness. This scene completely petrified Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two. What was going on? Was she still the Heavenly Demon Princess who had killed a fifth firmament martial saint with her aura? That peerless Heavenly Demon Princess was enough to drive all men crazy. Yet, she was now acting like a spoiled little girl in Li Lingxian's arms. All of a sudden, the three of them felt their minds short-circuit. They were completely blinded by everything. "Qingwu, I made you wait for too long." "Cough, cough, I'm here, aren't I?" "All right, smile," Li Lingtian said gently. He was injured at first, but he had not recovered yet. He could not help but cough twice before he put on a smile. He grabbed the Heavenly Demon Princess' shoulders with both hands and pushed her away. "Do you know how long I've waited for 3,000 reincarnations?" "How are you?" The Heavenly Demon Princess pouted her little lips and said coquettishly. However, she quickly asked about Li Lingxian's injuries. With her cultivation base, she should not have been in such a hurry. However, she was behaving like a little girl now. Although she acted coquettishly and deliberately showed a trace of unhappiness on her face, she still smiled sweetly. Her beautiful smile could make all things in the world lose their color. "I'm fine. I want dot." Li Lingtian looked at the woman in red veil before him. Her delicate and perfect face was as smooth as jade, and her exquisite and fiery figure was perfect to the extreme. He believed that even the heavens would not be able to imagine her peerless charm. Although he did not know some of his past memories, the incomplete memories in his mind still existed. He knew about him and the Heavenly Demon Princess. 3,000 reincarnations ago, the Saint Lord of Nanyang was known as one of the most talented, mighty figures in the upper realm. However, during the war between the demon realm and the human realm, the Saint Lord of Nanyang, who was a human, and Qingwu, who was a princess of the demon realm, were together regardless of the opinions of the humans and demons. Both of them were the most talented experts of the human race and the demon world. However, when it came to feelings, the two of them were no longer enemies, but lovers who depended on each other for life and death. However, the two of them were not tolerated by humans and demons. The Saint Lord of Jiang and the Heavenly Demon Princess did not have many opportunities to meet, but every time they met, it would be the best time for the two of them. When the Saint Lord of Nanyang left the Heavenly Demon Princess for the last time, he felt that something was about to happen. However, he never expected that he would be killed by the immemorial ice crystal. His soul dissipated as he dissipated into thin air. Naturally, the heavenly demon princess knew about the Nine-Yang Saint Lord. She had been searching for the Nine-Yang Saint Lord's soul and finally arrived at the divine martial continent. However, she could only wait in the Heaven Ascension demonic tower for 3,000 cycles before Li Ling Tian finally appeared. They'll help you heal. You're really something. You used to be a divine lord, but now you've become like this. The heavenly demon princess' face was filled with anger, and she even sounded reproachful. However, no matter how one heard it, it did not sound like she was reproaching someone. Instead, it sounded like she was concerned. However, in the eyes of Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two, their hearts were pounding. The consequences of Princess Tian Mo's anger were very serious. The three of them didn't dare to make a sound and just watched from the side. The heavenly demon princess held Li Lingshan's hand and supported him as they walked toward a stone door at the side of the palace. The movements were extremely familiar, as if they had practiced it countless times, or as if the two of them were already familiar with each other in their previous lives. The two of them left the palace and entered behind the stone door. Behind the stone door was a passageway. After passing through the passageway, they could see stone chambers of different sizes. Finally, they arrived at a relatively spacious stone room. The stone room was not as cold as they had imagined. Instead, it was extremely warm. This was like a girl's boudoir. After entering the stone room, a restriction was activated. There was a small garden inside, and the atmosphere was warm. The heavenly demon princess helped Li Ling Tian to the side of the bed. The spacious bed looked extremely soft. She thought to herself that the heavenly demon princess before her was the most beautiful woman in the demonic realm. She was peerless in beauty. Under such circumstances, she felt extremely ambiguous. Even if the two of them were a little intimate in the past, it had not reached that stage. Li Lingshan's heart was burning with excitement at the sight of this. Just as she sat down, she stood up reflexively, as if there were thorns on the bed. "What's wrong? Are you not used to it?" When the heavenly demon princess saw Li Lingshan's reaction, a smile appeared on her face while her heart was pounding. In the past, they did not have much intimacy when they were together. However, this time, she was extremely excited to bring Li Ling Tian directly to her room. It was obvious that Li Ling Tian was not used to it, and she felt a little disappointed. However, she quickly got used to it, because it was a normal reaction. "Let me heal my injuries first." Li Lingshan's face was filled with embarrassment. He did not care about such matters when he was with Shun Mei, and the others. After all, they were already husband and wife. But now, in front of the heavenly demon princess, he was still a little unfamiliar. After she finished speaking, she sat down. The heavenly demon princess bent down and squatted down gracefully. She removed Li Lingshan's shoes and let him sit on it so that he could heal his wounds. Li Ling Tian felt a surge of warmth in his heart when he saw the heavenly demon princess' actions. She was the princess of the demon world. What a proud existence. Her powerful cultivation made billions of demons and humans afraid. However, she was now helping Li Ling Tian with his shoes. She was a gentle little woman and a considerate wife. If the demons and humans in the world saw the heavenly demon princess like this, wouldn't their jaws drop? Chapter 539. Heavenly Demon Princess Clone 1. He circulated the Saint Demon Quintessence, and streams of pure demonic chi flowed through his body. Behind him, Princess Heavenly Demon injected pure demonic chi into Li Lingshan's body to help him repair his meridians. The destructive attack of the 7 demon venerables almost made him vanish into thin air. Fortunately, he had the defense of the limitless feather coat and the golden light. Otherwise, he would have vanished in a thin air long ago. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Demonic chi swept across the place, emitting soft sounds. Strands of fragrant sweat seeped out of Princess Tian Mo's forehead. However, she did not stop at all as she continued to infuse demonic energy into Li Lingshan's body. The demonic energy she unleashed was the true demonic energy. As the powerful true demon Qi entered Li Lingshan's body, the demonic Qi that Li Lingtian had cultivated rapidly sublimated into true demon Qi. Moreover, there was a trace of Saint Demon Qi inside. This way, his injuries would recover quickly. After an hour, Li Lingshan's injuries had fully recovered. Meanwhile, Heavenly Demon Princess was panting behind him. "Qingwu, what's wrong?" Li Lingtian quickly turned around and saw the Heavenly Demon Princess lying weakly on the bed. Her face was drenched in sweat. It was obvious that she had consumed too much demonic qi. Li Lingtian had a bad feeling about her pale complexion. He reached out and pulled the Heavenly Demon Princess into his arms. He could feel that the Heavenly Demon Princess' body was extremely cold. There was no longer any warmth. Qingwu is only a clone that came to the divine martial continent. I don't have much time left. I'm already satisfied to see that you're fine. Your current opponent is too powerful, and your cultivation is not enough. I can only give you the true devil chi of my clone. When the time comes, I will wait for you in the demon realm. There are still many things that you can't remember, but the Tianma Zither can let you remember us. The 8 sounds of the heavenly demon is inside the heavenly demon Zither. The heavenly demon princess was half lying in Li Lingshan's arms as she looked at him tenderly with her beautiful eyes. Li Lingtian was like this before the 3,000 reincarnations. At this moment, he was more delicate and handsome than before. He had a hint of devilish charm and was more elegant. As she spoke, her breathing was weak and her face was pale, but she looked very happy. I will definitely go to the demon realm to find you. Li Lingshan's gaze was gentle and his voice was calm, but his voice was a little choked. In his past life, Qingwu had been waiting for him for 3,000 reincarnations. But now, she would rather give up her clone to help him. There were only a few women like her in this world. Moreover, Qingwu was the supreme princess of the demon realm. Actually, there's no difference between the demon race and the human race. It's fine as long as you can strengthen yourself. Qingwu is most worried about you. You have to promise Qingwu to protect yourself. When you cultivate the 4 sounds of the heavenly demon, you will be able to reach the 99th level of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Qingwu spoke softly. Her voice was getting weaker and weaker, but her face was filled with joy. Li Lingtian lowered his head and looked at Qingwu gently. He stroked Qingwu's face with one hand, and tears rolled down his face. Gradually, he felt a sense of emptiness in his arms. The heavenly demon princess, who was originally in his arms, turned into a phantom and finally disappeared. With only the heavenly demon prince's clothes in his hands, the heavenly demon princess clone completely disappeared and left this world. Li Lingtian looked at the red muslin in his hand and felt a pang of pain in his heart. His entire being was in a daze. After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian woke up from his daze with traces of tears on his face. He calmed himself down a little and looked around the room. There was nothing important. He used his divine sense to open the divine dragon ring and put Princess Tianmo's clothes inside. He walked out step by step and then cast countless array formations to protect the room. When he left the room and arrived at the palace, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were still there. The Tianma Zither on the platform was still there, but the beauty was no longer there. He knew that Princess Tianma was only a clone here, but he still felt very uncomfortable. If a mighty figure lost an avatar, they would drop a realm and lose a portion of their cultivation and spiritual will. As he approached the Tianma Zither, Li Lingtian circulated the demonic qi in his body and unleashed a true demonic qi. With a flick of his fingers, a beautiful zither tune rang out. The zither music was not as proficient as Princess Tianmo's, but it was no different. He released his divine sense and quickly erased the aura on the heavenly demon zither. Although the aura on the heavenly demon zither was the aura of the heavenly demon princess, he would not be able to control the heavenly demon zither if he did not erase the aura on it. Clang! As the last note was played, the Tianma zither landed in Li Lingshan's hands. The Tianma zither began to transform rapidly until it was only the size of a palm. Li Ling Tian released his divine consciousness from the divine demon crystal platform on the ground and stored it into the divine dragon ring. Everything was very natural, as if he was very familiar with this place. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were shocked because Li Ling Tian had changed drastically in their eyes. His cultivation was still at the third heaven of the martial emperor realm, but he gave off a feeling that he was countless times stronger. Naturally, Li Ling Tian had obtained the cultivation base of the heavenly demon princess clone. His entire body was filled with true demon qi, and his demonic qi had been completely refined into true demon qi. There was also a trace of holy demon qi in it. Naturally, his strength was unparalleled. Elegant, and domineering, an irreversible majesty was emitted from his body, and an aura that made people look up to him was formed. Sir Ling Tian, Marshal Saint Ming Luo, and the other two trembled when they saw Li Ling Tian walking over. Even though they were martial saints, they had witnessed Li Lingshan's domineering manner earlier. He had almost killed the 7 demon lords who were at the 5th firmament of the martial saint realm. If not for the fact that the 7 demon lords were immortal, they would have fallen long ago. They did not have the ability to do so. Encountering Li Ling Tian would only be courting death. On the other hand, Li Ling Tian gave them a feeling that he was unfathomable and even more powerful than before. He was curious where the heavenly demon princess had gone. What was the relationship between Li Ling Tian and the heavenly demon princess? It should be known that the heavenly demon princess was the princess of the demon world, a supreme existence. No matter how powerful Li Ling Tian was, he was still a human warrior. He was only a god and immortal away from the heavenly demon princess level. However, judging from the way the heavenly demon princess treated Li Ling Tian, it was obvious that they were very close. Moreover, Li Ling Tian was very natural. Before the two of them left, the heavenly demon princess even said something that shocked them. The heavenly demon princess had mentioned that Li Ling Tian was a divine lord. What kind of existence was a divine lord? He was the mighty true god in the upper realms legends and was even more powerful than a true god. The few of them immediately thought of the possibility that Li Ling Tian was the reincarnation of an almighty true god. Otherwise, Li Lingshan's heaven-defying abilities would be too terrifying. It would make sense if he was the reincarnation of a mighty figure. You didn't see what happened today. You can also say that you saw it. After Li Ling Tian finished speaking, he came before the 7 demon venerables and grabbed the storage pouch with one hand. He then extended his divine perception into it. The 2 magic beads were lying inside. The 2 magic beads were still there. The magic beads were very useful to him now. Since he had encountered it, he naturally wouldn't give up. After putting away his storage bag, he walked towards the array altar. He swept his gaze over the array altar and casually pulled with his hands. 2 balls of pure demonic qi were unleashed. The appearance of the true demon qi tore the space of the array altar apart. Li Lingshan's body flashed, and he entered it. Li Lingshan's simple words did not seem threatening at all. However, in the hearts of the 3 martial saints, Li Lingshan's words were more serious than a threat. They would be doomed if word of what happened before their eyes got out. In their eyes, Li Ling Tian would not even bother to threaten them. Her heart trembled. However, upon seeing Li Ling Tian leave, she knew that if she did not follow him, she would be locked inside. In a flash, she followed him. Li Lingshan's body trembled when he entered the array altar. It was as if he had entered a space-time tunnel. However, now that he had control of the true devil qi and had a little understanding of this heaven ascension demon tower, this passageway naturally could not threaten him. Swoosh! Li Lingshan's eyes lit up when a gentle breeze blew past. When he reappeared, he was already outside the demonic tower. The moment he appeared, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two followed suit. Their bodies swayed, and they almost fell to the ground. Compared to Li Ling Tian, they were worlds apart. Sir Ling Tian, if you think I'm useful, please let me follow you. Marshal Saint Ming Luo muttered to herself for a moment before she spoke. Her expression was calm as she looked at Li Lingtian. When Li Lingtian followed the heavenly demon princess out of the palace, he was shocked beyond words. Li Lingtian's identity was too powerful and completely surpassed everything in the divine martial continent. If she could be with Li Lingtian, she might achieve even greater things. Li Lingtian had achieved such an achievement at the age of 22. He could not say that he would become a martial god in a few decades or reach another level. Li Lingtian's identity alone was comparable to the 5 of them. It was still not too late to tag along with Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme. If he waited for Li Lingtian's cultivation to advance, he would not be able to hitch a ride. Do you think it's appropriate? I have nothing to give you, Li Lingtian said coldly. It was indeed good to have a martial saint as a subordinate, but it was impossible for him to gain any benefits from Li Lingtian. Moreover, Martial Saint Ming Luo was from a family. He did not want his subordinates to have a family. Your Excellency Ling Tian has a bright future ahead of you. My family can help pave the way for you. Martial Saint Ming Luo did not hesitate at all. He knew that Li Lingtian had a lot on his mind, so he did not hide anything and stated his conditions. The Ming family was a decent family in the Xian continent. Although Li Lingtian was only a martial supreme now, his identity was not simple. If they were to be together with Li Lingtian, the Ming family would receive Li Lingtian's protection in the future. Up to you. I don't care about these things. You should ask another person. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he walked toward the demonic pressure. With his current cultivation and strength, he was not afraid of the demonic pressure at all. His figure flashed and arrived before the demonic pressure. He pulled his hands to the side, and a spatial rift was instantly torn open in the area under the demonic pressure. His body flashed strangely and disappeared. Chapter 540. Leaving the demon-suppressing secrets, what are your plans? Seeing Li Lingtian's methods, Martial Saint Ming Luo was even more determined. The martial emperor powerhouse in front of him was even more terrifying than a martial saint powerhouse. If he could follow him now, his future would be bright. However, he had to obtain the other party's consent and shelter. He turned around and looked at Heavenly Monster King and Martial Saint Yunhao. If the 2 martial saints joined, he could get a partner. In this way, if there were benefits in the future, one more person would not be considered much. If there were no benefits in the future, there would be one more person who would be unlucky with him. You understand. Yunhao Martial Saint and Sky Demon King looked at each other and smiled. They did not expect that they would one day follow a martial emperor and have to curry favor with him. However, they did not feel embarrassed at all. Instead, they felt a wave of anticipation. Then what are we waiting for? Martial Saint Ming Luo turned around again when she saw the duo's reaction. Li Lingtian had long disappeared. Shocked, her body flashed, and she could not be bothered to expend her true essence as she quickly weaved through the demonic pressure. After Li Lingtian left the Devil's Might, he sprinted forward. After half an hour, he finally arrived at a hidden place. He swept his divine sense around and revealed a faint smile. Young master. At that moment, Long Da had also arrived by Li Lingtian's side. Although his voice was calm, Long Da's face was filled with excitement. She had been with Li Lingtian for some time now, and the 2 of them had a good relationship. Although they were master and servant, Long Da was extremely loyal. He knew that Li Lingtian was not as heartless as the other masters. During Li Lingtian's absence, Long Da was extremely worried. After all, there were several martial saint powerhouses in the demonic tower, and there were unknown dangers. As time passed, he grew more worried, but he did not dare to leave the place. If Li Lingtian returned and could not find him, trouble would arise again. They had been waiting bitterly for Li Lingtian to finally return. Yes, Li Lingtian nodded. He extended his hand and pushed the god-destroying tempest that Long Da had handed over to him. He would be a burden if he carried it, so he might as well let Long Da help him carry it. That way, he would save trouble. He'll leave the 3 of them to you. Do as you see fit. Let's go to the place where we used to rest. I need to rest. Li Lingtian looked behind him before he called out to the multicolored beast. Londa was stunned for a moment before he sensed something with his divine consciousness and immediately understood. On the multicolored beast, Li Lingtian closed his eyes as the multicolored beast sprinted forward. Londa led the way. After a long time, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two finally caught up. The group of people did not speak and ran quickly. It did not take long for Li Lingtian to arrive at the cave where he used to rest. With a wave of his hands, the restriction spells were broken one by one. The multicolored beast was also placed outside and walked in alone. When he returned to the cave, he relaxed a little. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness. Shun Mei and the other three appeared in front of them. The four of them had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring for a while, and it was getting boring. After they came out, their faces were filled with joy and excitement. "Husband, it's been a long time." After Shun Mei came out, she held Li Lingshan's arm and spoke gently. He had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring for 2 months, which meant that he had spent a month outside. "The matter in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has been resolved. I'm a little tired. I need to rest." With a faint smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out and stroked Shun Mei's face. Big brother Lingtian, big sister Mei will bring you to wash up. He'll go tidy up the room. Tang Zimeng said obediently on the other side and entered the cave. Shun Mei and Li Lingtian came to a pool not far from the cave. It was June and the water temperature was just right. After Shun Mei helped him undress, Li Lingtian jumped into the pool naked. It had been a long time since he had bathed. He could feel his pores expanding in the pool. Shun Mei removed her veil as well. She walked to Li Lingshan's side and gently massaged him with her slender fingers. Her face was filled with gentleness and happiness. Li Lingtian leaned his head into Shun Mei's arms, his proud chest soft and comfortable. Seeing this, Shun Mei's lips curled into a smile as her jade-like fingers moved across Li Lingshan's body. After being teased, Li Lingshan's heart was burning. He turned his head and planted a kiss on her proud chest. The two of them enjoyed their intimacy to their heart's content. After reaching their peak, they washed up and Shun Mei took out a clean set of clothes from her storage pouch for Li Lingtian to change into. In the end, he put on his clothes and asked Li Lingtian to wait at the side. Soon, he washed their clothes and returned to the cave after they were done cooling. No one could enter this place. There were countless arrays and restrictions outside, as well as Longda and some guards. Shun Mei and the others had Li Lingshan's clothes at their place. They had also bought them for Li Lingtian. Whoever Li Lingtian rested at would wash his clothes for him. In this way, Li Lingtian only had a set of clothes on him. If he wanted to change, he would have to get them from Shun Mei and the others. After returning to the cave, Shun Mei and Li Lingtian went into the room. Naturally, Tang Zimeng and Li Lingtian had some intimate moments before Li Lingtian rested in peace. The two girls snuggled up to Li Lingtian. Nothing was more satisfying than Li Lingshan's presence. After a good rest, Li Lingtian recounted what happened in the demonic tower. "Big brother Lingtian, did you say that big sister Qing Wu left a clone in the divine martial continent?" Tang Zimeng was extremely curious. Li Lingtian did not hide anything about the heavenly demon princess, as he told her everything. "Yes, but unfortunately, in order to fulfill my wish, she gave me the true devil QJ. She also disappeared. I can only see her when I'm in the devil world." As Li Lingtian spoke, he took out the Tianma Zither from the divine dragon ring. This Tianma Zither belonged to the heavenly demon princess, but she could not take it away since her avatar had disappeared. Moreover, this heavenly demon Zither was a supreme treasure of the demon race. After cultivating the heavenly demon 8 sounds, its power would be shocking. The palm-sized Tianma Zither emitted a trace of ancient aura. Li Lingtian could not help but think of Qing Wu's figure when he looked at the Tianma Zither. Her beautiful figure in red and her charming smile were enough to drive the world crazy. In the future, when husband becomes stronger We will go to the demon realm to find Sister Kjangwil. Naturally, Shunmei could sense Li Lingshan's loneliness. She was curious as to what kind of person the heavenly demon princess was to make Li Lingtian feel so lonely. However, he soon recalled that the heavenly demon princess was willing to give up a clone for Li Lingtian. Such a loyal woman was naturally admirable. Moreover, Li Lingtian was a loyal man who would do his best to protect the woman he liked. Huang Fuyin gave up her warrior sage's true essence for Li Lingtian. She was willing to give up her queen's throne for Li Lingtian. Yes, now that the matter in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has been resolved, we'll go back first. Li Lingtian nodded to calm himself down. He then began to cultivate in the cave. It had been a long time since he had cultivated and rested seriously. He naturally would not let it go now. After half a month, Li Lingtian and the others finally left the cave. Little White and Xianyuan Yingying did not want to return to the Divine Dragon Ring either. Naturally, they wanted to play outside with Li Lingtian. Now, Li Lingtian was relieved. With 3 martial arts saints and some guard by his side, no one could threaten them. There was no threat from this demon suppression in the dark. He had no problem with the 4 girls playing outside. There were more than 20 guards beside Longda, as well as Xianyuan Qing and Marshal Saint Ming Luo. There were originally 30 guards, but a few of them were killed while protecting Li Lingtian. Xianyuan Hao was also killed. However, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were now here. The 3 martial saints were also under Long Das management. Although the 3 of them felt a little uncomfortable being controlled by a martial supreme, they did not complain at all. Li Lingtian trusted Longda, and they dared not show any dissatisfaction. A month later, the group left the demon suppression sect. Li Lingtian sighed as he looked at the overflowing demonic qi in Yuzhou. Let's go. Li Lingtian calmed himself down. This place was not as simple as it seemed. Although the demon sealing god array blueprint had been destroyed, the infernal powerhouses would still make a move. It was just temporarily quiet. If there were any changes in the future, Yuzhou would definitely be a future trouble. However, these things were all things for the future. At least for now, he could increase his cultivation and strength. Big brother Ling Tian, when are you going to create another war god? I heard that the war god is very powerful, but I've never seen it before. Xianyuan Yingying looked at Long Da spaceship and thought of Li Lingshan's war god. Although she had never seen it before, she had heard about it from Shunmei and the others. She was extremely curious about the war god. When we return this time, we should be able to see the war god. You can play on it. Little girl. Li Lingtian smiled. Xianyuan Yingying had the same personality as Tang Ziming. She was beautiful, pure, and innocent. After saying that, he stroked Xianyuan Yingying's hair. He was so intimate with this girl for the first time, even though he treated Xianyuan Yingying as GE at that time. Really? Then Yingying should also choose the most beautiful room. Xianyuan Yingying was extremely happy. She was already 20 years old, but she still had the personality of a 15 or 16-year-old. She looked only 17 or 18 years old and was peerless. In terms of comparison, he didn't know who was prettier among the Heavenly Demon Princess and Shunmei Tang Ziming and Tang Qingwei, G.E. and Little White, Xianyuan Yingying and Huang Fuyin, because each of them was peerless. Each had its own merits, and it was impossible to tell who was more beautiful. Chapter 541. Terrifying Restriction 1. Then let's hurry back. However, Big Brother Ling Tian, I can't pass by the city when we return to the city. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave in the future. Xianyuan Yingying was overjoyed as she allowed Li Lingtian to caress her hair. This feeling was very good and very attached. However, he suddenly thought of the matter in Tianhe Saint City. As the princess of the Xianyuan family, if she entered Tianhe Saint City when she was 20 years old, she would not be able to leave. Unless it was a heaven-defying treasure like Li Lingshan's Divine Dragon Ring. Only a treasure like the Divine Dragon Ring would be able to evade some mysterious restrictions. Don't worry, you always know how to play. Let's see if you can still be like this when you get married in the future," Li Lingtian said tenderly as he led the girls to the spaceship. Finally, they arrived at the deck chair on the spaceship. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the others followed him, but they did not know where Li Lingtian was going. Since all the guards were like blocks of wood, it was more convenient for Li Lingtian and the others. As the few of them chatted happily, Li Lingtian lay on the chair, while Shun Mei, and Tang Ziming massaged him. The flying ship was flying at a high speed. Although it was within the territory of Yuzhou province, no one dared to stop it. Besides, there were martial emperor powerhouses on the flying ship. There were even martial saints hidden inside. Who would dare to provoke them? After flying for half a month, they finally arrived at the Tiana Zone. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were puzzled as to where Li Lingtian was going because the spaceship had never stopped. They didn't ask, but they dared to ask Longda. After all, Longda was their commander. "Commander, where are we going?" Marshal Saint Yunhao asked Longda, but he didn't look arrogant. His tone was calm, as if he was talking to someone of the same generation. In the past, they would never have bothered to speak to a marshal supreme. However, things were different now, because Li Lingtian was standing behind Longda. They had witnessed Li Lingtian's murderous presence with their own eyes. Although Li Lingtian was only a third firmament martial emperor, the three of them combined would not be enough to defeat him in a real fight. From now on, we can only carry out young master's words. I hope this is the last time. Young master doesn't like people who talk too much. Young master said that he doesn't want to take action in the future. We have to do everything. Let's return to Tianhe's sacred city. Long Da's aura turned cold, and his eyes were extremely sharp. Even if he was facing a martial saint, he was not afraid at all. Even if Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were not his subordinates, he would still block them. This was because it was Li Lingtian's rule. As his subordinate, he could not say things that he should not say so easily. He could only follow the rules. Moreover, Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were his subordinates, so he had the responsibility to manage his subordinates well. He did not know why the three martial saint powerhouses followed Li Lingtian, but he was certain that they knew Li Lingtian's strength and future. At the end of his sentence, he stated his objective. Back in the Demon Suppression Secrets, Li Lingtian had already mentioned that he would not act rashly in the future and that he would leave everything to them. He wanted to cultivate seriously to increase his cultivation. He could not fight against some trash martial artists at all. Unless they encountered a heaven-defying expert, they would only take action. Otherwise, why would they use some guards? There was no need for them to do anything themselves. Moreover, he did not want to be so ostentatious. He did not want to hide his cultivation and become stronger step by step. This subordinate understands. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two saw Long Da's gaze and were slightly angered. However, they soon understood that Long Da was definitely protecting Li Lingtian. They quickly suppressed their anger and thought to themselves that they still had a lot to do if they wanted to truly follow Li Lingtian. At the very least, they would have to change their identities. However, he was surprised. What kind of place was Tiana Saint City? It was the most powerful core place in Tiana Zone. Li Lingtian must be from Tiana Holy City if he returned. People who could enter Tiana's sacred city were not as simple as they thought. The flying ship flew quickly through the endless sea and finally arrived at a vast island. Rather than calling it an island, it was better to call it a continent. The spiritual energy was extremely dense and the environment was beautiful. It was completely a paradise for cultivation. Even after hundreds of years of experience, they had never encountered such a powerful and dense spiritual energy here. After flying on the island for an hour, they finally saw endless pavilions and palaces. Heavenly River, Holy City. It was the core of the Tianhe Zone, but there were no city walls here. There were pavilions and palaces everywhere, as if they were heaven and earth. Spiritual qi was abundant, birds were singing, and flowers were fragrant. General Long's flying ship landed, and the group of people walked towards the pavilion. Countless experts were busy with their own tasks. Because the land here was an island, the demonic beasts on it had all been killed. There were only some low-level demonic beasts below the 4th rank. If other martial artists wanted to obtain resources, they would have to enter the sea. Therefore, most of the warriors of Tianhe Holy City trained in the sea. Marshal Saint Ming Luo felt an atmosphere here. There was very little killing intent. Even if there were foreign experts, they wouldn't dare to use their true essence and killing intent here. Li Lingtian led the group forward at a moderate pace, while Shun Mei, and Tang Ziming held Li Lingshan's arms from both sides, appearing extremely affectionate. The two peerless beauties following Li Lingtian attracted countless gazes, but no one dared to harbor any ill intentions. When Xianyuan Yingying left the spaceship, she entered the Divine Dragon Ring to face the influence of Tianhe's sacred city. Boom! Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two followed behind Li Lingtian. Their expressions were calm, but their expressions changed drastically when they arrived 1,000 meters away from the palace pavilion. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his face turned pale. Swoosh! With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian cast a light screen over the three of them with a calm expression on his face. Don't use your true energy. Don't have any killing intent. When your true energy reaches the martial saint level, you will instantly disappear. In here, there are heaven-grade divine powers and a martial saint's quintessential essence. In an instant, they can be killed, let alone a mere martial saint. No matter how powerful he is, he will be killed. Li Lingtian said coldly as if it was his daily meal. If he hadn't joined the Xianyuan clan, he wouldn't have known about these secrets. This was the secret of the Xianyuan clan. Only a few experts knew about it, and he was one of them. Moreover, there were only a few people who could resist this restriction, and he was one of them. The spell that blocked the restriction was the spell that opened the secret chamber and also the spell that opened all of Tianhe's sacred city. The light curtain that had helped Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two to block the attack had a spell. Otherwise, even a 9th heavenly layer martial saint would not be able to block this terrifying restriction, let alone a martial supreme like him. Upon hearing Li Lingshan's words, the three of them quickly suppressed their slaughter energy and their cultivation base to the martial emperor realm. They were extremely shocked. No one was more afraid than the three of them, because the three of them felt that invisible pressure that could directly crush them into ashes. He didn't have any sense of resistance. What kind of existence was this? It was like a person lying on the ground and being hit by a huge hammer that weighed 10,000 pounds. This kind of thing was something that he had never even imagined, let alone encountered. If it were not for Li Lingshan's intervention, they would have vanished into thin air in an instant. Thank you, young master. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two were extremely shocked. They trembled with lingering fear. The terror just now was tens of thousands of times more terrifying than that of the 7 demon venerables. In their hearts, they would rather meet the martial god than encounter such a restriction again. He did not expect that there would be such a destructive restriction in this place. Naturally, martial emperor powerhouses would not be able to discover it. Only martial saint powerhouses would be instantly killed if they came here. It was a terrifying existence. If a martial saint did not know that there was a restriction in this place, he would definitely be killed in an instant. No wonder Heavenly River Holy City didn't have a city wall. This was on a completely different level compared to those city walls. However, he was now even more fearful of Li Lingtian. The powerful pervert in the demonic tower and the heavenly demon princess were extremely intimate with him. The two of them must be lovers. The fact that he was able to easily withstand the destructive restriction here must mean that he had used the techniques of Tianhe Holy City. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would not have been able to do it so easily. Judging from Li Lingshan's expression, it seemed as if he had known about the restriction beforehand. Only the core members of the Heavenly River Holy City would know of such an existence. They were curious about Li Lingshan's identity. Shunmei held Li Lingshan's arm once again as the three of them walked forward. Little White chattered nonstop while the three girls let out sweet laughter from time to time. After walking for a long time, they finally passed through the pavilion and arrived at the central area of Tianhe's sacred city. The center of Tiana's sacred city was 1,000,000 miles in size. The spiritual chi inside was also denser than outside. The buildings were also more orderly. They were all in patches and rows. Young master, young madam. When they arrived at the central area, there were 2 martial ancestor realm martial artists standing guard at each intersection. However, in front of the main passage, there were 8 martial royal realm experts standing guard. Although their cultivation was nothing but a decoration, it also demonstrated the power of Tiana's sacred city. The path that Li Lingtian and the others were going to take was the main passageway that led directly to the plaza of Tiana's sacred city. The 8 martial royal realm guards bowed in respect when they saw Li Lingtian and the others. They looked extremely sincere. As the guards of Tiana's sacred city, with their cultivation, they naturally knew some important figures in Tiana's sacred city. Undoubtedly, apart from the 4 great clans and some powerful existences, Li Lingtian was the most influential figure in Tiana's sacred city. Even the family heads of the 4 great clans could not compare to Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan clan and the Heavenly River Sacred City. The Xianyuan family was not some trash family. Naturally, the young master of the Xianyuan family was a heaven-defying existence. Furthermore, some powerhouses were aware of Li Lingtian's heaven-defying abilities. They knew that Li Lingtian had become a heaven-defying legend in his teens. Li Lingtian had also become the most prominent figure in the Xianyuan family. He was also an existence that countless geniuses in Tiana's sacred city looked up to. Chapter 542. The 7th young master of the D family, prepare my carriage. Li Lingtian nodded. It was more than 2,000 miles from here to the Divine Moon Palace. If they walked back, it would take a long time. Although flying was forbidden in Tiana's sacred city, no one dared to fly here. Only a few people used beast carriages, but on such a main road, beast carriages were not allowed. There were exceptions to everything, and the 4 great clans were exceptions. Similarly, as the young master of Tiana's sacred city, Li Lingtian was naturally speechless. Young master, please wait. A 7th-level Martial Emperor Patrol member bowed and said. Then, he ran to a place not far away. In less than a minute, a beast-like vehicle had arrived before Li Lingtian. Type 5 Tyranno dragons pulled the carriage, and it was extremely luxurious, 10 long and wide, looking like a small palace. It was emitting a powerful aura. One look at this beast carriage, and one could tell that it was a heaven-tier treasure, or it was forged according to the grade of the heaven-tier treasure. Young lord, please. Young madam, please. I, Feng Jiu, will drive the carriage for you, young master. Feng Jiu respectfully invited Li Lingtian and the others to board the beast carriage. Even though he did not know who Little White was, he was still shocked by Little White's appearance and Li Lingtian's. They looked exactly the same, and they were the same version. However, Li Lingtian was the young master while the other was the female version. Their expressions, looks, and eyes were all the same. After the 4 of them boarded the carriage, Feng Jiu sat in front of the beast carriage to drive Li Lingtian's party. With a soft sound, the beast carriage turned into a breeze and sped forward. The avenue was 50 meters wide. A 5-meter-wide beast carriage was running inside, so it did not seem crowded at all. Moreover, there were not many pedestrians on such an avenue. Even if there were pedestrians, they were all martial kings, martial grandmasters, or even martial emperors and martial supremes. Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other 2 were only jolted awake after Li Lingtian and the others left. They were shocked by what had just happened. They never expected Li Lingtian to be the young master of Tiana's sacred city. Although Li Lingtian did not say anything, he could still tell from the way the patrols addressed him. They did not know what it meant to be the young master of Tiana's sacred city, nor could they imagine it. However, he had heard some legends about the Heavenly River Holy City. The Heavenly River Holy City used to be the center of the Black Continent, the Azure Continent, the Serenity Continent, and the Azure Continent. It was also a supreme existence. Although there had been some changes, this place was still so mysterious. No one had ever seen the real existence of this heavenly river holy city. Li Lingtian was the young master of Tianhe Sacred City. This identity was too heaven-defying. Let's go. Longda was elated when he saw Marshal Saint Ming Luo and the other two. So what if he was a martial saint? He was still submitting to Li Lingtian. As a guard, it was only natural for him to stay with Li Lingtian. However, no one in Tianhe City dared to provoke Li Lingtian, so he was no longer needed here. Besides, he would not be the third wheel when Li Lingtian was being intimate with someone. Young Master is a member of the Xianyuan family. He's also the only young master. He's a heaven-defying person with 5 elements perfected. In this place, the young master's name is Xianyuan Lingtian. Longda explained Li Lingtian's general identity as they walked. Naturally, he did not want his subordinates to harbor any ill intentions. Li Lingtian's identity was enough to suppress countless powerhouses. Coupled with Li Lingtian's monstrous talent, his subordinates naturally worked even harder. Longda was very relaxed, but Marshal Saint Ming Luo, Marshal Saint Yunhao, and Heavenly Monster King felt a huge wave in their hearts. No wonder the young master of the Xianyuan family was so heaven-defying. Although they had witnessed Li Lingtian's formidable strength, they did not know that Li Lingtian had such a powerful backer. What kind of existence and nobility was Xianyuan? The person they were following now was the young master of the Xianyuan family, the only young master. They were glad that they had followed Li Lingtian back then. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would not have wanted them at all. I hope only you know the identity of the young master. The identity of the young master is not only the young master of the Xianyuan family, but also the heir of the dragon race, the reincarnation of the mighty Nine Yang, Saint Lord of the Upper Realm, the young master of the elf race, and the holy lord of the demon race. I'll repeat myself. Only you know the identity of the young master. I don't need to tell you the consequences. Also, as a subordinate, you must do what a subordinate should do. These things are very simple. You can experience it yourself. Longda's eyes were sharp, and he found it funny. Even if they were to reveal Li Lingtian's identity, others would only treat it as a joke. If anyone were to reveal it, not only would others not believe it, they would even treat him as a fool. This subordinate understands. The 3 of them were shocked. They hadn't figured out all these things at all, and they couldn't bear it. To withstand such an attack, one needed a strong endurance. Li Lingtian's heaven-defying ability was more powerful than any attack. Longda ignored the 3 of them and continued walking forward. They had their own place to stay, so they naturally did not need to go into the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian and the rest were astonished by the luxurious layout of the beast carriage. There were 2 rooms in the carriage. Outside was a living room that was nearly 30 square meters in size. It was luxuriously decorated inside, and even if there were more than 10 people, it would not seem crowded. The other room was a place to rest. There was a spacious bed that was 3 meters wide and 2 meters long. The 4 of them sat outside to rest. Although the beast carriage was moving very fast, it would still take 2 to 3 hours to reach the Heavenly River Temple. Wow, this place is so luxurious. Yeah, I didn't expect this beast carriage to be so extravagant. Just like those palaces, they aren't as beautiful. The 3 women exclaimed and looked around. There was a soundproof restriction inside the beast carriage, so the outside naturally couldn't hear. Moreover, there was a stable restriction inside, so he could not feel any bumps inside. There was a palm-sized crystal that allowed him to see everything outside. You guys play for a while. He'll go in and rest. When Li Lingtian saw the 3 girls' curious expressions, he knew that his excitement could not be quelled. He couldn't be bothered to participate in the peace talks. It would be better for him to rest inside. All right then. The 3 ladies did not bother him at the moment. Li Lingtian returned to his room and meditated to rest. This beast carriage had never been used before. It was just a decoration. This was because this beast carriage belonged to the Xianyuan family. The people of the Xianyuan family rarely left Tianhe Sacred City. Even if countless experts and disciples entered Tianhe Sacred City, No one was qualified to use this beast carriage. In this way, he could rest in peace. Although he was not obsessed with cleanliness, he did not like things that had been used by others. After meditating for a while, he lay on the bed to rest. After less than 10 minutes, Tang Ziming walked in. She waved her hand and closed the wooden door. A restriction was cast. She walked to Li Lingshan's side lightly and lay down beside him. Big brother Ling Tian. Tang Ziming's voice was gentle, and her eyes were filled with lust. Li Lingtian knew what was going on with Tang Ziming the moment he saw her. With a single hand, he pulled Tang Ziming into his embrace. His heart burned with anger as he looked at her rosy lips and exquisite face. He kissed her gently, and the two of them kissed passionately. Under such circumstances, it was even more exciting. In just a moment, the clothes on the two of them were gone, and the room was filled with moans. Soon, Tang Ziming was extremely satisfied. Although she wanted to sleep here for a while, she thought of Shun Mei outside. After resting for a while, she regained her energy and put on her clothes. She left the room with a satisfied blush on her face. Not long after she left, Shun Mei came in as well. Naturally, the two of them had already discussed this beforehand. Li Lingtian did not say anything, and the two of them had sex to their heart's content. This time, Li Lingtian was extremely satisfied. Every time he was with Shun Mei, she would come up with countless tricks, giving him a feeling that he didn't understand. Tang Ziming was in front of him. He was worried that Tang Ziming would be too tired, so he didn't unleash his full power. Now that Shun Mei was here, he unleashed his full power. Shun Mei was exhausted. After putting on her clothes, she helped Li Lingtian clean up. With her little hand holding the powerful treasure, she smiled charmingly and gently kissed that spot, causing Li Lingshan's body to tremble. She quickly helped Li Lingtian get dressed and snuggled up to him. The two of them didn't even rest for 5 minutes before the beast carriage shook and finally stopped. Li Lingtian was stunned by this. What happened? Shun Mei asked in confusion. She shouldn't have stopped suddenly on such a road. Let's go out and take a look. Li Lingtian got out of bed and opened the door. He walked out to the living room of the beast carriage and stared at the crystal. Instantly, his good mood disappeared, and his eyes were extremely cold. Through the crystal, he could see the situation outside. As the situation outside changed, Li Lingshan's expression changed as well. Are you blind? Don't you see our D family's 7th young master's carriage here? You have disturbed the 7th young master and Miss Lawn. You deserve to die. On the main road, a luxurious beast carriage blocked Li Lingtian and the rest's beast carriage. Originally, the road was 50 meters wide and 8 or 9 beast carriages could run side by side. However, the other party had to go against Li Lingshan's beast carriage. It was simply looking for trouble. A young man in his 20s stepped down from the beast carriage. The young man looked extremely carefree, and his head was raised high into the sky. His arrogant appearance made it seem as if the entire world belonged to him. Behind him were 2 maids and 2 beautiful girls. What happened? One of the 2 girls asked as she looked at the young man. Don't worry, Yubing. He's just a fellow who's courting death. A smile that he thought was cool and handsome appeared on D. Kingfeng's face. He looked at Feng Jiao coldly, but his eyes soon shifted to the beast carriage behind Feng Jiao. Okay, hurry up and get rid of it. We still have to go play. The beautiful girl was called Lan Yubing, the backer of the Lan family. If the Lan family and the D family wanted a marriage alliance, Di Qingfeng and Lan Yubing would naturally be the best candidates. Although Di Qingfeng was only a 4th-level martial emperor disciple, he was enough in Tiana Saint City as long as he was the D family's backer. Chapter 543 Annihilation 1. In the eyes of the Lan family and the D family, no one dared to provoke them. Warriors who came to Tiana Saint City had to listen to the Lan family and the D family. Seeing the beautiful woman waiting for him, Qingfeng Di could show off his power. He walked towards Feng Jiao's beast carriage step by step. The other subordinates followed closely behind Di Qingfeng, their faces showing a hint of abuse. Come out and die. or kneel down and kowtow 10 times. Qing Feng Di said loudly as he circulated his vital essence. He dare not do this outside Tianhe's Saint City. After all, the martial royal realm was still too weak. However, they dared to do so in Tianhe's sacred city because no one dared to provoke the Di family. Even a super expert had to give face to the Di family. The air vibrated. Di Qingfeng's face was filled with an arrogant smile. Countless people stopped in their tracks. Although they didn't dare to provoke the Di family, they wanted to see who would be in trouble. Although the cultivation of the seventh young master of the Di family was not high, he relied on the power of the Di family to do evil in Tianhe's sacred city. He did not take other experts seriously at all. Get lost. Feng Jiu was emboldened by Li Lingxin's presence in the beast carriage when he saw how the Di family dared to stop the young master's carriage and how the seventh young master had humiliated them before. After saying that, he released his aura. A seventh-level martial emperor was many times stronger than the ruffian-like seventh young master. After all, they were not experts from big families. They had to rely on themselves no matter what. It was needless to say that they could still reach the seventh level of the martial emperor realm without any support. Boom! The two auras collided, and a muffled sound rang out in the air. Dang, dang, dang. Di Qingfeng kept retreating with blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. He only stopped when he reached the beast carriage. When he saw Lan Yubing and the other two looking at him, he was instantly enraged. It was undoubtedly an insult to be in such a sorry state in front of beauty and lose all his face. Kill them. Let him go, shouted Di Qingfeng. He had no reason to let go of someone who dared to embarrass him. When the subordinates saw that a patrolling guard actually dared to attack the seventh young master, they were also in disbelief. In their opinion, even if the guard's cultivation was higher than the seventh young master, he would not dare to attack the seventh young master. Otherwise, they would not have stopped him. Now that they saw the seventh young master injured, they would definitely be punished when they returned. Die! The emperor's face was extremely gloomy. He was a sixth-level martial honored realm expert and had always been Di Qingfeng's personal guard. He had injured Di Qingfeng right under his nose. How could he show any mercy? The vital essence of the sixth-level supreme realm circulated, and a shocking aura soared into the sky. On the main road, countless warriors quickly retreated, not daring to touch any bad luck. However, they didn't leave and looked at the group from afar. The Imperial group waved a hand, and a shocking fist shadow bombarded the beast carriage. With a punch from a sixth-level martial honored realm expert, even a beast carriage would be destroyed, let alone a seventh-level martial emperor. The terrifying fist shadow was extremely fast and arrived in front of Feng Jiu in a blink of an eye. Countless experts were shocked when they saw the attack of the Imperial group. Even the guards of the big families were so domineering. Feng Jiu's heart was dead. In front of a sixth-level martial honored realm expert, he didn't even have the will to resist. He couldn't move his body and could only watch the shocking attack coming at him. At this moment, a faint voice sounded. The voice carried supreme majesty and charm. Just as the voice appeared, the entire space suddenly became sluggish. Even the sixth-level supreme realm attack was imprisoned in the air, as if the entire space was imprisoned. Go back and tell the Di family that if such a good-for-nothing appears again, get out of Tianhe's sacred city forever. The space returned to its calm state in an instant. The beast carriage continued to move forward. The Imperial group still maintained their attacking stance. Everyone's expressions remained the same as before. However, Li Lingxin's beast carriage began to move forward as his calm voice drifted through the air. The beast carriage turned into a stream of light and quickly disappeared at the end of the road. Crash! With a crashing sound, the attack of the Imperial group disappeared. With the Imperial group as the center, the area within a 10-meter radius turned into nothingness. The entire Imperial group turned into ashes, including Di Qingfeng and the beast carriage. Only Lan Yubing and the other two women, as well as a few maids, stood on the main road in a daze. This scene caused all the experts who were watching to be shocked. They were so shocked that they did not dare to breathe. Everything in front of him was extremely strange. What kind of terror could be so terrifying? A full-powered strike from a 6th-level Supreme Realm expert. Just as the other party was about to dissipate into thin air, everything changed in a heaven-defying manner in front of Voice. The opponent did not die, but he and everything else had been reduced to ashes. Martial Emperor? Martial Saint? Could it be that a Martial Saint expert had made a move? Otherwise, how could there be such a terrifying almighty technique? All the experts understood that the Emperor family had died before they could even see their true opponent. They also didn't see who was inside the beast carriage. Not only was he terrifying, but he didn't even put the D family in his eyes. If the D family had such trash again, they would get out of Tiana Holy City forever. These words struck the hearts of all the cultivators deeply. How domineering was this? Although it did not mean that the D family would be kicked out of Tiana Sacred City, it was almost the same. The other party only gave the D family a little face. Who dared to say such words? For a moment, countless experts were curious about the people inside the beast carriage. Domineering, powerful, terrifying. This was the feeling it gave them. They didn't even see the person in the beast carriage, but they already had such a feeling. Lan Yubing and the others watched as everything around them disappeared and turned into ashes, leaving only the few of them. They were instantly scared silly. They could not speak for a long time. They naturally understood that they had not provoked the other party. Otherwise, they would have turned into ashes as well. They had never felt death before, and they did not expect death to be so close to them today. After a long time, she finally reacted. Her small face was pale. After pondering for a moment, she left with the maid. Li Lingtian was a little depressed as well. He did not expect such trash to exist in his heavenly river sacred city. It seemed that the 4 great clans needed to be sorted out. When they were in the beast carriage, they were very satisfied with Feng Jio's appearance. However, Feng Jio's cultivation level was still too low. He would naturally die in the face of a martial honor. Li Lingtian was the only one in this world. A revered martial artist dared to show killing intent in front of him. Naturally, he could not let him off. With his current cultivation at the 3rd heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, he could even kill a Martial Emperor without batting an eyelid, let alone a Martial Venerable. A terrifying metal will was enough to turn everything in front of him into ashes. A Martial Emperor and a Martial Honor naturally did not need to make a move. They only needed a trace of the will of the Way of Metal. My husband's will of the Way of Metal has become much stronger. Shun Mayer snuggled up to Li Lingshan's side and was overjoyed. Li Lingshan's strength had already reached a level beyond their imagination. Killing a Supreme Realm expert only required 1 Dao intent. This is because they're too trash. If they were to face a Martial Emperor powerhouse, things wouldn't be so simple. Li Lingshan's icy expression turned into gentleness. Among his 5 elemental Dao wills, the Metal Dao focused on destruction, the Earth Dao focused on defense, the Fire Dao focused on destruction, and the Water Dao focused on softness. However, when he unleashed an Ice-type attack, it would turn into destruction while the Wood Dao focused on life, allowing his vital essence to recover continuously. With his current cultivation base, he could easily kill any powerhouse below the 3rd heaven of the Martial Emperor realm. Even if he encountered a 9th Firmament Martial Emperor or an ordinary Martial Saint powerhouse, he could use his divine powers and saint weapons and divine weapons to kill them. However, he had also decided to try his best to unleash all his divine powers and treasures to the extreme when he was in the Martial Emperor realm. This way, he would not have to rely on external forces to strengthen himself. The truly powerful thing was to rely on oneself, rely on one's own skills and true essence. I didn't expect that a big family would have such a person. However, killing the 7th young master of the D family might cause some trouble. Tang Ziming had also quieted down. Although she was lively and active, she was still the same when she was with Li Lingtian. However, when it came to serious matters, she became calm. She was smart enough to think of the consequences. The four great clans held a supreme position in Tianhe's sacred city. Naturally, there would be some trouble if Li Lingtian killed Di Qingfeng. Although Di Qingfeng was only a rich second generation and couldn't achieve much, this concerned the face of the Di family. After all, Li Lingtian had killed Di Qingfeng in front of countless powerhouses and had even warned the Di family. Naturally, the Di family had to get back at him. There's no trouble. If I dare to kill Di Qingfeng, the Di family won't dare to cause trouble. The people of the Di family are not fools. They will definitely guess who I am. Even if the Di family is powerful, they won't dare to cause trouble in Tianhe's sacred city. If they really want to die, I don't mind wiping out the Di family and nurturing a few more families. The Xian Yuan family rarely shows their strength, which makes the four families think that Tianhe's sacred city is their world. Li Lingtian shook his head. Naturally, he had his own plans when he made his move. A place like Tianhe's sacred city was already his territory, his base camp. With such trash in his own base camp, he naturally could not leave him behind, lest he waste the spiritual energy of Tianhe's sacred city. In the past, he would rarely consider the consequences of his actions. However, after some things, no matter what he did, he would consider the consequences. The beast-drawn carriage traveled very quickly and soon arrived in front of the square of Tianhe's sacred city. Until now, Feng Jiu was still in a state of confusion. Everything that had just happened was too terrifying. Everything was beyond his imagination. He did not expect such a terrifying attack to exist in this world. It actually turned everything into ashes without a sound. He was even more shocked by Li Lingxian's cultivation base. The young master's strength was beyond his imagination. Chapter 544. Ji Yi's grown-up Feng Jiu only came to his senses when he arrived in front of the square of Tianhe's sacred city. She quickly alighted from the beast carriage and greeted Li Lingtian softly. "Young master, we have arrived at Tianhe Square." Feng Jiu stood respectfully in front of the beast carriage and shouted, his face full of admiration. Li Lingxian's status made him respectful, but it was only his status as a young master. They had to respect him. However, now that he realized how terrifying Li Lingtian was, his respect for him grew even more. He even worshipped him. The might of an almighty powerhouse was indeed extraordinary. It was so powerful that he could not see the other party's attack at all, nor could he see if the other party was using a skill or a treasure. He definitely couldn't see it. Only a martial emperor powerhouse could see it, because it was the will of the great path, an ethereal will. However, this ethereal will existed. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had mastered 5 types of Tao wills. These 5 types of Tao wills were also the 5 elements perfection. This kind of will complemented each other and became even more powerful. It completely formed an independent world. If he used the 9 heaven stars, it would be even more terrifying. However, with Li Lingxian's current cultivation base, he did not dare to unleash the 9 skies of stars unless he had reached the peak of the martial supreme realm. Otherwise, he would be injured and the power he could unleash would be pitifully small. "Yes." Li Lingtian replied softly before he gently nudged Shun, Mei, Tang Zimeng, and Little White. They opened the door of the carriage and walked out one by one. Their expressions were calm, and it was impossible to tell that they had just done something destructive. Li Lingxian's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the countless powerhouses in the plaza. Shun Mei reached out her hand and held Li Lingxian's arm with a blissful smile on her face. "Not bad." Li Lingtian glanced at Feng Jiu before patting him on the shoulder twice. Following that, he led Shun Mei and the others toward the Heavenly River Temple. After the 4 of them disappeared, Feng Jiu was still stunned. When he woke up, his face immediately revealed an excited expression, as if he had obtained a supreme treasure. Li Lingtian only called Xianyuan Yingying out after they entered the Heavenly River Temple. Li Lingtian did not stop Xianyuan Yingying as the group headed toward the Divine Moon Palace. The little girl was obviously going to return to the Celestial Moon Palace, but she would not. Instead, she insisted on following them. This time, Li Lingtian had been away for half a year. In the Divine Moon Hall, Tang Qingwei, Huang Fu Yuyin, Ji Yi, and Jingling were all worried. Even though they knew that Li Lingtian was powerful, they were still worried that Li Lingxian's opponent was even stronger. Furthermore, after Li Lingtian left, they spent most of their time cultivating, chatting with each other, or visiting Li Suifeng and his wife. This was also a way to pass the time. They were young and beautiful, peerless beauties who were in their prime. Even if Li Lingtian had a treasure that could keep them young forever, this was still the best time of their lives. Naturally, they wanted to be by Li Lingxian's side. Even if she did not have sex with Li Lingtian, she would be satisfied as long as she could look at him. However, since Li Lingtian was going out to do something dangerous, they had no choice but to listen to him. On this day, a few girls were chatting in the garden of the Divine Moon Palace. Sister Qingwei, I had a dream last night. I think Big Brother came back. There was a sweet smile on Ji Yi's face. Although Ji Yi could do everything by herself now, she was still like a little girl. He always looked like he was only 15 or 16 years old. Amongst Li Lingxian's group of women, they were all extremely strong in cultivation and were born with peerless grace. They were forever only 18 or 19 years old. Ji Yi was even more so. She looked about the same age as Tang Zimeng and Qingling, about 15 or 16 years old. Shunmei and Little White Xianyuan Yingying were slightly older. After them were Tang Qingwei and Huang Fuyin. This was just their appearance and dressing. They looked to be between the ages of 15 to 21. Hee, little girl, you just miss your big brother too much. Ling Tian is going to Yuzhou this time. He won't be coming back for the time being. Tang Qingwei caressed Ji Yi's hair tenderly. Ji Yi was Li Lingxian's precious treasure and was a junior apprentice that Li Lingtian had taught. She was no different from his own sister. Besides, Ji Yi was pretty and cute. How can elf princess not be liked? Tang Qingwei and the others naturally liked him very much. No, even if I miss Big Brother, I won't dream of him coming back. This feeling is very real. Ji Yi pouted, her eyes reddened, and her beautiful eyes became misty. The little girl could not hide anything. Although she had been holding it in, she still missed Li Lingtian. Haha, don't worry. When your big brother comes back, they'll let him bring you out. Huang Fuyin looked at Ji Yi and missed him dearly. Of course they wanted to, they just did not want to drag Li Lingtian down. Really? That's great. When Ji Yi heard Huang Fuyin's words, he instantly became happy. However, he was stunned for a moment and looked behind him. At the same time, Huang Fuyin and the others also looked in that direction. It was as if there was a connection between them and the Divine Moon Palace. When they saw the entrance of the Divine Moon Palace, they were all extremely happy, and their hearts were beating fast, because the person she was worried about had appeared. Ji Yi was the first to react, and he was also the most lively. Big brother, you're back. I miss Ji Yi so much. Ji Yi sprinted toward Li Lingtian like a little bird with a happy expression on his face. Finally, she threw herself into Li Lingxian's arms and wrapped her jade-like hands around Li Lingxian's neck. Her entire body hung on Li Lingxian's body. Shunmei and Tang Zimeng let go of Li Lingxian's arm and moved a little further away with smiles on their faces. The little girl has grown up. She knows how to miss me. Li Lingtian held Ji Yi's slender waist with both hands and spun her around like a child. Ji Yi was suspended in the air without a trace of worry as she allowed Li Lingtian to hold her slender waist with both hands and spun rapidly in the air. Immediately, a wave of happy laughter rang out in the Divine Moon Palace. Like a fairy, Ji Yi's colorful clothes fluttered in the wind. Finally, Li Lingtian placed her on the ground and reached out to stroke her hair. When he saw Huang Fuyin and Tang Qingwei coming over, he held them in his arms. He didn't need to say anything. The two women felt warm and safe in his embrace, and they were extremely happy. As long as he had this hug in his life, even if it was just for a moment, he would be satisfied. After a long time, Li Lingtian released Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyin and gently embraced Qingling in his arms. Even though she was only his maid in the past, Li Lingtian was not biased towards his women. Huang Fuyin and the others were naturally aware of Qingling's relationship with Li Lingtian. They did not treat Qingling as a maid, but as sisters. After that, the girls chattered nonstop. The group of them came to the pavilion in the garden. Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and the others had prepared snacks and tea, and then they stood to the side and listened. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyin snuggled up to Li Lingtian as he recounted everything that had happened on this trip. He recounted everything that happened in the Skirich Demon Tower from the time he killed the Demon Clan's martial emperor. The ladies were shocked to hear that. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was safe from shock. Although Tang Zimeng and his Shun Mei had gone out with Li Lingtian, they had entered the Divine Dragon Ring when they were in danger. Naturally, they were unaware of what had happened. I didn't expect you to meet the heavenly demon princess and the lover of your previous life. When Huang Fuyin heard about the heavenly demon princess, she was extremely surprised. She did not expect Li Lingtian to be with the heavenly demon princess in his past life. Furthermore, the heavenly demon princess had used her clone to stay in the divine martial continent for countless years for Li Lingtian. After waiting for countless years, she was willing to give Li Lingtian the clone's true demon chi. Just like herself, she had given Li Lingtian the martial saint's primordial chi to fulfill his wish. She was also filled with admiration for the heavenly demon princess. Fortunately, I went to Yuzhou province this time. If I didn't go to Yuzhou province, I wouldn't have been able to enter the Supreme Demon Tower and meet Qingwu. But in order to help me, she took out the true devil chi of her clone. If I wasn't injured, she would be able to be with me with her clone's cultivation. I wonder how many tens of thousands of years it will be before we meet again. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile as he felt a warmth in his heart. There was someone who cared for him and loved him. What was there to be unsatisfied about? The few girls in front of him were all his beloved and loved him. It was the same for the heavenly demon princess. However, he was a little disappointed. After all, it was as difficult as ascending to the heavens to go to the demon realm. As long as your cultivation reaches the 9th level of the martial god realm, you might be able to enter the upper world. At that time, you'll have the chance to go to the demon realm. Huang Fuyin understood the disappointment in Li Lingshan's heart. After all, it was something that could not be achieved. As a woman, it was only natural for her to be jealous. However, she understood that Li Lingtian could not possibly have only one woman. It was enough as long as she was in Li Lingshan's heart. The few of them chatted for more than an hour before Li Lingtian brought Huang Fuyin and the rest to Li Suifeng and his wife's residence. As a son, it was naturally a pity that he could not be filial. Whenever he returned to Tiana's sacred city, he would visit his parents. Even if their cultivation continued to improve and their lifespans increased, they would still often worry about their sons. Li Suifeng and his wife lived in the same courtyard as Tang Zicheng and his wife. This way, they would have company. Other relatives were also not far away. In this way, they would not feel lonely. Li Lingtian only brought Huang Fuyin and the rest back to the Divine Moon Palace after nightfall. After returning to the Divine Moon Palace, Xinyuan Yingying wanted to drag Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei to the Celestial Moon Palace. After the three women left, only Ji Yi, Qingling, Huang Fuyin, Tang Qingyue, and Little White were left in the Divine Moon Palace. P.S. Add more monthly votes, recommended votes, and tips. Chapter 545. Xinyuan Yingying's cultivation seeing Shun Mei, and Tang Zimeng being dragged away, Little White and Ji left as well. Little White was the dragon princess of a dragon clan, and she could cultivate into a 7-colored divine dragon. Ji was the princess of the fairy clan. Both of them were favored by heaven and earth. They got along well with each other, and both of them were mischievous. They were also brought up by Li Lingtian. Now that they had all left, she did not want to be a third wheel anymore. Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyin, Sister Qingling, you guys should be more loving. We won't disturb you guys anymore. Ji laughed sweetly. Before Li Lingtian could say anything, she had already dragged Little White and ran out. Tang Qingyue and the other two girls were naturally shy. Li Lingtian could only shake his head helplessly as he looked at Ji and Little White. There was nothing he could do about them. Fortunately, they were not with Xian Yuan Ying. Otherwise, it would be even more troublesome. Young master, they'll go prepare some hot water. Qingling's face was also filled with shyness. Even though she had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, she was still shy. With that, he ran out as if he was escaping and walked towards the back of the Divine Moon Palace. Behind the Divine Moon Palace, there was a huge pond. The pond was 200 meters wide. The deepest part was 2 to 3 meters deep, and the shallowest part was only 2 feet deep. It was warm in winter and cool in summer. It was the best place to wash up. When Li Lingtian and the others moved in, the place was already perfect. There were huge rocks beside the pool and a pavilion. In the past, Li Lingtian and the others would wash up here and play in the water with a few beauties. During the day, the sun could shine in and enjoy the sun. At night, the moonlight shone on the pool, making it blue. On the other side of the pool was a small pool with a radius of 30 meters. The water inside was not deep, but it was extremely warm. Qingling said that she was preparing hot water and was only here to activate the restriction. A huge restriction blocked everything behind. A few minutes later, Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue, and Huang Fuyun arrived at the pool. Looking at the clear pond, they were all extremely happy. They used to bathe here frequently, but now that Li Lingtian was here, they were naturally excited. Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyun removed Li Lingshan's clothes. Li Lingtian walked into the pool and half lay on the rocks. The pool was well made, and he could half lie in it to soak. After helping Li Lingtian remove his clothes, the two ladies removed their own veils. Although they had been with Li Lingtian for a long time, they were still shy. Moreover, it was when they were together. Now, it was better to be newlyweds than to be apart. Naturally, she was even more shy and excited. It was the same for Qingling. After the three women removed their veils, their exquisite and perfect bodies were revealed to Li Lingtian, who was instantly excited. Furthermore, the three women had a thin layer of gauze on their bodies, making their perfect figures appear faintly discernible, making them even more attractive. Can you be a little more promising? Huang Fuyun was even more excited and happy when she saw Li Lingshan's expression. She was extremely satisfied and proud to be able to make her beloved man like this. Although she said that, she liked how Li Lingtian admired her. It's not like I haven't seen it before. It's still like this now. Tang Qingyue replied in a sweet voice. She was like an ice mountain fairy, but she was extremely gentle in front of Li Lingtian. It was the complete opposite of her appearance. When a girl like her was like an iceberg, she kept people 1,000 miles away because she hid all her gentleness deep in her heart. However, if someone entered her heart, she would burst out with endless gentleness and treat you with all her gentleness. Tang Qingyue was such a girl. She was a peerless beauty, an ice mountain fairy, but now she was a gentle little woman and a gentle wife. When she saw Li Lingshan's gaze, she felt a mixture of shyness and happiness. A perfection that would drive all men crazy was shyly displayed before Li Lingtian, allowing him to admire her. A woman's beauty was for her confidant. Her perfection was for the person she loved to admire. Under Li Lingshan's infatuated gaze, Qingling, Tang Qingyue, and Huang Fuyun shyly came to Li Lingshan's side. They thought that they were best Li Lingtian in the pool. Li Lingtian rested his head on Huang Fuyun's proud chest, while Qingling gently massaged him and washed him with a silk handkerchief. Tang Qingyue was also by Li Lingshan's side, her jade-like hand stroking his body. Absence makes the heart grow fonder. The three perfect bodies that he was originally familiar with were now the most tempting. After a full 2 hours, the three women were completely powerless. Their small faces were flushed with satisfaction and happiness. After resting for a while, The three of them cleaned up and followed Li Lingtian back to his room in the Divine Moon Palace. Li Lingshan's room was extremely spacious. The bed was also very big, not to mention the three of them. Even if there were a few more people, it would not seem crowded. That night, the four of them made love to their heart's content. In the end, they fell asleep until they had no more strength left. The three ladies leaned against Li Lingtian with him at the center. Late at night, they woke up, but they didn't want to move. Even if they were powerful martial artists, they didn't want to move after such happiness and love. After all, he was still a little tired after such a thing. However, the four of them stayed close together, enjoying each other's existence. He hadn't felt this way for half a year. The three girls were not shy at all, because there was no need to be shy in front of the person they loved. Next time I go out, they'll bring all of you along, Li Lingtian said earnestly. He thought he could bear to leave the last time, but he only felt the reluctance after he left. With his strength, as long as he didn't act recklessly, he wouldn't be in any danger. Even if there was a threat, Tang Qingyue and the others could still enter the Divine Dragon Ring. It was impossible for him to leave his beloved woman in Tianhe's sacred city. Does it really not affect you? Huangfu Yuyin was extremely excited, but she was worried that it would affect Li Lingshan's work. No girl would be willing to be separated from their loved ones, and it was the same for her. It's fine. Even if you encounter danger, you can enter the Divine Dragon Ring. Don't you miss me? A faint smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face as he reached out and caressed Huangfu Yuyin's proud and firm chest. Huangfu Yuyin moaned softly as her delicate body trembled. Yes, I miss you so much. I miss you so much that I can't sleep. Huangfu Yuyin spoke softly with a shy face. Before Li Lingtian left, she could still be with him every day and they could have sex. However, she was extremely disappointed when Li Lingtian left. Although they didn't necessarily have to make love, they would still be extremely worried about their loved ones after they left. This kind of concern would only be understood when they really met. Qingyu too. I miss you every day and hope to be with Lingtian every day. Tang Qingyue was extremely shy as well. Her little face was red and her delicate body was trembling slightly as she leaned her proud chest against Li Lingshan's side. Li Lingtian was extremely excited while Qing Ling shared her thoughts. I can't bear to part with you guys either. Before I left, I thought I could do it, but I felt bad not seeing you guys. I thought that I was not afraid of anything and could face martial emperors and martial saints. But now, I understand that you are the ones I care about the most. Li Lingtian spoke in a serious tone with a serious expression on his face. The three women's hearts melted, and their faces were filled with happiness. From now on, we will be by your side every day. Even if we encounter danger, we will face it together. Yes, we're husband and wife. If anything happens to either of us, we'll all feel bad. We'll all wish we were dead. As long as we work hard, we can definitely defeat any expert. That night, the three women were extremely happy. A short absence made the heart grow fonder, and the four of them were endlessly entangled. The three women had played all sorts of tricks, allowing Li Lingtian to enjoy endless bliss. The powerful treasure was moving back and forth between the three women's proud chests, entering and exiting their sacred grounds. In the end, Li Lingtian exploded in Qing Ling's mouth. Qing Ling swallowed it with a gulp and licked the corner of her mouth with her tender tongue. It looked extremely alluring. When the four of them woke up, it was already the next day. When they woke up, the four of them were lying on the bed in a mess. Li Lingtian was extremely excited to see their perfect bodies lying on the bed. When they got up, the three ladies allowed Li Lingtian to admire them. Although they looked shy, they were more relaxed than before. After helping Li Lingtian change into his clothes, he began to dress himself. When they went outside to wash up, the sisters could not help but tease each other. Li Lingtian was in a good mood as he looked at the peerless beauties. Even Ji Yi, Little White, and Xinyuan Yinging were there. Although the three of them were not Li Lingshan's women, they had a good relationship and were very close. He also teased Huangfu Yuyin, Tang Qingyue, and Qing Ling. After washing up, Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and the others had already prepared breakfast. After eating breakfast, they began to cultivate. In the past 6 months, Li Lingshan's cultivation base had improved. Tang Qinghua and the rest had also improved significantly. Without Li Lingshan's company, they had more time to cultivate. What made Li Lingtian happy was that apart from Shun Mei, and Ge, Tang Qinghua and the rest had already reached Tier 5 Martial Emperor. Ge was Tier 7, and Shun Mei was Tier 7. Li Lingtian could not figure out Xianyuan Yingying's cultivation base. He did not know if she was a warrior or warrior spirit. This was also what he was most curious about. Xianyuan Yingying said that she had cultivated before, but she didn't know the realm of her cultivation. At that thought, Li Lingtian decided to ask Xianyuan Tianming about Xianyuan Yingying's situation. Chapter 546. Xianyuan Yingying's view. Li Lingtian realized that he had not refined pills for a while when he thought about cultivation. The power of alchemy made him not dare to relax in the slightest. However, after going to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, he did not refine pills. Firstly, the opponents inside were too powerful. Secondly, the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was not suitable for refining pills. Now that he had returned to Tiana's sacred city, he had to cultivate and refine pills properly. Only by raising his cultivation could he control his own fate. Early in the morning, Li Lingtian was in a good mood as he watched a group of peerless beauties cultivating. Huangfu Yuyan, Tang Qinghua, Shun Mei Tang Zimeng, Ge, Little White, Qingling, and Xianyuan Yingying were all peerless beauties. At this moment, they were surrounding Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique for 3 great circulations. He then cultivated the true dragon body barrier, the holy demon's quintessence, and the 5 elements Tao intent. He had cultivated all the skills and spells once. After he finished cultivating, he saw that the girl beside him was still cultivating hard, and his face revealed a satisfied expression. Even Xianyuan Yingying and Whitey, who didn't like cultivation, could feel the atmosphere of cultivation and started to cultivate seriously. When they were not cultivating, they were either lively or quiet. Now, they all understood that the higher one's cultivation was, the longer one's lifespan would be, and the better the effect of preserving one's youth. They did not want to leave Li Lingtian because of their longevity, nor did they want to drag Li Lingtian down because of their cultivation base. They did not want to age either. Girls cared about their looks the most. Cultivation was the only way to achieve their goals. Qinghua, you have the Tai Yin body and cultivate the dual elements of water and ice. This frost descending from the sky and ice river crack are for you to use. Li Lingtian came before Tang Qinghua and gave her some pointers on her cultivation. He then handed her ice river's crack and frost descending from the sky. The 2 treasures were both saint artifacts, and they were the kind of saint artifacts that were extremely powerful. Li Lingtian had used it before, but with his current cultivation base, he could not use weapons for many of his skills. He could completely rely on heaven-defying divine powers and methods to fight his enemies. Xiao Bai, pay attention to the changes in your dragon aura. Yu Yin, you cultivate the metal element. The metal element is indestructible. This saint artifact is for you. Ming Ming is also a metal type. It just so happens that the 2 of you can each have one. Li Lingtian took out the treasures one by one. Some of them were used by him, while others were newly acquired. He told them about the problems and precautions of the girl's cultivation. On the path of cultivation, he could definitely be considered a great grandmaster. After all, the things he cultivated were all super sacred books, which far exceeded the cultivation techniques of the divine martial continent. Every cultivation technique was a holy book of a race, so they naturally had a lot more knowledge. The girls knew that Li Lingtian knew his limits. With his current cultivation base, it was only natural that he would not need to use some sacred weapons. Furthermore, the cultivation techniques that Li Lingtian cultivated were all divine codices. The treasures he controlled were also divine artifacts, including the Tianyu sword, the heavenly false sword saint weapon, and the space banner. With his methods and some divine arts. Ordinary opponents were not his food at all. Most of his enemies were top-notch martial monarch realm experts or martial saint realm experts. When dealing with these experts, they would use divine powers or divine weapons that could destroy the world. Every girl was extremely happy. It was originally a boring thing, but now it had become a happy thing, with Li Ling Tian accompanying them. Their days were even more carefree than a deity's. Big brother Ling Tian, you're so biased. Big sister Qing Yu and the others have weapons, treasures, and cultivation methods, but I don't have any. When Xian Yuan Yingying saw that Li Ling Tian had given many treasures and cultivation techniques to Tang Qingwei and the others, but she was the only one who did not get them, she was immediately annoyed. She pouted and tugged at Li Lingshan's hand, shaking it nonstop in a coquettish manner. Tang Qingwei and the others were amused. Xian Yuan Yingying was the princess of the Xian Yuan family, while Li Ling Tian was the young master of the Xian Yuan family. Naturally, they were close. Moreover, Xian Yuan Yingying was extremely beautiful. They all liked her very much. You little girl, I don't even know your current cultivation and realm. Let me figure out first. Anyway, you didn't make a move. What kind of cultivation technique are you using? Li Ling Tian helplessly reached out and pinched Xian Yuan Yingying's little face. He was already used to this action and could not change it even if he wanted to. However, he was used to this action, and the girls were also used to being touched by him. All right, go to my grandfather. He should know about my situation. As Xian Yuan Yingying spoke, she was about to drag Li Ling Tian to Xian Yuan Tianming. Yingying, don't hold him. What's wrong with you? Let's go. Li Ling Tian felt helpless, but he still went to greet Xian Yuan Tianming at the same time. After all, he was back and had not gone to Xian Yuan Tianming's place yet. It was a good opportunity for them to go together. Then, he followed Xian Yuan Yingying out of the mystic moon hall and headed towards the heavenly river temple. Along the way, countless Xian Yuan family disciples greeted Li Ling Tian and his wife. The Sky River Temple occupied an area of 10,000 miles. The area within 10,000 miles was the forbidden area of the Xian Yuan family. Only the core disciples of the Xian Yuan family could live there, and the disciples here were all genius disciples of the Xian Yuan family. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the 10 forbidden areas in the Heavenly River Temple. Because Xian Yuan Yingying was the princess of the Xian Yuan family, her status was special. Both palaces belonged to her. The other places were where some guardians, elders, and genius disciples lived. The place where Xian Yuan Tianming lived was more than 10 miles away from the Divine Moon Palace. The two of them weren't in a hurry to get there. They walked while admiring the scenery. This was the forbidden area of the Xian Yuan family, so naturally, no outsiders would come. The two of them walked for half an hour. Xian Yuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand and bounced along the way like a child. Li Ling Tian looked at Xian Yuan Yingying and smiled. This little girl was peerlessly beautiful and innocent. She was indeed one of the rare cute girls in the world. Big brother Ling Tian, what are you looking at? Xian Yuan Yingying noticed Li Lingshan's gaze as well and asked curiously. Her heart was pounding rapidly. The two of them had been throwing a tantrum so naturally they did not feel anything. However, now that Li Ling Tian was looking at them alone, the shy and reserved nature of a girl was on display. No, you're as lively as Meng Meng and Ji. Were you like this before? Li Ling Tian shook his head and sobered up as he asked curiously. No, I never had any friends before. I always played alone. Otherwise, I wouldn't have wore a mask. Also, the people of the D family always want to hit me. I'm wearing a mask, so no one knows my true face. All right, there's another person who knows. It's the #1 genius disciple of the D family, D Lan Ming. He saw me playing in my grandfather's place that time. However, I was only 15 years old at that time. During this period of time, Yingying was the happiest when she was with big brother Ling Tian. Big sister Qing Yu and the others also played with me. Otherwise, I would have been lonely for the rest of my life. Xian Yuan Yingying raised her head and said seriously with a blush on her face. She did not know what happiness was in the past, but after spending time with Li Ling Tian and his wife, she finally had friends. Being together with them brought out her true personality. I won't do it again. Li Lingtian caressed Xianyuan Yingying's petite face lovingly as his eyes were filled with tenderness. Everyone had their own difficulties in front of them. Ji was an elf princess, but she had been trapped in the ice palace for hundreds of thousands of years. Little White was born after he entered the dragon abyss, and it took a long time for it to transform into a human. Tang Qingyue was a peerless beauty, but she was suppressed by the Dishi family. Huang Fuyuyan was the same. She had spent her whole life cultivating until she became a martial saint. Every girl around him had their own story. He would not let his woman be unhappy at all. And I believe in Big Brother Ling Tian. Who asked you to be my big brother Ling Tian? We're still good friends. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned. She felt a sweet feeling in her heart. Her heart was pounding nonstop, and her beautiful eyes were filled with stars. Let's go, you little girl. Li Ling Tian smiled as he held Xianyuan Yingying's hand tightly. He then pulled her along as they walked forward. Big brother Ling Tian, don't you hate me for being mischievous? Xianyuan Yingying asked curiously. She had always been Li Lingshan's little troublemaker. She was worried that Li Lingtian would dislike her, so she probed and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. Annoying? Why should I hate him? Our Yingying is so cute and beautiful. What reason do I have to hate her? Everyone has their own personality. If she changes her personality because of certain things, I won't like it. Since you're asking this, right? Do you think Big Brother Ling Tian is a playboy? Li Ling Tian was taken aback. He did not expect Xianyuan Yingying to have such thoughts, but he soon smiled. He couldn't find a reason to hate Xianyuan Yingying. He only liked her, not hate her. There was no reason to hate such a beautiful and cute girl. However, he also had some doubts. He wouldn't tell Tang Qingyue and the others about this. It would be best to ask Xianyuan Yingying. After all, Xianyuan Yingying was not his woman. She was just a good friend. At most, she was his sister. Well, about that, Yingying doesn't think that way because Big Brother Ling Tian is outstanding. Big Sister Qingyue and the others also like Big Brother Ling Tian. They all love you. This is your ability. Besides, there are plenty of people who have 3 wives and 4 concubines in this world. They can't be called playboys at all. Moreover, Big Brother Ling Tian treats Big Sister Qingyu and the others sincerely. Xianyuan Yingying pondered for a moment and slowly voiced out her thoughts. In this world, there were plenty of women who had multiple wives and concubines. Moreover, Tang Qingyue and the others were all peerless beauties, so it was normal for Li Lingtian to like them. Furthermore, they loved Li Lingtian and liked each other. There was no such thing as a playboy. Besides, Li Lingshan's excellence was unmatched in the divine martial continent. Naturally, many people would like such an outstanding person. Chapter 547. Dilanming Li Lingtian was relieved after hearing Xianyuan Yingying's words. He felt that he had let Tang Qingyue and the others down. However, it was impossible for him to lose any of them. Each of them had experienced countless hardships before they were together. All right, my big brother Ling Tian is the most outstanding man in the world. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned when she saw Li Lingtian. A smile appeared on her face. Even though she thought so, there was no girl who would not be jealous. However, she was relieved to see that Li Lingtian cared about all this because she realized that Li Lingtian really existed. Seeing Li Lingshan's sense of responsibility, even though she was not his woman, she was satisfied with her current situation. At least her brother was a perfect person. With that said, she pulled Li Lingtian and ran forward. However, it soon stopped. Li Lingtian could feel a pair of cold eyes staring at him as well. He immediately felt a sense of vigilance in his heart. This gaze was like a poisonous snake staring at him. When they looked up, they saw 2 elders and a young man standing in front of them. The 2 elders were also looking at Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying. The 2 old men were at the peak of the 9th firmament martial emperor realm. The young man was also at the 4th firmament martial emperor realm. He was dressed in a long black robe and looked charming. However, That pair of cold eyes made people tremble. They knew that this person was not to be provoked. At that moment, Li Lingtian realized that he and Xianyuan Yingying had arrived at the entrance of the Heavenly River Temple. As long as they passed through the entrance, they would reach Xianyuan Taiming's residence, which was also the residence of some elders in Heavenly River Sacred City. It was normal for outsiders to be here, but outsiders were not allowed to enter the depths of Tiana Sacred City. Sister Yingying, long time no see. You're getting prettier and prettier. The young man's gaze shifted from Li Lingtian to the two men's hands. When he saw Xianyuan Yingying taking the initiative to hold a young man's hand, he was furious, but he did not show it. He shifted his gaze and wore a smile that he thought was very natural and unrestrained. He was extremely gentlemanly. He was indeed furious. Ever since he met Xianyuan Yingying 3 or 4 years ago, he had always treated Xianyuan Yingying as his wife and wanted to propose marriage to the family. After the family proposed marriage, the Xianyuan family pushed the matter to Xianyuan Yingying and let her make the decision. However, he had not seen Xianyuan Yingying since. However, ever since he saw Xianyuan Yingying, he was like a celestial being and treated all the women in the world as grass. He didn't expect Xianyuan Yingying to become even more perfect after not seeing her for a few years. He was overjoyed. What was even more unexpected was that Xianyuan Yingying, who kept people 1,000 miles away, actually took the initiative to hold the hand of a young man and looked extremely intimate. Such intimacy was something that only lovers could do. Moreover, the young man in front of him was indeed elegant and graceful, enough to make all the girls in the world fall for him. It was no wonder Xianyuan Yingying would pull this young man along. She thought that Xianyuan Yingying was charmed by Li Lingtian. Who is your little sister, Yingying? Stop trying to get close to me, Ben Gong. You can comment on whether Ben Gong is beautiful or not. Is this the upbringing of your D family? Big brother Lingtian, let's go. Xianyuan Yingying may be mischievous and lively in front of Li Lingtian, but to outsiders, she was a princess who stood high above others. She was a princess who could make all the powerhouses in the Tianhe region bow their heads to her. As he spoke, a holy aura emanated from him, shocking even Li Lingtian. Her beautiful eyes examined the two old men and young man in front of her. A faint smile appeared on Li Lingtian's face as he looked at the 3 people opposite him without saying a word. He knew that this matter would not end just like that. Yingying, Princess is right. This one was rude. May I know where Princess is going? Di Laming's eyes were fixed on Xianyuan Yingying. Her eyes were sparkling, and she was shocked by Xianyuan Yingying's beauty. He had completely ignored Li Lingtian's existence and had been fawning over Xianyuan Yingying. Remember your duty. Xianyuan Yingying pulled Li Lingtian along and was about to leave when she glanced at Di Lanming with indifference. However, just as they were about to leave, Di Lanming stepped forward and stood in front of them. And this is... Di Laming's anger shifted to Li Lingtian. He could not afford to offend Xianyuan Yingying, but he could deal with the people around her. Anyone who is close to Xianyuan Yingying must be eliminated, especially men. With his identity as the number 1 genius of the Di family, the Xianyuan family would not do anything if he killed this young man beside Xianyuan Yingying. Moreover, it might even show his heaven-defying talent. Perhaps he would marry Xianyuan Yingying to him. As he spoke, Di Lanming looked at Li Lingtian with disdain. Li Lingtian's aura was fluctuating, but his true cultivation base could not be discerned. Under such circumstances, Di Lanming immediately regarded Li Lingtian as an embroidered pillow. Scram as far away as you can. When Li Lingtian saw Di Laming's appearance, he realized that the Di family had really turned the tables on him. When he saw Xianyuan Yingying was about to introduce him, he stood up. This guy easily shifted his anger onto himself. Was he that easy to bully? When he spoke, he looked at Di Lanming with contempt. This made Xianyuan Yingying extremely excited. If it were anyone else, she would not be excited or perhaps feel disgusted. However, Li Lingtian had given her the impression that whatever he did was right. Now, that Li Lingtian was acting like this, it was a display of his powerful charisma that made her excited. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she raised her head to look at Li Lingtian. Her delicate body leaned closer to Li Lingtian. This action made Di Lanming even angrier. "You're courting death." Di Lanming was furious. The girl he liked was holding another man's hand. He was already angry, but he didn't expect this man to humiliate him in front of a beautiful woman. It was intolerable. Even Di Lanming, who was known for his calmness, could not care about anything else. He activated the genuine vitality of the fourth heaven martial emperor realm. A powerful aura crashed fiercely into Li Lingtian. However, the aura was targeted at Li Lingtian alone, and he dared not include Xianyuan Yingying. The two elders did not have any intention of stopping him. Instead, they took a step back with a faint smile on their faces. As long as Di Lanming killed this young man, it would be even easier for them. Perhaps they could propose marriage again. Ignorant, you will pay a heavy price for what happened today. Li Lingtian looked at Di Lanming with disdain. A mere fourth heaven martial emperor dared to behave atrociously in front of him. Was this not courting death? However, he smiled in his heart and did not make a move. Instead, he used the true dragon body barrier. He did not know what to do as the aura of a fourth-level martial emperor crashed into him. In the eyes of the two elders and Di Lanming, Li Lingtian was already a dead man. Moreover, he had been crushed to death by his aura. In this way, Xianyuan Yingying would definitely see Di Lanming in a new light. However, before the three of them could finish their joy, something strange happened. Di Lanming's face revealed a look of horror, and his eyes were filled with fear. Bang! With a dull thud, the powerful martial emperor's aura crashed into Li Lingtian's body. Li Lingtian did not fly away as he had expected. Instead, Di Lanming's body fell forward and almost fell to the ground. The powerful destructive aura was swallowed by a strange aura. Di Lanming's aura seemed to have entered a black hole and was completely devoured. At this moment, the two elders realized something was wrong. However, by the time they reacted, Di Lanming had already screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. With a wave of his hand, Li Lingtian split a ball of icy flame into two and shot it at the two elders. Chi-chi! Chi-chi! The two ninth firmament martial emperors were entangled by the two icy flames. They could not call Di Lanming at all. Trash. You'll always be trash. Li Lingtian's eyes gleamed as the exquisite lotus rune on his glabella flashed. He then cast the eye of the divine soul, and a destructive divine consciousness bombarded Di Lanming's. The damage Li Lingtian had inflicted on Di Lanming's consciousness was forever etched in his mind, causing him to turn dumb. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. The two old men were entangled by the cold ice flame, and their true essence was constantly resisting the cold ice flame. They did not dare to be careless at all. If they were careless, the cold ice flame would devour their true essence, and the consequences could be imagined. Di Lanming fell to the ground with a dazed look in his eyes. He no longer had that carefree look on his face. He was just an ordinary fool. After he was done, Li Lingtian pulled Xianyuan Yingying forward with a cold expression on his face. There was no need to hold back against such a self-righteous genius. He had met the seventh young master of the Di family yesterday, and the number one genius of the Di family today. The Di family was really arrogant. If this guy hadn't shifted his anger onto him, he wouldn't have attacked. "Who are you?" one of the two old men asked. His expression was as cold as ice, as if he wanted to eat someone up. Di Lanming was crippled by this young man, and he even ignored them. How could he not be angry at such humiliation? However, the terror of the ice flame had completely exceeded their imagination. However, he was curious about who this young man in front of him was. He was actually so domineering. His identity must not be simple. Even the people of the Xianyuan family were not so overbearing. In the past, the icy frost flame did not have much power in Li Lingtian's hands. However, his cultivation base had improved and his overall strength had been elevated. He had also refined quite a lot of the icy frost flame in the demonic canyon, and its power had naturally increased countless times. Remember your duty. Today, you can scram. If you still think that the D family is powerful, then I can warn you that the D family can leave Tiana's sacred city. Li Lingtian turned around and retrieved the 2 frost flame balls with a single hand. With a flick of his consciousness, the ice flame entered his body. He looked at the 2 old men coldly and completely ignored Di Lanming, who was on the ground. His gaze was even more terrifying than the icy frost flame earlier. It made the 2 9th-level martial monarch realm powerhouses tremble. Chapter 548. Xianyuan timings. Will Li Lingtian turn around and walk forward with Xianyuan Yingying after he finished speaking. Soon, he disappeared from the trio's sight. After Li Lingtian left, the trio felt slightly relieved. Big brother Lingtian, you're too handsome. Xianyuan Yingying held Li Lingshan's hand happily. She had heard about Li Lingshan's legend from her 3rd grandfather in the past. Now that she had witnessed Li Lingshan's strength with her own eyes, she was shocked beyond words. Her heart was filled with admiration. In her heart, Li Lingtian was an invincible god of war. I think so too. Do you have the urge to marry me? Li Lingtian stopped in his tracks and touched his face as he smiled narcissistically. Xianyuan Yingying laughed sweetly when she saw this. Li Lingtian also started teasing her. Instantly, Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red, and she looked extremely shy. She never expected Li Lingtian to say that. She knew that Li Lingtian was teasing her on purpose, but she was still embarrassed. She did not know what to say and lowered her head. Narcissistic. When Xianyuan Yingying saw Li Lingshan's triumphant expression, she immediately looked up at him with her blushing face and grunted. Li Lingtian burst into laughter as he ran forward. The 2 of them soon arrived at Xianyuan Timing's residence. Xianyuan Tianming had already noticed Li Lingtian and the others' arrival. He had even witnessed the entire process of Li Lingshan's fight against Di Lanming. He was astonished as Li Lingshan's strength had exceeded his imagination. At the same time, they were extremely satisfied. The stronger Li Lingtian was, the happier they would be, because the Xianyuan family's hope would be even greater. Grandpa! Xianyuan Yingying was elated to see Xianyuan Tianming. She had not seen her grandfather for a long time after following Li Lingtian around. Naturally, she missed him dearly. Lingtian greets grandfather. Li Lingtian hurried forward and bowed to Xianyuan Tianming. Although he did not take ordinary martial emperor powerhouses seriously, Xianyuan Tianming was considered his family now. Naturally, there was no difference in cultivation base and strength between family members. Not bad. Your cultivation has improved very quickly. Xianyuan Timing's face was filled with satisfaction. He then looked at Xianyuan Yingying with a flirtatious smile on his face. Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying felt awkward. He had clearly not done anything bad, but he was seen as doing something bad. Although the Xianyuan family did not follow Li Lingtian during this period of time, Li Lingtian had witnessed everything that happened with the Xianyuan family's strength. Apart from what happened in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, the Xianyuan family naturally knew everything else. Not to mention them, the entire Tianhe region and even some of the superior powerhouses in Yuzhou knew about Li Lingtian. He killed 9 9th-level martial emperors from the devil race and injured the martial saint, 9 demon venerable, before escaping. Although he was escaping, it was absolutely impossible for a first heaven martial emperor to gain any advantage from a martial saint. Furthermore, any one of the 9 9th firmament martial emperors could kill Li Lingtian in an instant. On the contrary, Li Lingtian was able to defeat the 9 9th firmament martial emperors in an instant when they joined forces. He was also able to defeat the martial saint powerhouse. In the end, he escaped and even angered 9 demon venerable to the point that he was half dead, destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint. The Xianyuan family was shocked when they learned of Li Lingshan's battle with the martial emperor and demon supreme. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to escape. In the end, he managed to enter the demonic tower with ease. Among those who entered the tower were a few martial saint powerhouses. All of them were worried about Li Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had returned safely, and his cultivation base was now even stronger. "Grandpa, you're flattering me." Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by the look in her eyes. What kind of elders were they? His face darkened, but he couldn't say out loud. Xinyuan Yingying was also extremely shy, but when she thought about how there was nothing between her and Big Brother Lingtian, she felt a little more natural. "Let's go inside." Xinyuan Tianming smiled and turned around to walk into a small living room. The three of them took their seats casually. However, Li Lingtian sat on the other side of Xinyuan Timing's coffee table, while Xinyuan Yingying sat on Li Lingshan's side. Suddenly, the atmosphere felt strange. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless. The spot where Xinyuan Yingying was sitting suddenly became strange. It should be said that Xinyuan Yingying was sitting on Xinyuan Timing's side and appeared more intimate. However, she was obviously on Li Lingshan's side since she was sitting on his side. A grown woman can't be kept. Xinyuan Tianming's side. There was no reluctance on his face. It was a teasing smile. Xinyuan Yingying felt shy as well. It was nothing much. She was just being a little more intimate with Li Lingtian, so she subconsciously sat beside him. "Grandfather, what are you saying?" Yingying is a young man, so she naturally has to be with Big Brother Lingtian. "Don't tell me she has to hang out with an old man like you all day?" Xinyuan Yingying said toot. She thought that she could hide her shyness, but the more she did so, the more guilty she seemed. Xinyuan Tianming laughed out loud. Li Lingtian could only stand helplessly at the side. However, he felt heartwarming as this was the only way to have the atmosphere of family. "All right, Grandpa's an old man. Look, you're starting to despise an old man. Come, Lingtian, this is my favorite soaring mist fragrant tea. It was made from soaring mist fruit tea leaf from the heavenly river divine palace and boiled with rootless water. Try it." Xinyuan Tianming smiled as he busied himself. He took down an exquisite incense burner from the coffee table. The incense burner was boiling. Not long after, a pot of fragrant tea was ready. Xinyuan Timing's tebrewing and tebrewing techniques were very particular. With a glance, one could tell that he was very proficient in the way of tea. At the very least, he cared about the way of tea, or rather, it was a hobby. "Thank you, Grandpa." Li Lingtian carefully picked up the saucer and tasted it gently. Although he did not understand the way of tea, he had some basic understanding of the way of tea in his previous life. Not to mention brewing tea, he at least had some understanding of tea tasting. When the fragrant tea entered his mouth, it had a hint of bitterness, but it instantly turned into a sweet feeling. He felt as if he had entered a fairyland, making his entire body float. He couldn't help but be shocked. A tea leaf and tea brewing technique could actually reach such a realm. Good tea, good tea. This wasn't a compliment, but a compliment from the bottom of his heart. This Lingyan fragrant tea had indeed given him a different view of fragrant tea. The Tao of alchemy could refine powerful pills that could rapidly increase one's cultivation. It could allow one to break through their shackles and reach a higher realm. This Tao of tea was actually so powerful, and, as expected of a saint alchemist, to be able to comprehend some Tao, it must have been hard on you. Xinyuan Tianming kept his eyes on Li Lingtian. He was surprised by Li Lingshan's professionalism in tea tasting. Although he was unfamiliar with the tea, he was very accurate. It was already heaven-defying for a person to be able to do this, because no matter who it was, they were not omnipotent. It was already rare for Li Lingtian to have some understanding of the way of tea. At the same time, she could feel Li Lingshan's surprise at the way of tea. Naturally, she understood Li Lingshan's understanding of the way of tea and alchemy. Lingtian only feels that the way of tea and the way of alchemy have similarities. In this world, no matter what it is, there are similarities. All origins are inseparable from their roots. There are thousands of great Taoists, but there is only one origin. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke slowly. As his cultivation increased and his knowledge increased, His improvement was not only limited to his cultivation, but also his strength. Instead, it was an improvement to a martial path, which was also a Dao. 5 elements Dao intent, 5 different Daos. Adding the alchemy Dao, he had 6 Daos. He also had his own heavenly sword body, saber intent, ice soul, martial spirit, and flaming sacred body. All of them had their own Daos. However, these Daos were not so simple for him alone. Gradually, his comprehension of Dao became stronger and stronger. Most importantly, there were still the 9 stars in the sky, as well as some powerful heaven-grade divine powers and the heaven-flipping seal. These all represented existences that surpassed strength. Xianyuan Tianming was entranced by his words, and his face was filled with excitement. Even though he was a 9th firmament martial emperor, he did not have the same opportunities and talents as Li Lingtian. Naturally, he could not obtain a powerful will. However, he had a deep understanding of the way of tea. As such, when Li Lingtian explained it to him, some of the things that he did not understand were quickly cleared up. Ha ha ha, not bad. Not bad, I see. Xianyuan Tianming finally laughed out loud. His entire aura changed rapidly, and his face was filled with excitement. Li Lingtian was shocked. Could this be the way to enter martial arts through the way of tea? He did not expect that there were so many strange things in this world. He could actually use such a tea ceremony to improve his martial arts cultivation. Although Xianyuan Tianming had yet to break through, if this continued, he would have a high chance of breaking through. At that time, the Xianyuan family would have another martial saint. Congratulations, Grandpa. Xianyuan Yingying was baffled by Li Lingtian's sincere congratulations. However, Li Lingtian would not congratulate her for no reason. He also understood that his grandfather's cultivation base might have improved, so he was overjoyed. Why did you and this girl come to my place? Xianyuan Tianming asked happily as he calmed down and looked at Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying. Grandfather, Big Brother Lingtian, gave some treasures to Big Sister Blue Moon and the others. He also gave me some very precious cultivation techniques, but Big Brother Lingtian refused to give them to me. He said that he didn't know why I couldn't break through, so I dragged Big Brother Lingtian to look for you. Xianyuan Yingying did not wait for Li Lingtian to speak before she revealed their objective. She even looked at Li Lingtian with her pretty eyes. She looked mischievous and cute, which made Li Lingtian feel a sense of affection for her. He had no choice but to let Xianyuan Yingying do as she pleased. However, with such a peerless beauty by his side, it was also very pleasing to the eyes when he was cultivating. It could bring some fun to the boring cultivation. Chapter 549. What element lacks 5 elements? Yingying is right. I haven't been able to see through Yingying's cultivation recently. I don't know what's going on, so I came to ask Grandpa what's going on with Yingying's cultivation. Li Lingtian waited for Xianyuan Yingying to finish her sentence before he decided to remain silent. However, when he saw Xianyuan Tianming looking at him, he naturally understood what Xianyuan Tianming meant. Oh, you really came for this matter. Xianyuan Tianming's face revealed a hint of disappointment, as if things were different from what he had imagined. Li Lingtian saw it in his eyes and understood it in his heart, but he did not say it out loud. With his knowledge and wisdom, he naturally understood what Xianyuan Tianming meant. Xianyuan Tianming thought that they were here to talk about some private matters. Yes, Yingying can cultivate, but I can't see any increase in her cultivation. She hasn't broken through either, so I'm curious. Li Lingtian pretended not to know anything. His expression was calm, and he was amused. This is the secret of the Xianyuan family. Naturally, this secret is not a secret to you. In this world, everyone has an attribute. Whether you can cultivate or not, you still have an attribute. Each person's attribute can either be cultivated or not. It depends on a warrior's talent and the strength of his martial soul. Xianyuan Tianming said slowly with a hint of hope on his face. Xianyuan Yingying's talent and physique had become the hope of the Xianyuan family. However, this hope was extremely small, and it was almost impossible to encounter it in hundreds of thousands of years. Such a rare talent and physique had appeared. However, after such talent and physique appeared, it was very difficult to cultivate. Some heaven-defying opportunities had to appear to reverse it. As long as they reversed it, the Xinyuan family's hope would become a reality. Could it be that Ying has one attribute, but needs other attributes to cultivate? Li Lingtian thought of the 5 elements Tao intent and the incident in the forbidden area of Tianhe Holy City. He immediately thought of Xinyuan Ying's physique. Unless she attained the 5 elements perfection, she could not cultivate it. That's right. Ying is of the wood element of the 5 elements. She also cultivates the art of longevity. However, she needs the other 4 elements to reach the peak of the 5 elements before she can achieve heaven-defying achievements. I originally planned to bring out the 5 elements will from the Forbidden Land and let the 99 5-colored spiritual pearls form the will of the way to achieve the perfection of the 5 elements. However, you have cultivated the 9 heaven stars. This is also the will of heaven. Xinyuan Timing's face was filled with excitement. Although Xinyuan Ying had not achieved the 5 elements perfection, Li Lingtian had achieved the 5 elements Tao intent perfection. Li Lingtian had also cultivated the 9 skies of stars. This was the will of the heavens. Moreover, if Li Lingtian joined the Xinyuan clan, there would be hope for the Xinyuan clan. Besides, even if Ying obtained the 99 5-colored spiritual beads and the will of the 5 elements, she might not succeed. Li Lingshan's achievement of the 5 elements Tao intent without any risk was beyond their imagination, and they saw hope. I see. Then Ying won't be able to cultivate and break through in the future. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment. He did not expect such a thing to happen. He had obtained the 5 elements Tao intent, but Xinyuan Ying had lost the opportunity to break through. If Xinyuan Ying did not break through, she would only be an ordinary person. After a few decades, they would disappear and become dust. He felt a wave of guilt in his heart. Although he did not know about this in advance, even if he did, he would have achieved the will of the 5 elements. After all, this was to increase his cultivation. Big brother Ling Tian, I knew you were Ying's nemesis. You've been bullying me ever since we met. Now, Ying can't even break through. How are you going to make it up to her? Xinyuan Ying pouted as she listened from the side. She looked at Li Lingtian with her beautiful eyes and tugged at his hand angrily. Even though she looked angry, Li Lingtian knew that she was not angry after getting to know her for some time. However, he still felt guilty. A peerless beauty could only live a dull life for decades. If other experts discovered that their fortunes had been taken away, they would definitely fight with all their might. Xinyuan Ying was just acting coquettishly and wasn't angry. In her heart, it didn't matter whether it was a few decades or a few centuries. She just wanted to be happy in her lifetime. TM sorry, Ying, big brother Ling Tian didn't know it would turn out like this. Don't worry, big brother Ling Tian will make you the happiest little beauty in the world. Whatever you want, big brother Ling Tian will find it for you. I won't let you suffer even the slightest grievance. If anyone dares to bully you, big brother Ling Tian will definitely kill their entire clan. I won't hesitate even if I have to destroy the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian looked at Xinyuan Ying and spoke seriously. His eyes were no longer as calm as before. Seeing how seriously Lingtian was, Xinyuan Ying naturally did not think that he was just trying to cheer her up. Instead, he was making a real promise. She knew that Li Lingtian was a man of his word. In the past, Li Lingtian had dared to go against a heaven-defying clan, even when his cultivation base was weak for Tang Qingwei and Shun Mei Er. Li Lingshan's words almost melted her heart. He suddenly felt like he was the happiest person in the world, and his heart kept trembling. Big brother Ling Tian, thank you. Ying is the happiest girl in the world. Xinyuan Ying's beautiful eyes were misty. Even though she knew that Li Lingtian did not treat her like he did Tang Qingwei and the others, she was satisfied that she was so important to him. Xianyuan Tianming was extremely touched as he listened. If someone else said that, he would only feel disdain because those people only knew how to brag and make girls happy. However, he believed Li Lingxin's words because Li Lingtian was a man of his word. He was extremely satisfied and happy for Xianyuan Yingying. After all, it was a wonderful thing to be treated sincerely by Li Lingtian. He knew that Li Lingtian did not harbor any ill intentions towards Xianyuan Yingying. Otherwise, he would have agreed long ago. You two little fellows, are you treating me like air? It's not like there's no way to cultivate and break through. Why did you make it so touching? Xianyuan Tianming laughed. Seeing the two of them like this, he was touched and didn't want to make things difficult for them. Grandpa, you said that Yingying has a way to break through? Li Lingtian was pleasantly surprised. If there was really a way to cultivate, it would be a blessing. At the very least, he would not feel guilty. In fact, he also understood that he was just a little anxious just now. With his cultivation and knowledge, coupled with some magical holy scriptures, there should be a way to solve it. Of course, but Xianyuan Tianming could not help but laugh again when he saw Li Lingxin's surprised expression. This little fellow was a monster with heaven-defying strength, but he was extremely concerned when something happened to his family. That's great. I can cultivate now. Grandfather, you're making me and big brother Ling Tian anxious on purpose. You're doing this on purpose. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Xianyuan Timing's words, she immediately understood that her grandfather was teasing them. She pouted and stomped her jade-like feet in a coquettish manner, causing Li Lingxin's heart to palpitate. Just as Li Lingtian was stunned, Xianyuan Yingying was so happy that she kissed him on the cheek. Li Lingtian was baffled by this situation. He was too happy. Even if he was happy, he should not be like this. When Xianyuan Yingying realized that she had kissed Li Lingtian, she was so embarrassed that she wished she could hide in a hole in the ground. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Tianming. Li Lingtian could clearly feel a soft and tender kiss on his cheek. His heart trembled. You know that this kid treats you very well. Aren't you happy? Xianyuan Tianming revealed a kind smile when he saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression. He felt relieved when he saw that his granddaughter was really happy. Xianyuan Yingying had been alone all these years, and he had been worried about her. But now, all of this had become a thing of the past. But there's no need to do this. Big brother Ling Tian, why don't you move aside? Xianyuan Yingying said angrily. Anyone could see that Xianyuan Yingying was not angry at all. Instead, she was happy and sweet. Grandpa, you said there's a way. Is there a problem? Li Lingxin's face darkened. He had not been on guard against Xianyuan Yingying at all, so naturally, he did not notice. Only Xianyuan Yingying could blame him for such a thing. However, this kiss was indeed ecstasy. It was as if he had been electrocuted. He didn't want to continue on this matter, so he quickly changed the topic and looked at Xianyuan Tianming. There's a way. This method is difficult and not difficult. Because you have the method. Xianyuan Tianming had a smile on his face as he looked at Li Lingtian with a flirtatious gaze. Li Lingtian was stunned for a moment before he understood something. However, he couldn't say it out loud. Some things were better left unsaid. Perhaps he didn't need to say anything about the goods. It was better to pretend to be confused. On me, Li Lingtian feigned ignorance with a smile on his face. Xianyuan Yingying was also looking at Xianyuan Tianming curiously before looking at Li Lingtian. She wondered if there was any way for her to cultivate. You brat, continue pretending to be ignorant. Today, I will make you unable to continue pretending. When Xianyuan Tianming saw Li Lingxin's expression, he naturally understood that Li Lingtian was pretending to be ignorant. With Li Lingxin's intelligence and cleverness, there was nothing in this world that he could not think of. That was naturally impossible. Pretending not to know about this matter was definitely feigning ignorance. The smile on Xianyuan Timing's face grew even stranger at that thought. Li Lingtian felt goosebumps all over his body. He felt that this old fox was going to trick him. Yes, this was the feeling. That's right. It's on you. Aren't you, at the 5 elements perfection. Moreover, you've mastered the 5 elements Tao intent. Xinyuan Tianming didn't finish his sentence immediately and deliberately kept him in suspense. Liling Tian felt depressed. Xinyuan Yingying did not understand what the two of them were thinking, but Liling Tian and Xinyuan Tianming had a clear understanding of each other. Chapter 550, Refining the Tianma Zither, that's right. I'm at the peak of the 5 elements realm, and also at the peak of the 5 elements Tao intent realm. One Liling Tian smiled bitterly. He knew that he would definitely be tricked by Xinyuan Tianming. This was a pit he had dug himself, yet he had to jump into it. Moreover, he had to watch Xinyuan Tianming lure him into the pit step by step. He had no choice but to jump inside. What the hell was going on? Yingying is of the wood attribute and lacks the 4 elements of metal, water, fire, and earth. As long as you become husband and wife, you will be able to become the sacred body of the 5 elements with Yingying's physique. Similarly, you will also be able to become the sacred body of the 5 elements. I don't need to tell you what happened after that, right? Xinyuan Tianming burst into laughter after he finished speaking. He was elated to see Li Lingshan's bitter smile. Dual cultivation? Become husband and wife? Me and big brother Ling Tian? Xinyuan Yingying exclaimed when she heard Xinyuan Timing's words. Her face was flushed red, and she wished she could find a hole to hide in. A young girl who had never experienced sex before was naturally extremely shy when she heard that they wanted to dual cultivate and become husband and wife. If they were alone, it would not be a big deal for her grandfather to tell her this. However, Li Lingtian was still by her side, and he had just kissed him. Moreover, her relationship with Li Lingtian had been hazy these days. Now that she had announced that she wanted to become husband and wife, her heart began to beat faster. Who asked him to have the 5 elements Tao intent perfected? These things are all your business. I don't care anymore. What you do has nothing to do with me. Don't waste this Lingyan fragrant tea. If you want to taste it, then continue. If you don't want to waste it, then let's go. Xinyuan Tianming looked at Li Lingshan's blank-out expression and Xinyuan Yingying's bashful expression. He could not help but laugh in his heart, but he forced himself to hold it in. After all, he was an elder. If the two of them were to stay, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. Ling Tian will take his leave first. Grandpa, I'll go back first. I want to come to see you again. Li Lingtian and Xinyuan Yingying spoke at the same time. The two of them looked at each other, and Xinyuan Yingying's face was flushed red. She looked extremely adorable. Xinyuan Yingying subconsciously reached out to grab Li Lingshan's hand. However, she retracted her hand as if she had been electrocuted the moment she touched his hand. A fragrant breeze wafted through the air, and her petite figure flashed as she left the living room. Li Lingtian had no choice but to leave quickly. This old fox was too much of a scammer. This time he had lost face. He had lost a lot. After he left, Li Lingtian could clearly hear the laughter in the room. At the thought of this, he felt depressed. Old fox, you're disrespectful. Li Lingtian turned around and shouted at the living room. In a flash, he appeared beside Xinyuan Yingying. Although Xinyuan Yingying couldn't break through, she could fly in the air at an extremely fast speed. However, in this place, he was just embarrassed and did not leave quickly. Yingying, don't listen to Grandpa. Li Lingtian could not find any words to say either. He felt that the words he said were powerless and did not have any sense of existence. Big brother Ling Tian. Xinyuan Yingying was extremely shy. They didn't have anything going on at first, but after hearing Xinyuan Timing's words, she had a strange feeling. After calling out to him softly, she didn't say anything else. However, she felt extremely sweet in her heart. She did not know where this sweetness came from. Let's go. Li Lingtian watched as Xinyuan Yingying's smooth and tender hands continued to twist the veil. He reached out to grab one of her hands and pulled her forward. When he grabbed Xinyuan Yingying's little hand, he felt as if he had been electrocuted. He only felt this way when he was intimate with Tang Qingwei and Tang Zimeng for the first time. That strange feeling was intoxicating, and it made one's soul float. Xinyuan Yingying's body trembled as well. In the past, she did not feel anything when she took the initiative to pull Li Lingtian away. She only wanted to be a little more intimate with him. They held hands like siblings or friends. However, after being exposed by his grandfather, the feeling at that moment was different. When Li Lingtian grabbed her little hand felt numb, and she had lost all her strength. This feeling made her feel a little afraid, but she also felt a strong sense of intoxication. She looked up at Li Lingtian with her heart thumping nonstop. She felt as if she had fallen into honey and could not help but follow Li Lingtian. No one knew what she was thinking. Her small hand was held, and her entire person seemed to be melting. The two figures gradually disappeared into the grassy path of the holy cathedral. "Brat, how dare you call me an old fox and say that I'm disrespectful?" "Umph." In the living room, Xinyuan Tianming, who was laughing heartily, spat out the fragrant tea he was about to savor when he heard Li Lingtian scolding. He never expected that this lad would actually dare to scold him. However, there was no anger on his face. On the contrary, he was satisfied. This kid had his own personality. Otherwise, he would only be immortal if he followed the flow. Li Lingtian had been feeling depressed. He had decided not to meet the old man unless it was absolutely necessary. However, he felt a strange excitement in his heart. In the past, he only treated this little girl as his younger sister and did not have any other thoughts. However, after Xinyuan Tianming exposed him, he started to have feelings for Xinyuan Yingying, and this feeling was very unique. More importantly, he liked this feeling very much. He looked at the peerless little beauty beside him. Her red face was perfect and exquisite, and her exquisite body was faintly discernible under the light veil. It made his heart burn. Xinyuan Yingying could feel Li Lingtian's gaze, but she dared not look at him. She allowed Li Lingtian to pull her forward. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace. "Big brother Lingtian, they'll go back first." Xinyuan Yingying wanted to follow Li Lingtian to the Mystic Moon Palace, but she was too embarrassed to face him. Because his heart was not calm right now, he needed to calm down. If it was before, she would never return to the Celestial Moon Palace, and would instead play with Shun, Mei, and the others. But now, Xinyuan Timing's actions had made them uncomfortable. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he subconsciously reached out to stroke Xinyuan Yingying's hair. This action was very natural, but Xinyuan Yingying subconsciously dodged it. The sensitivity of a girl made people speechless. However, when she noticed the tender look in Li Lingtian's eyes, she felt a surge of sweetness in her heart. She gently leaned her head against Li Lingtian's side and allowed him to caress her. In the end, Xinyuan Yingying left Li Lingtian and headed toward the Celestial Moon Palace. However, she stopped after a few steps and turned around to Li Lingtian's side. She tiptoed and planted a kiss on his cheek. Without waiting for Li Lingtian's reaction, Xinyuan Yingying ran into the Celestial Moon Palace. Li Lingtian shook his head. This little girl is too infuriating. He then returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Seeing that Tang Qingwei and the others were still cultivating, he did not disturb them. Instead, he went to a pavilion at the side. With a thought, he opened the Holy Demon Ring. When the Holy Demon Ring was opened, it was filled with shocking demonic chi and countless demonic crystals. However, what he cared about the most were the Heavenly Devil Staff, the Heavenly Devil Zither, and the two demonic orbs. A single demonic bead could allow the 7 demon venerables to raise their cultivation to the 5th heaven, and it was a forced increase. If they cultivated quietly and refined the demonic bead, then the true power of the demonic bead would be unleashed. That power would be heaven-defying. He couldn't be bothered with the matter of the MO bead. After all, he wouldn't cultivate MO skills under normal circumstances. He used his divine sense to control the Tianma Zither, and a palm-sized Tianma Zither appeared in front of him. As the holy ring closed, the Tianma Zither floated in front of him. Looking at the Tianma zither, Li Ling Tian could not help but think of the peerless woman in red. Heavenly Demon Princess, Qing Wu. That peerless woman was his lover in his previous life, the lover who would never leave him. For his sake, he had waited for 3,000 reincarnations in the divine martial continent. In the end, his clone had been destroyed to fulfill his wish. The heavenly demon princess' charming smile was imprinted in his mind. Li Lingshan's face revealed a silly smile, but it eventually turned dull. He secretly decided that he must become the strongest person, break through the void, and ascend to the upper realm to enter the demon realm to find Qing Wu. When you cultivate the heavenly demonic four tones, you will be able to enter the 99th level of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. The voice echoed in Li Lingshan's memory. He had no idea what was on the 99th floor of the demonic tower, but he dared not forget Qing Wu's earnest words. Heavenly demonic zither, heavenly demonic 8 sounds. Li Ling Tian looked at the heavenly demonic zither as he activated his ice soul, martial soul. His eyes were as clear as the stars in the void. The heavenly demon zither was the strongest treasure of the fiend race, an existence that surpassed divine artifacts. It was also one of the heavenly demon princess' most powerful treasures. However, she had left it to Li Ling Tian. He vaguely remembered that in his previous life, he had heard the music of the Tianma zither. It was beautiful beyond compare. Although this Tianma zither was a musical instrument, it was also a supreme treasure that could destroy the world. However, it needed to be coordinated with the 8 sounds of the sky demon. 8 sounds of the heavenly demon. Li Lingshan's divine consciousness surged as he quickly scanned the heavenly demon zither. In the end, his divine consciousness merged with the heavenly demon zither. At the same time, he unleashed his true demon chi. In the garden pavilion, a pitch-black ball of demonic chi enveloped Li Ling Tian. The heavenly demon zither was the devil tribe's ultimate treasure. Even if Li Ling Tian knew about the heavenly demon 8 sounds, he would have to refine the heavenly demon zither to obtain it. The true devil chi continued to chum, and his consciousness quickly fused with the Tianma zither. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. With a series of subtle sounds and a surge of demonic chi, Li Lingshan's body was suspended in the air as he spun along with the Tianma zither. After Tang Qingwei and the others finished cultivating, they looked at the situation inside the pavilion in astonishment. However, he was relieved when he realized that Li Ling Tian was cultivating. Everyone knew about Li Lingshan's cultivation of the devil technique, so there was no need to worry. All of them were staring at Li Ling Tian and the Tianma zither in front of them in a daze, their faces filled with shock. In the past, Li Ling Tian did not have to go through so much trouble or take so long to refine a treasure. However, 3 hours had passed since he refined the Tianma zither today, and he had not stopped even after 3 hours. Chapter 551. Terrifying Guqin Music 1. Li Ling Tian and the Tianma zither spun in the air as his divine consciousness entered the Tianma zither. His 10 fingers moved, and streams of true devil chi evolved. The true devil chi carried a mysterious spell and entered the Tianma zither. In the air, within a radius of 20 meters, demonic chi was rampant and powerful. Clang! At that moment, Li Ling Tian activated his eye of the divine soul. 3 exquisite lotus flower runes flashed, and a blood-red radiance arrived on the Tianma zither regardless of the distance between them. The blood-red light hit the Tianma zither, and a crisp sound rang out. Li Lingshan's magic art came to a halt after the voice was heard. The Tianma zither also came to a strange halt. Li Ling Tian landed on the ground, and the Tianma zither stopped in front of him like a shadow. At this moment, the Tianma zither was already 3 feet long. It emitted a strong and ancient aura, which was the complete opposite of the demonic aura. If one didn't know the origin of this heavenly demon zither, they wouldn't be able to recognize that this was the supreme treasure of the demon race. Li Lingtian extended his hands and plucked the zither with his right middle finger. A crisp zither tune rang out. Instantly, the world fell silent, and everything fell silent. The demonic chi also disappeared and completely entered Li Lingtian's body. 8 sounds of the heavenly demon. 1 sound. All things are intoxicated. Li Lingtian's 10 fingers danced as a look of intoxication appeared on his face. The melodious sound of the zither rang out. In the space, the beautiful sound of the zither was like the sound of nature. Everything was silent, intoxicated by this beautiful zither sound. Tang Qingwei and the others were completely immersed in the music. They imagined a paradise in their minds. The happy times they spent with Li Lingtian were like a paradise between heaven and earth. There was no killing or fighting. The zither music purified all violence and slaughter, making the world harmonious. In his mind, musical notes floated, forming a starry sky and a world of birds and flowers. Clang, 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 clang. The 10 fingers on the Tiamat zither moved, and a beautiful zither sound was emitted from under the 10 fingers. Within 1,000 miles, countless birds and beasts had gathered together, like 100 birds paying homage to the phoenix. In the air, where the zither music was playing, countless birds were dancing with the zither music. Every time the zither music changed, the countless birds in the air would perform a magical dance. In the Sky River Temple, countless elite disciples and elders watched the changes in the sky and listened to the beautiful music. They all fell silent and admired the perfect music. Boom! With the last note of the zither, the birds in the sky disappeared. The silence between heaven and earth also disappeared. It was as if they had entered a world of slaughter from a paradise. Second sound, heaven and earth desolate annihilation. Li Lingtian's fingers moved even faster as his face turned pale. However, he could not stop at all. His eyes were bloodshot. Tang Qingwei and the others woke up when the first note ended. This beautiful zither music carried a destructive, killing intent. They realized that Li Lingtian's first note had alerted them. Otherwise, the second note would have been mixed in and unleashed a destructive attack. Murderous intent was hidden in the beautiful music. The destructive sound waves turned into sharp and invisible killing blades that destroyed the space. Tang Qingwei and the others flashed and quickly entered a restriction. They circulated their powers to resist the terrifying zither music. In the Sky River Temple, countless experts who were enjoying the zither music realized that something was wrong. After the first note, the zither music paused for a moment, but after that, there was a world-shaking change. The destructive zither music destroyed the space between heaven and earth, causing countless martial emperor powerhouses to use their cultivation techniques to resist. The space shattered. Just as the space within 1,000 miles of Tianhe Temple was about to collapse, a 7-colored light shield blocked the space and isolated the sound of the zither. This brat, in the middle of the Heavenly River Holy Temple, the martial saints of the Elder Committee felt the change in space and were extremely shocked. 6 Sky Martial Saint experts flew out and cast spells to disperse the zither music. A hole also appeared in the light shield. The 6th Heaven Martial Saint Elders cast a spell together to receive the destructive zither music. Puff, puff. After a full minute, Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood as the zither music abruptly stopped. However, a destructive sound wave blasted into the air. The 6 Sky Martial Saint Elders also spat out a mouthful of blood. The destructive zither music shot into the sky from the opening of the light shield. Rumble. In the Heavenly River Holy City, a devastating explosion sounded above the 9 heavens. The space of the Heavenly River Holy City fluctuated and the ground trembled. Hundreds of millions of martial artists felt this destructive explosion. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. However, after this explosion, it quieted down, which made countless martial artists feel at ease. However, countless experts were curious and shocked. How much power was needed to make such a commotion? Damn it, this little guy is too abnormal. He has actually cultivated such a terrifying zither music. He hasn't truly mastered it yet. If he did, who would be able to resist it? He didn't control the zither music. He knew that something was going to happen, so he deliberately paused to warn the others. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have been instantly killed by this attack. They might even die in an illusion. He wouldn't go berserk, would he? I don't think so. Let's look at ourselves. Without a year or two, we won't be able to recover. The 6'6" sky of the martial Saint Realm elders discussed in low voices. In the end, they quickly disappeared from the Sky River Temple and entered the peak of their secret cultivation. From the beginning to the end, no one had discovered the 6 experts. The faces of the powerhouses within 1,000 miles of Li Lingtian in the Heavenly River Temple turned pale. They knew that they had just walked around the edge of death. He felt fear towards that zither sound, fear from the bottom of his heart. They were experts, so they naturally knew that the zither music had paused for a moment. This pause was to remind them. If they didn't warn them, they would all be dead. This little bastard is trying to scare me to death. Xinyuan Tianming was equally shocked. He was the one who knew Li Lingtian the best. He knew that Li Lingtian had entered the demonic tower and that he must have obtained the zither music there. Naturally, Li Lingtian was unaware of everyone's shock. However, he was extremely weak now, and there was blood at the corner of his mouth. A few girls gathered around him with anxious expressions on their faces. The Tianma zither had also shrunk to the size of a palm. Li Lingtian was half lying in Tang Qingyu's arms. Lingtian, how are you? Husband. Big brother. Big brother Lingtian. Young master. The girls were extremely anxious. No matter what happened, they would not be worried or concerned. However, they were more concerned about Li Lingtian than they were about themselves. They would rather put themselves in danger than see Li Lingtian in danger. This was their love for Li Lingtian. I'm fine. I just didn't control the zither properly. Are you guys injured? Hurry up and check. A comforting smile appeared on Li Lingshan's face, indicating that he was fine. However, he quickly asked Tang Qingwei and the rest for fear that they might get hurt. He knew better than anyone how terrifying the music was. Even though he had forced himself to pause at the end, he was still worried that Tang Qingwei and the others would be injured. His appearance warmed the hearts of the girls. It was sweet and blissful because they knew that Li Lingtian loved them more than he loved them. Even after he was injured, he was still concerned about their safety. We are not injured, Shun Mayer said hurriedly. Although the restriction couldn't completely block the zither music still didn't hurt them. The main reason was that Li Lingtian had shifted the zither notes elsewhere to prevent them from getting hurt. Otherwise, their martial royal realm cultivation base would not be able to withstand the zither notes. It's good that you're not injured. Qingwei, help me back to my room. I need a rest. Li Lingtian stood up slowly, but he felt his chest tighten. The backlash from the zither music had caused him to sustain serious injuries. The girls were extremely upset when they saw Li Lingshan's expression. Husband, we will help you heal your injuries. Shun Mayer stepped forward to help Li Lingtian up. Her face was still blushing when she mentioned healing Li Lingtian. Although they were husband and wife, they were still a little embarrassed and shy. However, since Li Lingtian was injured, she could not care less about anything else and could only speak up. Tang Zimeng, Tang Qingwei, Huangfu Yuyan, and Qingling nodded as well. The girls then brought Li Lingtian back to his room. G.E., Little White, and Xinyuan Yingying were left outside as they watched Li Lingtian and the others curiously. G.E., do you think Big Brother Lingtian needs Big Sister Qingyu and the others to heal his injuries? Xinyuan Yingying asked G.E. curiously. G.E. had been with Li Lingtian for a longer period of time, so he naturally knew more than her. Young Lady Yingying, Young Master, and Young Lady Qingyue are dual cultivators. Xiao Xiao looked at Xinyuan Yingying and almost laughed out loud. Xinyuan Yingying was an inexperienced girl, so she naturally didn't know about these things. Although she didn't know either, she had heard of them. Moreover, serving Li Lingtian was her duty and they were close. Naturally, she knew about these things. Dual cultivation? I see. Xinyuan Ying nodded her head and acted as if she understood. But in the end, she understood what was going on. She blushed and ran back to her celestial moon palace. She was originally at the celestial moon palace and was too embarrassed to see Li Lingtian. However, she heard the beautiful music and was attracted by it. As soon as she arrived, she saw Tang Qingwei and the others hiding in the restriction. If it weren't for Tang Qingwei and Little White protecting her, she would have been injured too. Now that she was talking about dual cultivation, it was exactly what her grandfather had said earlier. She could only cultivate after she and Li Lingtian became husband and wife. Seeing Xinyuan Ying run away, Xiao Xiao, Qing Ping, and Lu Min couldn't hold it in any longer and started laughing. Little White and Ji Yi were the same. Outside, the three girls were maids, but in the Divine Moon Palace, Ji Yi and the others didn't treat them as maids. Chapter 552, 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Devil. Chapter 552, 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Devil inside the room. Li Lingtian sat cross-legged. He circulated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and focused his energy to protect himself. Otherwise, his mind would be disturbed. Tang Qingwei, Tang Zimeng, Shun Mei Huang Fu Yuyan, and Qingling cast their spells one after another. The spells of the 5 of them fused together with their true qi. The quintessential essence quickly formed a halo that surrounded Li Lingtian. Since they had dual cultivated with Li Lingtian before, they could use their true essence together. Naturally, they did not need Li Lingtian to heal their wounds at this time. The 5 of them had joined forces to help Li Lingtian heal with their true essence. There was only a thin layer of gauze covering their bodies. Their smooth and perfect bodies were faintly discernible. However, they were not distracted at all at this moment, as they were focused on healing Li Lingtian. 5 streaks of true essence and a colorful halo were circulating between the 6 of them. After a full hour, Tang Qingwei and the others opened their eyes at the same time. They looked at each other and withdrew their 5 streams of vital essence. The halo around Li Lingshan's body vanished as well and was absorbed into Li Lingshan's dantian. Within an hour, Li Lingshan's injuries had recovered and his cultivation base had improved significantly. Similarly, although Tang Qingwei and the rest seemed to have consumed their true essence to help Li Lingtian heal his injuries, they had actually benefited greatly and their cultivation base had improved significantly. The speed of the 6 people's dual cultivation was extremely fast. It was equivalent to 6 times the speed of normal cultivation. One could imagine the speed of their cultivation. Although dual cultivation was powerful, not many people knew about its spells. Furthermore, there were differences in the techniques of dual cultivation. A powerful dual cultivation technique could speed up the cultivation of the dual cultivator, and both sides would benefit. However, the prerequisite was that both parties had to give their full attention and not have the slightest offense. They could hand over their true essence, meridians, and dantian to the other party. The dual cultivation of 6 people was even more difficult because the true essence had to circulate smoothly through the 6 people. As long as one person was distracted or one person did not reach an agreement, the true essence could not circulate. Moreover, when dual cultivating, one had to reach a state of telepathy. One person knew the thoughts and thoughts of the other. However, Li Lingtian and the rest had practiced this way several times already. Naturally, there was no problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stopped at the same time. This was the realm of telepathy. They could improve their cultivation and be happy with each other. True dual cultivation was not just about sex, but a normal cultivation method. Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and it was obvious that his cultivation base had improved significantly. Tang Qingwei and the others were overjoyed to see Li Lingtian recovered. However, they realized that they were only wearing a thin veil and their bodies were barely visible. Their little faces revealed a hint of shyness. On the other hand, Huang Fu Yuyin was bolder. She leaned over and kissed Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian did not expect Huang Fu Yuyin to be so powerful. He was pinned down on the bed by her, and her smooth tongue entered his mouth. The other girl's hands slid over his body. He didn't know who was holding his treasure, but his body instantly trembled. At the same time, his two hands moved around Tang Zimeng and Shun, Mayer's proud breasts. Although there was still a thin layer of gauze, it was almost as if they were not wearing anything. Moreover, it was more exciting. Following that, the room was filled with spring and waves of moans continued. Despite Li Lingshan's strong physique, he still felt a sense of powerlessness after the girls were satisfied. He had lost count of how many times he had exploded. A few girls lay contentedly beside Li Lingtian. Their little faces were flushed and filled with happiness. Many experts knew about the commotion in Tianhe Temple, but they didn't find it strange. This was because when some experts cultivated or broke through, they would often cause such a sign. After Li Lingtian had sex with Tang Qingyue and the others, they rested for an hour to recover their strength. They helped Li Lingtian put on his clothes while he sat on the bed and admired the 6 peerless beauties. Li Lingtian was overwhelmed by her curvy body. Every single one of them was perfect. Although this wasn't the first time he had seen it, he truly admired it this time. Huang Fu Yuyin and the rest did not put on any pretense. Instead, they displayed their beauty and allowed Li Lingtian to admire them. They felt a tinge of shyness and sweetness in their hearts. The good times were always short. After they were dressed, they left the room with Li Lingtian in their arms. After coming out, Xiaobai and the others were still waiting outside. "Brother, have you recovered from your injuries?" Xiaobai asked uncertainly when he noticed Li Lingshan's unsteady footsteps. After Xiaobai's question, the girls burst into laughter when they saw the expression on Li Lingshan's face. The few of them had made Li Lingtian miserable just now. Each of them had asked for it 2 or 3 times. No matter how strong Li Lingtian was, he would still be exhausted. "Yes, it's done." Li Lingtian was speechless as he looked at Huang Fu Yuyin and the others helplessly. He knew that a few peerless beauties were laughing at him, but he also felt proud that he had satisfied them all by himself. Moreover, he would only let them off after they begged for mercy. The only reason he was laughing at him now was because he saw Li Lingshan's awkwardness when he faced Little White. Naturally, they knew that 2 girls would not be able to withstand Li Lingshan's "I understand." "Sister Blue Moon, you've done something bad." Xiaobai saw the smiles on Tang Qingyue and the other girls' faces and immediately understood. These girls were Li Lingshan's wives. After dual cultivation, it was inevitable that they would have sex. Li Lingtian must have been squeezed dry by them. "Little girl, don't be bad," Huang Fu Yuyin said in a delicate voice as she pinched White Yi's face. Looking at Little White, they were amused. When Little White transformed, it looked exactly like Li Lingtian. If it were not for their personalities and charm, they would have mistaken Li Lingtian for Little White. "Lingtian, is there a problem with the heavenly demon zither you just cultivated?" At this moment, Tang Qingyue was concerned about Li Lingshan's Tianma zither. It was precisely because of the heavenly demonic zither that Li Lingshan's performance of the heavenly demonic 8 tones went wrong. Not only was she concerned, Huang Fu Yuyin and the others were also curious. This 8 sounds of the sky demon was truly wonderful, but its power was so shocking that it made them feel fear. The heavenly demon zither has been refined, but I haven't mastered the heavenly demon 8 sounds. 8 sounds of the heavenly devil. The first sound is the ecstasy of all living things. The second sound is the destruction of heaven and earth. The first move is purely music, but it can also become an invisible killing weapon. The second note is the real attack. When the first note is used, it can make a martial emperor lose his mind. When the second note is used, it can kill a martial saint. I'm not sure about the third note yet. Only after I improve my cultivation and slowly master the heavenly demonic zither can I truly unleash the power of the heavenly, demonic 8 notes. Li Lingtian spoke slowly. Initially, he wanted to cultivate the 8 demonic tones in one go. However, he did not expect that the Tianma zither that he had just refined would lose control. The first note quickly reached the great success realm, and the second move was also displayed. However, since he had not reached the limit of the first note, he could not perform the second note. In this world, there were exceptions to everything except for Li Lingtian. This was because Li Lingtian had managed to unleash a little of the second note. Although it was a forced and uncontrollable display, it was an excellent foundation for his future cultivation of the 8 tones of the heavenly demon. The 8 sounds of the heavenly devil requires powerful demonic chi and cultivation to be used. You're only at the 3rd heaven of the martial emperor realm now. You can only use the first sound and the second sound. It looks like you'll need to be at the 6th heaven of the martial emperor realm. Although the 8 sounds of the sky demon is powerful and heaven-defying, you still have other treasures and divine powers that you can cultivate. There's no need to worry about the 8 sounds of the sky demon. Huang Fuyin pondered for a moment and told him about the requirements of the 8 sounds of the sky demon. It was about the same. One had to be at least at the 6th heaven martial emperor realm to be able to perform the second sound. Li Lingtian had plenty of treasures in his possession, so there was no need for him to study the 8 sounds of the heavenly demon. Moreover, Li Lingtian's divine power was extremely powerful. There was no need to give up a powerful divine power for the sake of a devil skill. You're right. I still have a few powerful treasures and some heaven-tier divine abilities that I need to cultivate. Li Lingtian nodded. He still had the sacred artifacts, heaven-grade superpowers, and almighty arts. Naturally, he would not dwell on the 8 demonic sounds, not to mention just the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements will of the way, as well as the ice fire 9 heavens and the heaven-destroying sword formation, would require a lot of time. There was also the tyrant saber art and the true dragon body protection. These were skills and cultivation techniques that had to be cultivated and could not be relaxed in the slightest. 5 elements' great perfection of Tao intent could give one the chance to become a martial god, while ice fire 9 heavens could also give one the chance to become a real god. After entering the Xinyuan family, he understood that 5 elements' great perfection could give one a better cultivation base, but now he didn't know which was more powerful, ice fire 9 heavens or 5 elements' great perfection. However, he understood one thing. Both cultivation techniques were the most terrifying existences. To him, one could not be lacking. Now that he had treasures, medicinal herbs, medicinal pills, and all the resources he had to cultivate properly. In the past, he only wanted to become a strong person, but now he wanted to become an ultimate strong person, shatter the void, and ascend to the upper realm. The stronger one was, the greater the responsibility. The greater the responsibility, the greater the pressure. With pressure, there would be motivation. If he didn't work hard, how could he face Tang Qingwei and the others? They had entrusted their hearts and minds to him, and he had to protect them and make them the happiest women in the world. In order to protect so many peerless women, one had to have heaven-defying cultivation and strength. Thinking of this, his desire to become an omnipotent expert became even stronger. Ling Tian's cultivation base is already very powerful, but we can't increase it anymore. That's why we have to work hard on our cultivation. When the time comes, we will become Ling Tian's helpers. Tang Qingwei said seriously. Each of them was a peerless beauty, intelligent and possessed heaven-defying aptitude and talent. It was just that they rarely showed it when they were with Li Lingtian. She had the mysterious spirit body, the extreme Yin body, the fairy princess, the sacred body of the 5 elements, the body of charm, the dragon clan's Xiao Longnu, and Huang Fuyin, who was a powerful martial saint. She must have great talent and aptitude. Even Qing Ling was a 1 in 10,000 genius. Each of them was a unique existence in time. Naturally, they were not flower vases. She didn't want to become a flower vase. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 553, Plan 1. Chapter 553, Plan 1, that's right. With our talent and aptitude, we should be able to cultivate very quickly, but we have to experience it. Huang Fuyin agreed with him. Although Li Lingtian was powerful, his responsibility was too heavy. As Li Lingshan's women, it was only right for them to be protected by him. However, they had to help him even more. At the very least, she must not become Li Lingshan's burden. She must become stronger. She was a super powerhouse on the outside, but a gentle little woman in front of Li Lingtian. That was what they wanted. Yes, not bad. After the matter in Tiana's sacred city is settled, we'll go out and condense. But you must remember that no one can be injured because we are one. We are a family. No one can be missing. Li Lingtian said earnestly with a blissful expression on his face. A man would definitely be happy to be surrounded by so many peerless beauties, but what was even more blissful was that these women were all thinking of him. Each of them was the most outstanding existence in the world. As long as they went through experience, they would be able to become an expert. All right, Tiana's sacred city looks peaceful, but there are still some restless people among the four great families. The elders don't want to be exposed, and they don't want to attack. However, husband can teach them a lesson so that they know their place. Shun Mayer nodded. She missed the days of adventuring with Li Lingtian. No matter how dangerous it was, she was happy to be in Li Lingshan's presence. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others resumed their normal cultivation. Li Lingtian sorted out some divine powers and treasures. He arranged which treasures and divine powers to use against a martial emperor powerhouse and a martial saint powerhouse. At the very least, he would not be flustered when he encountered an opponent. Apart from the Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword, the other treasures he controlled were all divine artifacts. The Tianyu sword and the heavenly fault sword were also peerless saint artifacts, and they were extremely powerful. Coupled with the sword intent and sword momentum, the power was shocking. If he used the metal will of the way, then used the myriad swords returned to the origin and the heaven sword unity, the power could only be described as terrifying. With the appearance of the saber intent, the tyrant saber art had also become stronger. He also had the heaven extreme tyrant emperor saber in his hand, so his strength had increased by a lot. This was a treasure that could be controlled. As for divine powers, they were the extreme god destruction, the wrath of the gods, and the great cloud palm. The 9 heavens of ice and fire was a powerful trump card and would not be used easily. These divine powers and sets of skills needed to be cultivated more. The true dragon barrier was a life-saving defense, so he naturally could not relax. As for the cultivation techniques and treasures of the demons, he did not consider them. He would only cultivate and use them at special times. After the arrangements were made, there was a special time for cultivation. During the day, he cultivated skills and refined treasures, comprehended alchemy, and guided Tang Genji and the others in their cultivation. At night, he would cultivate the true dragon body barrier and the heaven and earth reincarnation technique. With this arrangement, he would also have time to accompany his wife. 10 days passed. During these 10 days, everyone cultivated seriously, and their cultivation increased rapidly. Although there was no obvious improvement or breakthrough, their cultivation and strength were increasing. It was quiet in the Sky River Temple, but not in other places. The 4 families were the Gongsun family, the Lan family, the Di family, and the Bailey family. The 4 families had been in Tiana's sacred city for hundreds of thousands of years and had been living in peace. This was also because they were suppressed by the Xianyuan family. But all these years, the Xianyuan family had always been low-key and had not displayed their true strength. The 4 great clans began to have ideas. Most importantly, the Di family and the Gongsun family. Although the 2 families suppressed and opposed each other on the surface, they were secretly at a stalemate and had reached some kind of agreement. In the D family, a disciple had been killed a few days ago, and he had even threatened to warn the D family. Such a humiliating matter had been made known to countless experts in Tiana's sacred city. Moreover, Di Lanming, the #1 genius of the D family, had gone to Tiana's sacred city with 2 elders to seek justice. However, they had encountered an expert and defeated Di Lanming. Such a thing happening to the D family was a great humiliation. Brother Di Tian, you really have the heart to endure. Di Qingfeng was killed in public, and Di Lanming was defeated, right? Hee, it's a sensational event in Tiana's Saint City. Gongsun Mingho had a smile on his face as he stared at Di Tian. Although there was no provocation on the surface, there was a trace of schadenfreude. As long as it was mentioned, it would make the D family lose face. This seemed to not be sowing discord, but it was indeed a very clever provocation. Between the big families, even if they knew that they had been tricked, they would still save face according to the gains and losses. If other experts saw Di Tian and Gongsun Haoming together, their jaws would definitely drop. Both of them were peak 9th firmament martial emperor realm superpowerhouses. Moreover, they were the 2 clan heads. In the eyes of the other powerhouses, these 2 clan heads were old rivals. He did not expect that the 2 old rivals would sit together now. Brother Haoming, you don't have to gloat anymore. Your Gongsun family isn't doing any better. Let's not talk about anything else. The Xinyuan family has been suppressing us for hundreds of thousands of years. Are we going to be suppressed by them? Brother Haoming, can you tolerate it? Di Tian, being able to become the D clan leader, he naturally wasn't someone to be trifled with. He naturally understood that Gongsun Haoming was trying to sow discord between him and the D clan, wanting to use the D clan to clash with the Xinyuan clan. Since when did he not want the Gongsun family to become cannon fodder and clash head-on with the Xinyuan family? At that time, his D family would be able to take advantage of it. Even if the Gongsun family was not a match for the Xinyuan family, both the Xinyuan family and the Gongsun family would suffer. At that time, the D family would still have the upper hand. Even if the Gongsun family failed, the D family would not suffer any losses. However, he understood that Gongsun Haoming wasn't easy to deal with either. They could only open the window and speak frankly. Joining forces was the safest thing. They could either wipe out the Xinyuan family together, or they would have one to die with if they failed. Brother Di Tian, let's not beat around the bush. Tell me, what do you plan to do? When Gongsun Haoming saw Di Tian taking a step back, he didn't want to go overboard. After all, he wanted to go against the Xinyuan clan. He needed a helper. Even though the Xinyuan family had not done much in the past few years, and their power was gradually divided by the 4 great families, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. They did not dare to be careless. Aren't the 4 great families of Tianhe's sacred city and the Xinyuan family going to have a genius disciple competition soon? We can take this opportunity to eliminate the geniuses of the Xinyuan family. Then, we can eliminate the few fellows of the Xinyuan family. At that time, won't the world be ours? Our 2 clans will join hands and wipe out the other 2 clans, Di Tian smiled and spoke of his plans. He wasn't worried that Gongsun Haoming would tell on him, because during these years, they were all in the same boat. It's not that easy to eliminate the genius disciples of the Xinyuan family. It's impossible to eliminate the super experts of the Xinyuan family. The Xinyuan family has at least 6 martial saints. A single martial saint is invincible. What ability do we have to wipe out the Xinyuan family? Gongsun Haoming's eyes flashed with excitement, as if he had already eliminated the Xinyuan family, the Lan family, and the Bailey family. However, he did not show it on his face. He was worried about the 9th level martial emperor and martial saint powerhouses of the Xinyuan family. The strength of a martial saint powerhouse made them afraid. Brother Haoming, others might not know, but how can our D family not know? Your Gongsun family has 2 martial saints who have reached the 2nd sky of the martial saint realm. With such cultivation, it's easy for them to deal with 3 or 4 first sky martial saints. With the two martial Saint Supreme Elders of our D family and a martial Saint puppet, it won't be a problem to eliminate the martial Saint of the Xinyuan family. If we use the Lan family and the Bailey family, Di Tian slowly spoke, staring at Gongsun, humming with a serious look in his eyes as a smug smile appeared on his face. The two families had been secretly working together for countless years. Naturally, they knew each other's strength. It was naturally impossible to hide it. All right, so you've already included my Gongsun family. However, I can't make the decision on this matter. It depends on the decision of the higher-ups. Moreover, after we succeed, how are we going to distribute it? There were no eternal enemies or friends in this world, only eternal interests. They would join forces for the sake of interests, so naturally they had to talk about the distribution of interests. When the time comes, we will split the Sky River Holy Temple equally. The same goes for the Sky River Sacred City. It will belong to the D family and the Gongsun family. Di Tian didn't hesitate to state the distribution of benefits. In this way, there was nothing for the Gongsun clan to argue about. They would split the benefits equally and naturally wouldn't fall out over benefits. Tianhe Holy City was powerful. Even if they obtained it, it would not be stable for a while. After all, Tianhe Holy City did not belong to the Xinyuan family alone, let alone the four great families. There were hundreds of millions of martial artists in Tianhe Holy City, both foreign and local. If the major forces were to reshuffle, it would not be so easy to settle down. Tianhe Holy City held a genius disciple competition every 10 years. This was also to exchange strength. On the surface, they were exchanging their strength, but in reality, they were competing. Over the years, the Xinyuan family had always been strong, but the genius disciples below did not always win. On the contrary, the geniuses of the Gongsun family and the Di family would have the greatest advantage. As the young master of the Xinyuan family, Li Lingtian was naturally aware of the situation in Tianhe Sacred City. Otherwise, he would not have stayed behind to deal with the four great families. Some time ago, he had killed Di Qingfeng, and the Di family would not let him off easily. After that, he had defeated Di Lanming, so the Di family naturally had no reason not to seek justice from the Xinyuan family. Although the Celestial River Holy City was under the control of the Xinyuan family, the Xinyuan family had been keeping a low profile all these years. Their main purpose and thoughts were placed on the major events of the Xinyuan family. He completely ignored these little ants, causing these little ants to think that they were powerful. The four great clans were unaware of the Xinyuan family's strength, but Li Lingtian could see it clearly. Not to mention the four great clans, even the powerhouses of the entire Azure Continent, Green Continent, Serenity Continent, and even the powerhouses of the Mystic Continent combined would not be a match for the Xinyuan family. In his eyes, it was like four clowns playing monkey tricks. Chapter 554, Genius Competition 1. As the days passed, it was time for the Super Genius Competition in Tianhe Holy City. The Genius Competition in Tianhe Sacred City was not only held by the four great families, but also by some other super geniuses. These super geniuses also wanted to attract the attention of the Xinyuan family and join the Xinyuan family like this to become disciples. As long as they could join the Xinyuan family and become a disciple of the Xinyuan family, they would basically be able to climb up the tree and become a phoenix. However, only the super geniuses who had reached the martial emperor realm were qualified to participate in this competition. Unless there were some heaven-defying geniuses, the Xinyuan family would also nurture them as part of the family. On this day, Tianhe Square, which had a radius of 500 miles, was packed with people. Even if the martial artists who came here were not qualified to participate, they still wanted to witness the demeanor of the experts and see who the real experts were. At the very least, he had to get to know the experts here, lest he offended them and died without knowing how. Tianhe Square had a radius of 500 miles. In the center of the square was AI, 0.000 meter long and 1,000-meter wide platform. This platform was also an arena. As long as one stood on it, it would not matter whether they lived or died. Moreover, some of the big and small events in Tianhe's sacred city were held here. The high platform was 20 meters tall and was made entirely of the mystical, soundless stone. The silencing stone was not considered precious, but it was very magical. This was because the silencing stone was not afraid of any attack from an expert, nor did it have to worry about being destroyed by an expert's powerful divine art. However, this silent stone could not be used to forge treasures. Otherwise, defensive treasures forged from silent stones would become existences that could ignore attacks. 1,000 meters away from the high platform, there was a long corridor that was 10 meters wide and 100 meters long. There were countless seats on it. These seats were for the super experts of Tianhe's sacred city or the judges. As for the other martial artists, they could only watch from afar. I wonder who will become a number 1 genius this time. Needless to say, the genius of the D family, Dilan Ming, you are really ignorant. The number 1 genius of the D family, the truly powerful one, is not Dilan Ming, but De. De is very powerful, but Gongsun Tianyu, the Gongsun family, is even more powerful. I don't think the disciples of the 4 great clans will be the first this time. I think Bao Wushuang is stronger. Isn't it too early to say this? That's right. We'll only know who's the number 1 genius after the competition. It's a pity that the Xianyuan family hasn't gotten first place many times. This time, I definitely won't get first place. On the square, countless martial artists were discussing endlessly. They were all discussing who the number 1 genius would be this time. Some powerful geniuses gradually surfaced. This was the time for geniuses to compete. However, no matter what, none of the geniuses of the Xianyuan family were taken seriously. Although the Xianyuan family was the ruler of Tianhe's sacred city, there were no super geniuses. Countless experts thought that the Xianyuan family disdained to participate in such an event, and some people gradually looked down on the Xianyuan family. As time passed, one super genius after another appeared in the center of the square. Every time a super genius appeared, it would cause a commotion. After all, the geniuses who came here had all become martial monarch realm experts at the age of 200. What was the concept of a martial emperor powerhouse? Although there were countless martial emperor powerhouses in such a competition, it was rare to see a martial emperor powerhouse during normal times. A martial monarch realm expert was almost like a martial monarch realm expert. Everything below a martial monarch realm expert was an ant. This is martial emperor zero destruction. He seems to have become a martial emperor at the age of 200. He's a super genius. Martial Emperor Qing Feng. Martial Emperor Bai Ling. One by one, super geniuses arrived. Martial Emperor powerhouses also appeared on the long corridor from time to time. Moreover, the Martial Emperor powerhouses who came to the corridor were either those who had contributed to Tianhe's sacred city, super powerhouses, or powerhouses from the 4 great clans. In less than half an hour, the seats on the corridor were basically full. The powerhouses from the 4 great clans had already arrived. Furthermore, each clan had 10 9th-level martial monarch realm experts and some judges. However, there were still 20 empty seats in the center. Needless to say, only the powerhouses of the Xianyuan family were qualified to sit in these seats. However, at this time, the people of the Xianyuan family had not appeared yet. Countless people began to look forward to it. This was because none of the genius disciples of the Xianyuan family had appeared, let alone the judges and elders. Seconds passed. Countless martial artists were getting impatient, but they did not dare to complain. I will definitely beat them up until their mothers can't even recognize them. When the time comes, watch how I torture them. Don't tell me you don't dare to come. Not far away from the high platform in the square, all the super geniuses who were participating in the competition gathered together. Although these experts were not convinced by each other, no one dared to cause trouble at this time. However, every super genius scolded the geniuses of the Xianyuan family and waited to beat them up on the stage. At this moment, a young man appeared in the sky. He was strolling in the air with 11 beautiful girls beside him. A few of them were even peerless existences that could topple cities. It was difficult to find a second one in the world. However, they had appeared at the same time. Moreover, the most beautiful girls were together. Any one of these girls would be unique in the divine martial continent. Looking at the young man in the sky being embraced like a moon surrounded by stars, countless experts and geniuses were incomparably jealous. The young man's gaze swept across the area below. Wherever his gaze passed, countless experts could not help but lower their heads. Who are these people? So many peerless beauties. So cool. All of a sudden, countless martial artists, regardless of gender, looked at the figure in the air with envy. She was like a figure in a painting, or perhaps a mighty existence above the 9 heavens, or perhaps a goddess from the 9 heavens. However, just as these experts were stunned, the young man landed on the spot where the Xianyuan family was. The 11 girls beside him also followed. Indeed, it was Li Lingtian, Tang Qingwei, and the others. Besides his wife, there was also Little White, Xianyuan Yingying, Ji, and Xiao Xiao. These people were all extremely beautiful. Even if Xiao Xiao and the other 2 weren't as beautiful as Tang Qingwei and the others, they were still one in a million. Li Lingxian's appearance was not to pretend to be cool, but to shock and suppress the crowd. Either they didn't make a move, or they did it swiftly and decisively. After they landed, they took their seats at the Xianyuan family's table. Tang Qingwei, Huang Fuyuyin, and the rest sat beside Li Lingtian, while the other girls sat near him. Only Xiao Xiao and the other 2 were standing. They were maids outside, so they naturally had to act like maids. From this, all the experts understood that the main character this time was that young man. The other beautiful girls were also very close to that young man. The 3 girls behind him were maids. Countless warriors watched Li Lingtian sit on the Xianyuan family's seat. They were puzzled, but did not dare to ask. Even the powerhouses from the 4 great clans in the corridor were shocked. They did not know Li Lingtian and the others at all. Li Lingtian and the rest were strangers, so naturally, they did not know who they were. I am Xianyuan Lingtian. Li Lingtian replied calmly. At this moment, his identity was Xianyuan Lingtian, which was rather convincing. He didn't say much, just a simple sentence would do. The 2 words Xianyuan had already explained his identity. No matter what the reason was, he was also qualified to sit on this seat. It was all because of Xianyuan. After he finished speaking, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard again. 2 martial emperor powerhouses flew over. One of them was the head of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Tianming, and the other was the elder of the Xianyuan family, Xianyuan Wuyo. They were the ones who presided over the competition. After the duo arrived, they found a random seat and sat down. They completely ignored Li Lingxian's seat. This situation left all the warriors in a daze. As Li Lingtian was sitting at the head of the table, this seat should belong to Xianyuan Tianming. However, Li Lingtian was still so calm after Xianyuan Timing's arrival. Moreover, Xianyuan Tianming didn't feel awkward because of the seat. At that moment, all the warriors began to doubt Li Lingxian's identity. What was his identity? Could it be that he was above the family head? I am Xianyuan Wuyo, the host of this genius competition. I hereby announce that the competition has officially begun. Xianyuan Wuyo said loudly. His voice spread throughout the entire square as he was at the 9th level of the martial emperor realm. After this voice rang out, countless martial artists started discussing. If this announcement was made, would the geniuses of the Xianyuan family not participate in the competition? Because if they couldn't come before the start of the competition, they couldn't participate in it. However, no matter how much they discussed in the square, Xianyuan Tianming and Xianyuan Wuyo didn't explain. In fact, Li Lingtian had communicated with Xianyuan Tianming a few days ago that the Xianyuan family's geniuses did not need to participate in the competition. He wanted to teach these so-called geniuses a lesson. After taking care of the people from the 4 great clans, Xianyuan Timing's eyes lit up when he heard Li Lingxian's words. His face was filled with excitement. If they were not even afraid of martial saints, they would naturally not be afraid of martial emperors. He also wanted to see how powerful Li Lingtian was and how far the geniuses of the other families were from him. After the decision was made, Li Lingtian made the arrangements. This was the reason why Li Lingtian and the others appeared. Their appearance threw the expectations of the warriors into chaos and shattered the thoughts of some powerhouses. Brother Tianming, could it be that the people of the Xianyuan family are not participating in the competition? Di Tian couldn't endure it anymore. If the geniuses of the Xianyuan clan didn't participate in the competition, his arrangements would be disrupted. After he finished asking, all the martial artists quieted down and listened curiously. They wanted to know what the Xianyuan family had arranged. Could it be that they really gave up on this competition? For a moment, the entire square was extremely quiet. They stood up and waited for Xianyuan Timing's answer. Chapter 555. Trash. 1. There are other arrangements for this matter. I'm not the one who made the arrangements. I'm just here to watch the show. Let's focus on the competition. Xianyuan Tianming said indifferently with a faint smile on his face. His words were ambiguous, and he couldn't get a true answer at all. What was even more shocking was that the head of the Xianyuan family, was actually not the one who arranged these things. He was instantly shocked and puzzled. However, since the other party had already said so, it was not good to ask anymore. They believed that the Xianyuan family would not do anything that violated the rules of the competition in front of all the experts in the world. They could only wait and see the results of the competition. Perhaps the Xianyuan family had really given up on the competition. Otherwise, why would no one participate in the competition? I believe everyone understands the rules of the competition. I will repeat them here. Xianyuan Wuyo didn't give anyone a chance to ask. He loudly announced the rules of the competition and changed the topic. This competition is also an elimination system. Falling off the arena is considered a failure. There's no need to mention falling. However, as long as the opponent admits defeat, they can't attack anymore. At the end of the competition, the last person left will be the number 1 genius. However, everyone must stay in this competition. Xianyuan Wuyo briefly explained the rules. However, everyone was puzzled that all the defeated and victorious experts had to stay. However, it wasn't appropriate for him to ask, so he could only wait for the competition with doubts. Li Lingtian watched from the side in boredom. Although the participants were all Martial Emperor powerhouses, none of them were 9th Firmament Martial Emperor powerhouses. There was no need to take these martial artists seriously at all. With his identity, there was no need to put on an act with these little rogues. However, he could pay attention to pulling some talented geniuses into the Xianyuan family and becoming disciples. Yinfeng, 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Hao Yinyu, 3rd Heaven Martial Emperor Realm. Very soon, the experts below were all distributed according to their cultivation levels. For competitions with the same cultivation level, half of the experts would be eliminated in the first round. This was also more fair, so that they would not become the group of death in the first round. There were a total of 120 people competing this time, which was 120 Martial Emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian enjoyed the grapes peeled by Tang Qingyue as he watched the competition on the high platform. However, he felt extremely bored watching the competition on the high platform. Are you bored? Huang Fuyin spoke softly. She could naturally tell that Li Lingtian was bored. He did not want to watch a 3rd Firmament Martial Emperor competition at all. No matter how heaven-defying it was, it could not be more heaven-defying than him. Forget it. Let's settle the matters here as soon as possible so that we don't get bored here. Li Lingtian replied softly. Although he did not take these martial emperors seriously, he was not too arrogant. Right now, when he saw the competition between ordinary martial monarch realm experts, it was as if he was watching a child fight. Although these martial monarch realm experts in front of him were all super geniuses and had extraordinary aspects, they were simply very ordinary in his eyes. If this continues, it will only be a day. The competition will end today. At that time, we will rest for a while and go out to train. Sitting behind Li Lingtian, Shun Mei's small mouth moved close to Li Lingshan's ear as she whispered softly. Li Lingshan's blood vessels surged as he glared at Shun Mei. Immediately, Shun Mei started laughing, but her voice was very soft. In this place, even if they didn't make a sound, they would still become the focus of countless experts. After all, they were all peerless beauties. With so many beauties gathered together, no matter where they would become a beautiful scenery. All right, they'll listen to you. Li Lingtian stretched lazily with a lazy smile on his face. He looked completely different from before. In the eyes of outsiders, Li Lingtian was either a spoiled brat or a young man who was obsessed with beauty. Only Tang Qingwei and the others understood Li Lingshan's strength. Whatever Li Lingtian did was always right. Moreover, Li Lingshan's current appearance was completely spoiling them, making them feel extremely happy. Life needed something to spice things up, even between husband and wife. Following that, Li Lingtian and the others chatted along the corridor. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Lingtian was already a rich second-generation heir, a good-for-nothing in the eyes of the strong. Time flew by quickly, and the high platform was bursting with energy. Even if Li Lingtian did not take a martial emperor powerhouse's duel seriously, a martial emperor was still a martial emperor. The battles were earth-shattering, and countless martial artists were incomparably excited. In the eyes of some powerhouses below the supreme realm, a battle between martial emperors was a battle between immortals and gods. It was completely beyond their imagination. A martial emperor powerhouse's casual action contained the mystical mysteries of heaven and earth, and it was enough to destroy the world. However, on the arena in the center of Tiananmen Square, there was a magical restriction that suppressed a part of the force and pressure exerted by the martial artists. This meant that it did not affect the experts outside the high platform, but no one dared to get too close. Finally, in the afternoon, all the super geniuses had a round of competition. Those who were eliminated had all been eliminated, leaving only 10 7th-level martial emperor realm geniuses. Each of the 4 great clans had a super genius and 3 rogue cultivators. More importantly, there was a woman among them. The competition has already reached the final crucial moment. The competition of the true geniuses is about to begin, Xinyuan Wuyo said loudly. As soon as his voice fell, the entire Tiananmen Square was in an uproar. Although the geniuses who had failed before had failed, they had to admit that they were equally powerful. However, they had only encountered stronger opponents and geniuses. This world was cruel and never fair. Only the fittest survived, and the strong were respected. The remaining 7 super geniuses were the most powerful. Moreover, the 7 super geniuses were all existences at the 7th heaven. For a martial supreme, every realm was a world of its own. It was impossible to defeat an opponent of a higher realm because not everyone was called Li Lingtian. D family, D.E., 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Gongsun Tianyu of the Gongsun family is at the 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Bailey Yunfei of the Bailey family, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Lan family, 7th heaven martial emperor Lan Yao. Ba Wushuang, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Lung Xin, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Shuetian, 7th heaven martial emperor realm. Xinyuan Wuyo revealed the identities of the remaining 7 7th heaven martial emperors and their cultivation realms. The people on this stage might not be the strongest martial monarch realm experts in their families, but they were the most powerful geniuses because they had all become martial monarch realm experts at the age of 2 to 300. Moreover, the age limit for this competition was 300 years old, which also limited the number of experts and geniuses. In the 4 great clans and Tiananmen Sacred City, there were many 8th and 9th firmament martial monarch realm experts. However, they were all over 300 years old. Naturally, they could not participate in the competition. Although Li Lingtian was chatting earlier, he was also paying attention to the match in the arena from time to time. Their cultivation and strength were completely out of proportion. In other words, a level 3 martial monarch realm expert's true strength was equivalent to a level 4 or even a level 5 martial monarch realm expert. Moreover, a 7th heaven martial monarch realm expert strength was similar to a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert. Why was he called a genius? This was a genius. The competition can begin freely. Life and death do not matter. After Xianyuan Wuyo finished speaking, a strange smile appeared on his face. Then, he sat down and didn't seem to care at all. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of martial artists in the square were incomparably surprised. Even the 7 super geniuses on the stage were stunned. However, someone quickly reacted. They were free to challenge, and the one standing last was first. On the stage, the 7 super geniuses quickly spread out, each standing in an independent position. They carefully looked at the other 6 experts, worried that they would be attacked. The 7 super geniuses split up, but no one dared to make the first move. As long as someone made a move, they would be surrounded by destructive attacks. The atmosphere was strange and oppressive. Hundreds of thousands of martial artists did not dare to make a sound, afraid of breaking this critical balance. The judges and super experts on the 2 long corridors all revealed worried expressions. This kind of competition was extremely dangerous. If they were not careful, they would be killed by the joint forces. Di Tian and Gong Sun Haoming felt incomparably anxious in their hearts. The situation had already completely exceeded their control. Since the Xianyuan family didn't participate in the competition, they couldn't kill the geniuses of the Xianyuan family. However, there were 7 super geniuses now, and only 2 of them were on the stage. If one of them didn't do well, the 2 super geniuses would die. Sir Worryless, I don't think this kind of competition is good. Di Tian spoke. After that, the other clan leaders of the 3 major clans also glanced at Xianyuan Wuyo. Xianyuan Wuyo was the most talented disciple of their clans. If he died, they wouldn't be able to bear such a loss. Moreover, the experts of the 4 great clans emitted a faint aura, as if they were working together to exert pressure on Xianyuan Wuyo. All the martial artists in the square could see the situation. Although they were afraid of such a competition, it was too cruel. However, when they saw the 4 families working together to put pressure on the Xianyuan family, they felt unhappy, but they didn't dare to show it. For a moment, all the warriors looked at Xianyuan Wuyo and Xianyuan Tianming. I really feel sorry for all of you. You are just a bunch of trash. Why do you have to put so much effort into it? A cold voice rang out. The voice was flat and cold, and the entire air seemed to be frozen. Some warriors with low cultivation clearly felt a chill. The originally peaceful square was filled with this extremely discordant voice, which sounded extremely ear-piercing. Trash? A super genius at the 7th heaven of the martial emperor realm was trash. The super geniuses of the 4 great families and Tiana Sacred City were trash. Who else in this world could be called a genius? For a moment, many martial artists were shocked and disdainful as they looked in the direction of this voice. All eyes fell on Li Lingtian. They were so jealous of Li Lingshan's spoilt look and the 11 beauties beside him. If Li Lingtian had not been sitting in Xuanyuan's seat, they would have torn him apart. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.